Yo, how's it going, everyone? Give me a second here while I just set some things up. Need to disconnect DRK's PayPal. There we go.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Hold on a second. Alright, so we made it. We made it to the end of another marathon. This should be my last session, I would say. Maybe I'll need to come back and do like the last couple of hours of Phantom Pain or something, but it'll probably be my last major session. And like last time, I bought some beers to help me get through it. But don't worry, I won't be getting drunk or anything. Just a few beers. Let me grab my headphones. How's it going, guys? A few Peronis, yeah. So, let's see what we were doing. I think we were doing that incredible mission, Lingua Franca. One of the best missions in the game. What do we have here? Some tapes. What is the next main mission? Daily... Oh, fuck off. Let's disconnect so we don't have to deal with any of that shit. Daily bonuses. Oh, the Walker Gears mission. Okay. Hey, what's up, Hexo? Yeah, sorry I have to take you away from DRK's ranting and raving. I know everyone loves DRK's MGS5 rants. Let's do some tapes here and then we'll head into the next. Oh well, no. Let's keep the Intel team mission, or the Intel team tape rather, for later.
Hard to believe how many of those bipedal weapons have popped up around Africa. When did that start? No more than 6 months ago. Didn't really hit me until I came here. They're not supposed to be in use yet. Emmerich says they were still doing the last round of fine-tuning. The doctor has no idea. His research has already hit the black market. Both sides of the Iron Curtain will have it by now. Even so, they're spreading much too fast. Sure, the Walker Gears can operate in any terrain. Their mobility's just as good in the jungle as it is in the desert. That would come in handy in a place like Africa. They are modules that can one day be used as nuclear weapon systems. And with that in mind, the numbers are way too large. There must be another reason they're so widespread. Like what? It's all about needs. To small-time outfits like most of these private forces, this product is a dream come true. Hell, it goes beyond PFs. This is the ultimate weapon, the forbidden fruit, for anyone with an enemy to fight and people to defend. A nuclear deterrent. Exactly. Sounds familiar, huh? PFs are all operating off your playbook. You created these times. But could this be the new weapon in Africa that Emmerich talked about? If it is, why is Cypher letting everyone and his brother get their hands on one? What comes next? Selling nuclear weapons in the open? Making them public property? Why don't they give that a try? Then the next war really will be fought with sticks. Right. The man we're dealing with isn't foolish enough to make a suicide pact with the world. So, what is Cypher really up to?
Alright. Let's do it. DRK was tearing up having to leave. Yeah, I mean, he loves playing this game for the most part, I think. I don't think he likes doing Lingua Franca. But I think he enjoys doing most of the missions. That is Ocelot, yes. Actually, before we do this, let me just check my development. Golden Tiger. Splitter for later, maybe. Desert Fox. Okay, yeah, we seem to be good. Actually, wait, is that an upgrade for the Trank as well? 18 minutes. Alright, let's do it.
Boss, this contract comes from the MPLA, the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola. Apparently, new Western bipedal weapons have been deployed to Ditadi Abandoned Village and are a threat to their troops. Our job is to eliminate them. The bipedal weapons they're talking about are, of course, walker gears. As I previously reported, they're already in active service with PFs in Africa. But don't you find it strange? A PF employed by the West obtains a prototype developed by the Soviets, yet the Russia-backed MPLA don't know the details. Eastern weapons technology developed in Afghanistan is being supplied to the West in Africa. Only Cypher would be capable of making something like that happen. So, boss, eliminate the walker gears at Ditadi Abandoned Village, just like the MPLA have asked. Once you do, the PF will need to contact its supplier, giving us a chance to close in on that supplier, Cypher.
Okay, let's destroy these fucking walker gears. Where's my C4? Do I have it equipped? Let me put on some Golden Tiger as well. Alright, let's do it. Get hyped for blowing up walker gears. Yeah, some exciting stuff. A little bite-sized VR mission here for us to do.
Boss, this contract comes from the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, also known as the MPLA. The PF at Ditadi Abandoned Village has been supplied with walker gears. Your job is to eliminate them all. Destroy them, extract them, whatever you see fit. This just might get us closer to the walker gear supplier, Cypher. Good luck, boss.
Yeah, Eternal, it might be fun to do something like that sometime, like a Q&A or something with the both of us. Where we just have a chat and talk to chat. Code Talker voice acting this time? Yeah, maybe, if I'm around for some of the big Code Walker tapes later. Maybe I'll do my versions of them again. Yeah. Man. The light looks nice here. Let me turn off some of this shit. I like to turn off the HUD for this game. Subtitles, scores, trials, turn that shit off. Markers, enemy presence, damage direction. I'll leave the action icon displays on. Turn the weapon icons off. Nice and clean.
The targets have been deployed to that outpost. Find and eliminate all of them.
Hey, what's up, Wexford? How's it going, man? I have yet to experience the glory of capturing animals in this game. Maybe when I eventually go from my 100% playthrough. I've been meaning to do that for a long time, but still haven't gotten around to it. I've heard all the horror stories about what it entails. All the trouble you go to for your little JPEG of an animal. Yeah, let's just bullshit our way through this. Tranking. You have a good vantage point up there. You can climb up on top of that rock. Get a good view of this whole little outpost. But we don't really need to go up there, I don't think. Take everyone out from here. Strap C4 to all the walker gears. Oops. Hey, what's up, Pro? How's it going, man? Appy, what's up? Sailboat with the 90 months and the 90-month streak. Are you a decoy? Yeah. These guys having a chat. Oh! I think I got him before the alert triggered. Yeah. Okay, and that should be it.
Target destroyed.
Oh, I did catch someone in the blast.
Your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land.
I always underestimate the AoE. I thought that guy was a little bit too far away. That's just one kill, I think. I don't think I killed anyone else. And there we go. Chad MGSV Enjoyer, thank you for the 2 years, man. 24 months, thank you. Yeah, I usually go for like S-rank Foxhound runs when I play this. I still get some satisfaction trying to perfect the missions and get that string of Foxhounds. This hot zone, we must be getting close to it.
All right, you're out of
There we go.
zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Mission complete. Great work. Boss, we were right. Once you'd eliminated those walker gears, a resupply call was made from Ditati to CFA headquarters. The CFA then contacted none other than Saner. That's right, the shell company that owned Mvinda Oilfield. So Saner was just a front for Cypher. The resupply won't be happening just yet. But we did learn that the walker gears are transported out of Nova Braga Airport. Apparently there's a distribution network on the Savannah that links all the PF outposts. I'll have the intel team investigate this network. If Cypher is supplying PFs with walker gears, the PFs have to be offering them something in return. We follow the money trail. We might just find ourselves on Cypher's doorstep.
The ranks mainly come down to time. The code names are dependent on your style of play and other stats.
Boss, the intel team has come back with...
To get Foxhound rank, you need to do 3 missions in a row. Perfect stealth. And then to keep that string going, you just need to keep it up with each mission that you do. I think it's 3 anyway. If you have the right Fulton upgrade, I think you should be able to Fulton the walker gears. I can't remember.
Boss, the intel team has come back with its report following
But I would
its
say so.
investigation into PF logistics. Cypher has to be involved with this distribution network somehow. One thing in particular caught my eye. A convoy that regularly crosses the Savannah. On paper, it's just mined resources going to the government, but the security's much too heavy. At the very least, it's worth checking out. Take a look at the mission.
Any more tapes?
Boss, about those walker gears deployed by the CFA. It appears that it's not just the CFA. PFs all along the Angola-Zaire border are also getting equipped with them. The bipedal technology was developed by the Soviets, but Cypher's the one supplying it to the PFs. The question is why? What's in it for them? The answer may lie in the compensation being traded to Cypher by the PFs. Many outfits operating in Africa get locally mined resources as spoil.
Oh, going into this menu cancels that? Huh. Hey, did we kill Quiet again?
Boss, about those walker gears deployed by the CFA. It appears that it's not just the CFA.
I think we've killed her like 4 playthroughs in a row now.
Equipped with them. The bipedal technology was developed by the Soviets, but Cypher's the one supplying it to the PFs. The question is why? What's in it for them? The answer may lie in the compensation being traded to Cypher by the PFs. Many outfits operating in Africa get locally mined resources as spoils of war. Diamonds, nuggets of gold, and rare metals. According to the intel team, there's a PF convoy that regularly transports the goods, escorted by armored vehicles, no less. Pretty heavy security for crossing the remote Angolan savannah. I can't imagine Cypher would be so interested in minerals alone. Those convoys have to be transporting something else. Something that holds the key to Cypher's plans. Boss, I want you to extract the truck, cargo and all, from the PF convoy. Let's find out what Cypher's real goals are.
Okay, Nova Braga Airport. Steel and concrete. I think gray urban tends to be good for Nova Braga. Or splitter for when I actually get into the vehicle. Let's go for splitter. Bam, bam, bam.
Boss, your objective is to steal an entire truck from a PF convoy. We don't have a fix on the truck we want, but the intel team has spotted the unit that's been tasked with escorting it. They're stationed at the guard post to the north of Nova Braga Airport on the Savannah. The rendezvous with our target will be any time now. Start by heading to that guard post. Then follow the escort unit. It should lead you right to the target truck. Boss, extract them from the mission area. You can check the target details on your iDroid. That's the truck being used in the convoy. Extract that truck with the cargo still in it. You can also drive it out of the hot zone yourself if you prefer. But our objective is to study that cargo. Make sure you bring it back in one piece.
That's the armored vehicle escort. It has some serious firepower. Make sure your gear is up to scratch before you do it with that thing.
Hey, it's important cargo, Dim. That yellow cake. We don't need to go and get the intel. Let's just go straight to the airport. I only found out recently that there are unique soldier conversations in this mission. If you follow the convoy and they stop, and the guards will like, they'll allude to the Devil's House and shit like that, I think. Just the phrasing of entire truck. Oh yeah, I didn't even pay attention to that. Not half of the truck. Can we not just extract a quarter of the truck? Alright, let's creep in here. I don't think I'm going to go for the optional conversations here because I'm not, like, all that well versed in doing this. Let's creep up here. Are there any, like, interesting ways of luring these guys away from their position? Every method I've come up with is just, like, really slow and tedious. But I'm not sure if there's any way of, like, you know, if you set off an explosion somewhere, I don't think they'll, like, run towards the explosion or anything. They'll get distracted by decoys and stuff, but that doesn't really help me lure them away from the truck any faster. They'll always be drawn towards your position. Like, if I'm sitting down here, now they will slowly, all of them will slowly make their way down towards me. Yeah, see, look. They can always sense where you are, but it would be nice if you could speed up the process somehow. Trigger the alert and get the truck and get an S rank. Yeah, you won't get the Foxhound rank though. Don't get the Foxhound code name. S ranks are for bitches. It's the S rank and the code name that you need to be after. You know, if you want to be cool. If you want, you know, true respect for your expert gameplay. Nobody's impressed by S ranks. As you say, you know, just speed through it. There's your S rank. Doesn't matter how you play. Okay, any day now. See, a true player is like me, who sits around and waits for half an hour for these guys to walk around this corner. See, like, this is the real godlike gameplay right here. Like, are you not impressed by this? This takes way more skill than just simply triggering an alert. Getting in the truck. See, and then I have to come up here before he gets too close, because if he gets too close, then an alert will trigger. So you have to be very careful, little by little, lure them around the corner. See, it might look easy, but there's a real art to this. But, you know, you guys wouldn't really understand. Me, you know, I do this for a living, so, you know, like, I understand the nuances and the complexity, but, you know, I wouldn't expect you guys to get it straight away. Oh, shit. That's okay, we're good. Oh, fuck. I hope a guy doesn't come around that corner. I hope they're all headed over here. There's an art to this. Flashbacks to Dog's acid gameplay. Hey, I will be the first person to admit, I am not yet a, I'm not an acid god yet. I'm an acid beginner. Okay, let's get up here. Now, where? How far away? Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, what the fuck? I can just Fulton the truck? Do I have the Fulton?
Good. You're in the target truck, but the skulls are still nearby. You think you can get away from them?
Usually I don't have the vehicle Fulton at this point in the game. But anyway, that's how you do it without Fultoning the vehicle. If you're playing with low-tier equipment, that's how you do it stealthily, without alerts. Easy. Exciting stuff, right?
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Thank you, Kaz. That makes me feel so good. I'm the best. I'm Big Boss.
Boss, we searched the truck you recovered. There were two primary types of cargo. First, drums of malachite, a copper ore. That took up most of the truck bed.
but malachite isn't valuable enough to warrant an escort. The real cargo was likely the second item, a shielding container. The contents, yellow cake. That's right, the raw material for a nuclear weapon. That might point to the weapon to surpass Metal Gear Emmerich told us about. But who can say? Thing is, there isn't a lot of it. Not enough to make a nuclear warhead. Give us some time. We'll look into it. Try to figure out why they had this under such close guard.
All right, nice. Get out of here, Sean Icestone.
Boss, this is an emergency. We had 2 intel team agents undercover at the PF, Contract Forces of Africa. The CFA have captured them both. They don't have long to live. You've got to get them out of there ASAP. This means Cypher might be getting wind of our existence. We may need to move more cautiously from now on. I just hope this incident has nothing to do with them. I've added the details to your mission list. Don't let them down, boss.
Boss, I have the report on that cargo we stole from Cypher's truck. The PF was transporting 2 things. The analysis of that malachite has come back first. Naturally, the main compound is copper. There's also a small amount of cobalt. Nothing unusual so far. Southern Zaire is a well-known copper belt. However, in addition to these, we also detected a trace amount of uranium. The content percentage, though, is too low for nuclear development. It most likely came from Shinkolobwe mine. That's where the uranium in that area comes from. The mine's closed, as all the high-purity uranium ore dried up a long time ago. But you could probably still find it there in small quantities. That said, there are plenty of other uranium mines that are in operation, like in Niger, Namibia, South Africa. Why go to an abandoned mine to scrape up whatever's left and ship it out in mass quantities without refining it? They were transporting that yellow cake too, which would suggest they have the technology to refine uranium. Anyway, that about sums it up. Unfortunately, the analysis of that yellow cake is taking a little longer. I'll let you know when it's done. Zero Risk Security aren't as hardcore a military outfit compared to the other 2 PFs in this region. The company sends operatives to conflict regions around the world, not just Africa. They have decades of combined experience. They're also based out of South Africa. Their headquarters is in Johannesburg. A lot of their work involves corporate security for South African companies, but a good number of their operators are retired South African military. So don't mistake them for a bunch of security guards.
Did our last marathon reach 6 days as well? I think it must have, right? Yeah, I guess we should start changing the title to 6-day marathons. I think oftentimes we'll put like 5+ days, just because, you know, it tends to like go a little bit over. But yeah, I guess we should put 6-day marathon in the title next time. Yeah, that's they're pretty beefy.
Boss, this is an emergency. We had 2 intel team agents undercover at the PF Contract Forces of Africa. The CFA have captured them both. They don't have long to live. You've got to get them out of there ASAP. Since our mission at the oil field, we're no longer just business rivals to the CFA. We're enemies, and they want revenge. Our men will be killed the moment the interrogation's complete. And then it won't just be a matter of 2 dead soldiers. Their execution will be a catalyst, sparking resentment within Diamond Dogs against the CFA. Our men will push us to retaliate. Then things will cease to be about business. We'll be starting a personal war. That's not what we set out to do. The 2 men are being held in Kaziba camp. Hurry, boss. They're counting on you. Don't let them down.
Your last marathon was 140 hours, 16 minutes, and 19 seconds. So not quite 6 days. Wait, so we haven't reached 6 days in this marathon either. My math is fucking terrible. All right, let's rescue these assholes. Although, yeah, I mean, I guess we're in the 6th day. Yeah, whatever. 5 days, 6 days. Let's equip the higher grade. And we'll go back to Golden Tiger. We'll get rid of this truck. Do I have woodland? Hey, what's up, Chrono Paladin? Bad Humans had a great question. Hold on, let me scroll up. I do enjoy Bad Humans and his questions. God, why is it so awkward scrolling up in a fucking Twitch chat? Like it just, I move my mouse a tiny bit and it just like teleports. No, I'm not clicking there. I'm not clicking there. Oh my fuck. Bad Humans, can you post your question again? Would I play the patchy slot if one ended up in my hands? Yeah. Sure. When the remake comes out. Which remake is this? The non-existent remake that's been spoken about for 10 years? That gets brought up by hack journalists every few months? That remake? Yeah, I'm going to be playing the shit out of that remake. Sure. It's coming out, when is it? Next year? Year after? Year after that? Year after that? Bad Humans. Hold on. Did I miss your question again? Yeah, for some reason, scrolling up in my chat right now is like, it's just teleporting all over the place every time I try and scroll properly. Oh, was the pachinko machine question the question, or was the remake question the remake question was Bad Humans question? Which one was his question?
Members are being held captive by the PF in that area, the CFA. Your job is to rescue them. They don't have long to live. It appears that one of our 2 men has broken out of the encampment and is on the run. He contacted us to say he was surrounded. That's the last we heard from him. Your map is marked with a predicted field of movement based on where his transmissions cut off. The other man is still captive inside the encampment. Boss, rescue our men. Extract them both and get them back to Mother Base.
He said when the remakes come out, will you and DRK stream them or will you get impersonators to stream them? Legit question. Yeah, it certainly sounds legit.
Be careful down there, boss.
I mean, I really should be hoping for like more remakes and stuff in terms of my streaming career, you know? It'd be very good for us if more MGS games came out. It'd be good for the channel. It'd be good for business if we had more MGS games coming out. And, I mean, with the current remake culture and everything, it wouldn't be surprising if they did start doing a few remakes. But you never know with current day Konami and what their priorities seem to be. Is this guy gonna see me? Ooh, I might get caught here. So this first guy is up in this little mini forest here.
Last contacted us from that forest. The enemy PF already has troops spread out in a manhunt to find him. Keep your eyes open. Extract our man before their search team can find him. Check his location on your iDroid.
Blood Runs Deep hasn't been done yet. No, it'll be coming up soon.
Field of movement. If he's gone to ground, he'll have hidden himself somewhere in that area. Find him.
Might be the next mission, actually. So here's this guy.
All right, that's the target. Quickly, extract him while you can.
You're basically on a timer to rescue this guy.
Other man is here. I never told them the thing.
Ooh.
I have intel on them. I swallowed it.
So we do the will I put on my DRK mask here? Play the intel tape? Let's do it.
Diamond Dog's intel team specializes in information gathering, mainly HUMINT and SIGINT. They plant scouts and moles in the field. These operatives will blend into the local populace and work under the guise of a resident, or disguise themselves as travelers and ask around for information. They observe targets using various hidden bugs, cameras, and transmitters, and by tapping their satellite and phone communications. Analyzing all this information creates a clear picture of how wars and the PFs fighting them are changing. This data can also be used for threat assessment when deciding whether to accept contracts from certain clients. And during missions, the intel team keeps track of target locations and produces FOM predictions, reporting mission-critical information based on real-time remote observation of changes in the AO. What you hear from us over the radio is based on how we interpret the data gathered at the command platform. However, intel team operatives go unarmed in almost all situations to avoid revealing themselves to the enemy. Some will carry a knife, but most have nothing at all. As such, don't expect them to help you take on heavily armed adversaries like PF soldiers. Think of them as entirely passive in the hot zone. Plus, they use all manner of techniques to remain inconspicuous in the field. If you ever spot one, you'll have some serious explaining to do. So remember, their specialty is espionage. They may not be of use in a firefight, but when it comes to intel, they're pros.
So yeah, a little bit funny that this guy is here just completely decked out in his Diamond Dogs gear. How are you blending into the local populace, sir? With this on your shoulder. Alright, let's extract this fool. Where is...
Now, rescue the other target. Head for Kaziba camp.
Oh, hello.
Boss, our man you extracted gave us all the intel he could. You got a lead on what's happening with the CFA. Check it on your iDroid.
They should have had the Intel members dressed up in trench coats and fedoras.
Kaziba camp, an enemy outpost. It's got good visibility and not many places to hide. Use the landscape wherever possible. Roger.
It would be an improvement, wouldn't it? It'd be kind of silly, but... You know, like a noir cliche. Undercover. This guy here, I guess I'll take him out. This guy dressed up in his Diamond Dogs gear as well.
Looks half starved too. There's no way he can stand the shock of a Fulton extraction. Get him out by chopper.
They kept saying
Ooh, hello.
the disease was her fault.
Hold on.
This is B-Quad.
Yeah, continue what you were saying. The disease was your fault, something like that?
Just shouting it at me.
This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Kept saying, you think we're angry? The poor bastards from Massa Village will bleed you all dry for this.
Amiyoto, thank you for gifting a sub to Swift. Let's stick him on the horse here.
Confirmed extraction of both targets. Boss, on behalf of all the Diamond Dogs, thank you. Departing! Alright, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Mission complete and how?
Mr. Man, how's it going, man?
Boss, One of the job offers we received concerns me. There's a PF commander who's been talking big about getting into the nuclear arms trade. This could be connected to that yellow cake. And there's another contract I'd like you to handle. It's a wet job, but we need to divert Cypher's attention. Check the mission list for the details.
Boss, sorry to keep you waiting. We finally finished analyzing that yellow cake Cypher was moving. There was nothing unusual about the composition of the yellow cake itself. Most of it was oxidized uranium, with the rest being impurities, various metals as well as traces of organic matter. What's interesting is the composition of these impurities. When we checked them against the impurities found in the copper ore, it was clear the yellow cake didn't come from Shinkolobwe, meaning they went to the trouble of mining two sources of uranium, then transported them together in different states. Another thing, we detected a very thin layer of highly enriched uranium in the middle of the yellow cake. Now that is very interesting. It may not be a lot, but it points to the existence of uranium-enriching technology. After all, yellow cake can't naturally produce highly enriched uranium. If they could mass produce this, they'd be just one step away from a gun barrel type nuclear bomb. But uranium enrichment requires advanced technology and a large-scale facility. If that kind of place existed in Zaire, the Soviet Union wouldn't sit idly by. And there's another question. Where were they transporting the yellow cake and malachite uranium? The first place that comes to mind is South Africa. The government was supposed to have abandoned nuclear weapons development after caving to international pressure. But rumors persist that it's continued in secret. Plus, CRS were escorting the truck, and they're based out of South Africa. And then South Africa does have an abandoned test site. If Cypher's involved with nuclear development in South Africa. But how would that fit with their weapon to surpass Metal Gear? We need more information.
Shinkolobwe. There's a name I haven't heard in a while.
The U.S. bought a lot of uranium from Shinkolobwe mine during World War II for the Manhattan Project. They even sent a squad from the Army Corps of Engineers to reopen the mine after it was flooded. That's how good its uranium must have been. With that, the world's first nuclear test was a success. Shinkolobwe uranium might have been used in the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs too. Just hearing its name is like seeing all the phantoms of the war rise up to haunt us. But all the uranium's dried up, and the mine's been closed for years.
So someone reopened it.
Right. Zero-risk security seized control of the area and were forcing locals to work in it. And the Zairean government was getting a slice of what they took in exchange for looking the other way. Mobutu has to finance his tastes somehow. He'll gladly sell the rights to some old mine. The question is, why would zero-risk security do this kind of thing?
Or rather, why were their employers, Cypher, interested in an abandoned mine? Maybe getting trace amounts of uranium, yet to the naked eye it appears to be ordinary malachite, meaning security would be lax. Not a very efficient way of obtaining it, but easier to move.
But how would they enrich it at its destination?
Did the yellow cake really have a layer of highly enriched uranium in it?
Having trouble believing it?
No. If they say it's real, then it's real. In which case, they might have some enrichment method that we don't know about.
And this was to test it out?
It's possible. And that would mean it's almost complete.
Rogue Coyote operates mainly out of Africa these days. Of the 3 PFs, they're the smallest. However, they scooped up most of the Rhodesian SAS after the country collapsed 4 years ago. Picture their entire organization as one big special forces unit. With Rhodesia a British colony, the Rhodesian SAS had its origins in 22 SAS Sea Squadron. They started out as a group known as the Southern Rhodesia Volunteers. But in '51 they were incorporated into 22 SAS as members of the British Commonwealth and deployed to fight guerrillas in the Malayan emergency. Even now, 22 SAS keeps the Sea Squadron designation empty in recognition of their service. In a way, you could say the SAS almost makes up the core of Rogue Coyote. Later on, they were bolstered by other talent, including former Celis Scouts and 32 Battalion. These guys are direct descendants of the best special forces in the world. They won't go down without a fight. Don't get careless. Kunganga Mine. A civil war's been going on in that region for the last 20 years. is being fought by what are now two ethnic groups, the Buta and the Mbele. Originally, you could barely tell them apart, but the reason for the current armed conflict goes back to World War I. After the war, their land was colonized by a European power, and it decided to give local control to the Buta. That split the two groups into rulers and subjects, laying the foundations for an inevitable civil war. The friction between them remained even after they won independence from Europe. The Buta are holding on to power to this day, and the Mbele rebels continue to fight back. The conflict is funded by locally mined gold, rare metals, diamonds. They've used the money from those to arm themselves, buy oil, and even hire PFs. The Buta administration owns the mining rights to Kungenga mine. But most of the laborers are Mbele, who they've taken prisoner. The product they've gouged out of their land is bought up by cheap Western corporations. And the civil war is fueled by the profits. That's how it goes. One country's people is split apart by another country. Then the two groups tear up their own land for money in order to fight each other. Now this civil war started by a foreign power is the norm, and it's sucking up all the country's resources. PFs are just the same. They follow the money, taking war with them wherever they go. That goes for us too. It's an endless river of bloody retaliation, and we're standing downstream. Should we make a stand and staunch the flow? Or wade in amongst the corpses and make a bigger splash than the rest? We'll follow your lead, boss.
I remember when Three Dog did a quiz and he banned everyone who answered wrong. That isn't really what happened. I didn't ban anyone. I pretended to ban people. That was for the history of the vocal cord parasites. That everyone had to pay really close attention to Code Talker's tapes, and then afterwards I had a quiz where I asked questions about the vocal cord parasites. Alright, let's fucking do the next mission, shall we? Blood runs deep. The diamond and the cracked diamond. Eliminate the 6 rebel Mbele soldiers taken prisoner by the ruling Buta tribe to ensure they cannot talk.
There are 6 targets. They're soldiers. The contract is to kill them all. They used to be with a platoon of Mbele rebels, but then the Buta authorities captured them. There are 2 locations, the Bumpevi plantation and the Kungenga mine. The client is none other than the general they served under. He wants them dead to keep them from talking. A commander murdering his former men. That's what this boils down to.
I scam train. I am drinking beer today. So I can be your drinking buddy if you like. Let's see. Let's go back to Golden Tiger for this one. This is where we have to rescue the kids. Actually, let me just make sure we have all the translators. We might do some of the optional conversations here. Side ops, interpreter, Afrikaans. Isn't this mission kind of weird? Like, if you rescue the Afrikaans interpreter during Lingua Franca, the interpreter mission still appears in side ops, even though you already have the interpreter. I think that's what happens, right? Even if you already have the Afrikaans interpreter, this side op will appear. Did DRK extract them? So I guess we don't have to do this to have the interpreter. Yeah, they have this here just in case you didn't extract the interpreter in the main mission. And I guess they didn't want you to have to do a main mission to get the interpreter. We'll leave mine clearing 1 for later. You don't want to spoil mine clearing in chapter 1. You want to, you know, edge it out. You want to delay it a bit. Because, you know, you can't really appreciate it this early in the game. In chapter 2, you know, you're really just starving for the mine clearing. So, yeah, we usually wait. But, we can maybe just come into the menu to look at it every now and then if you just want a little bit of a tease, just so you know that it's here. Maybe I'll bring it up every now and then, just let you know that it's here, waiting. Clear landmines that have been set and left behind. Left behind by who, though? Think about that. Diamond Dogs has been contracted by an NGO to undertake peacekeeping activities such as these. Pretty interesting. Just, I'm just going to let that sit and marinate until chapter 2, and you guys can just think about that. Alright, let's do the next main mission. Yeah, I mean, I don't need anything, do I? Will I do this at night, during the day? I really should look up what missions you need to do to unlock all the other mine clearing missions. Because I don't think it's as simple as mine clearing 1 unlocks mine clearing 2, unlocks mine clearing 3. The order is all jumbled up. I think you have to do some other mission. Like a completely separate mission. To get mine clearing 2.
There's 6 targets. Our contract is to kill them all. And the client is the general they served under. He wants them dead to keep them from talking. Check a VI on your iDroid for more information.
As long as other side ops don't take place in the exact same area, there's no process behind it. Oh, so that's the issue. Mine clearing 2 won't appear because you already have another side op that's in that same location. So you just need to do that side op and then mine clearing 2 will appear. I didn't know that. How many mine clearing missions are there? I don't think there are like 10 of them. I think there's only 5, isn't there?
Be careful down there, boss.
Is there 7? That's a problem with the legendary gunsmith. I don't think I've ever rescued the legendary gunsmith. I haven't interacted with the gun customization system in this game, not even once. I should probably do that one of these days. We really need to do a 100% run, so I can see all these other systems that I haven't seen. All right, we're going to the Bampevi plantation. The colors and the light here really are nice. It's worthless after the 1.2 patch. What did the 1.2 patch do? Is it actually 10 mine clearing missions?
Single burst from his machine gun could cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss. That's Bampevi plantation. The targets are mixed in with the soldiers in that base. Use the VI to identify them.
I wonder how many Peace Walker has. Does Peace Walker have a really good bunch of them as well? It doesn't feel as bad in Peace Walker anyway, because you get just thrown straight into the mission. There's no beating around the bush. In this game, it just feels silly because it's presented like you're going in for serious business, like getting the fucking 2-minute chopper ride in and sprinting to the location, and then, you're just, all you're doing is wandering around in this big open space, getting rid of mines. It just feels, it's just much more depressing. Not to say that it's the greatest thing ever in Peace Walker either, though, you know? Are you gonna run over this guy? Run him over. Run him over.
Our contract is to eliminate the target.
I want this guy to see me. Maybe I can lure him over here. Oh, shit. Hey, man. Oh, of course. Of course. Throw a mag at my balls.
Heavy Plantation and Kungenga Mine. Locate them and then eliminate.
Sorry, that was rude. But don't tell me what to do.
The soldiers in that base. Use the VI to identify them.
Bobovich, thank you for the 65 months. I'm really not looking for like basic advice when it comes to the mechanics of this game. Don't worry. I've played it a few times before, even if I do make silly mistakes sometimes. Yeah, come up here. Wow, is that other guy actually seeing me from there? Nice, sending his boy over. Okay. Knock him over! Knock him over! Oh, shit! Now he's waking him up. Come on now, any day. Okay, now where's this guy going?
So you've spotted the target.
How long did they say? Oh, yeah, straight away after 2 shots.
Putting the target to sleep doesn't count as eliminating them. Neither does knocking them out.
It's a rank 3 tranks, so it's pretty decent, but it's actually a pretty tricky base, this one. Grab him. V for victory against the Western video game market. That is what Kojima said the V stood for in for MGS5. That it represents their team's desire for victory against the Western games industry. And I think he, in particular, he viewed Grand Theft Auto 5 as their major competition. Pretty funny to think about in retrospect, GTA 5 being like The most profitable piece of media ever in the history of man. But yeah, that might tie into the whole revenge concept in a meta sense as well. Like, because it's a pretty, like, quite a statement, you know? You already have the term being associated with Zadornov and war and revenge taken against nations. It represents our desire for victory against the Western games industry. It might tie into how westernized the game feels as well. Like it's the open world style, the controls. It definitely feels like the most streamlined and westernized game in the series. And I think more so than any other game in the series, it was played, like this was a lot of people's first MGS game. Funnily enough.
You've reached the mine. 5 targets are being held captive at that outpost. The VI and your iDroid will show you where they are.
Bum 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 bum. Victory over Western games makes pachinko machines. I'm talking about Kojima and MGS5, not Konami. Kojima didn't want to make pachinko machines. Spit it out.
Spit it out. Speak. Speak.
Extracting the target. Our contract was to kill the target, but I'll go with your decision. 5 targets remaining. Head for the Kurgenga mine.
Whoa, oh, oh, yeah, it's necessary that we pick this up later for the Jeep ride.
Boss, get down.
Boss, get down.
Ship. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
I love how they play this every time a chopper appears in the game. So sick. It's become such an iconic part of the series, you know? Everyone loves that line of dialogue. Because you hear it 5 million times during your 100-hour playthrough of MGS5. So cool. Of course, the enemy sniper line as well. It's a classic. How could anyone forget that? Let me... Let me take that out. The in-game dialogue is one of the maybe my least favorite thing about this game, or like the part of the game that I think is like it's like the worst flaw of the game. Maybe not the worst flaw, but like it's up there. Because it's supposed to be such an integral part of this game, right? That the story is told through little bits and pieces of information. It's you know, we're supposed to be piecing it together ourselves as we listen in on enemy conversations and stuff like that. But all the overlapping dialogue, as well the tapes, you know, they really wanted us to be able to listen to tapes in the world during missions. But it's such a clusterfuck if you try and attempt that. Because if you just have overlapping dialogue all the time, you turn on your tape, you move 2 seconds, shh, boss, shh. It's like, okay, well now I missed these 2 seconds, let me go in and pause the fucking thing, and then rewind, and then play it again, and... It's, like, it's just one of those things that makes you wonder, how the fuck how did this get past testing? How is this not, like, immediately obvious? It was an issue in Ground Zeroes as well. It was, like, a clear and blatant issue that, like, was experienced by everyone in Ground Zeroes, and nope, still carried over to Phantom Pain. I don't know how that happened. You know, in-game dialogue, conversations, tapes, listening to in the world. All of this was like an integral part of how the story was delivered in this, and what they were going for. But it's such a mess. I really like the idea of that as well, you know? I like that they... I like this approach. It was one of my favorite, like, even with the problems, even dealing with Kaz's bullshit in Ground Zeroes, it was one of my favorite things about that game, was just, like, trying to find all the optional conversations and realizing that, hey, if you rescue Chico first, you can't get this line of dialogue, but there's also this special conversation that you can only hear if you rescue him first. And likewise for Paz, you can only hear this if you rescue her first. And it was like, you know, trying to uncover all these bits of information was cool. It was like you were trying to put a puzzle together. Go, go, go. No, we'll rescue all the kids this time. Maybe. I might let one of them die. We'll do it the traditional way.
Bingo. You know what to do. Their lives for a fistful of diamonds, huh? And what happens after that? They can't go home. They've only got two options. Heaven or hell.
No, there's another.
Utter heaven. Tape's rolling, boss.
How about it, Cos? Looks like our client just got outbid.
We got the recording. Objective accomplished.
Let's go.
We'll bring him back to Mother Base. Now, for the RV. There's some high ground downriver. I'll have the chopper set down there. Lead the kids to safety. Listen, the kids don't get hurt. No matter what, you bring them back alive. Exit the cave and turn left, then pass through the swamp and follow the river downstream. You'll have to lead the kids to the RV. Can they all walk?
That humans. Let's be quiet. Meanwhile, fires off a firearm in a cave that echoes. Yeah. It's kind of funny if you think about that scene. And I guess the client is just going to accept this audio recording. They hear the gunshots, the screams. I guess they're dead.
Doesn't look like he can walk. You still gonna help him?
But I mean, I guess the fact that they're gone from the cave as well will also prove it, combined with that, if they don't hear about them, I guess. But yeah, you don't actually have to rescue all the kids here. You only have to rescue one. And it's kind of cool. If you only rescue one, it actually alters the next cutscene. Only one child will appear during the next cutscene. But then they kind of break that immersion or that cool detail by just having all the other kids appear on the base later on anyway. So really, you should be forced to rescue all the kids here because the story needs all the kids to be on the base later. It feels like, from initially, it feels like one of those cool MGS moments where the game will change in subtle ways depending on how you play. You know, if you only rescue one kid, well, one kid appears on the base. If you rescue two kids. You know, and there's these slight variations, but yeah. No matter how many kids you rescue, all the kids will appear on the base later anyway, so yeah. Just MGS 5 stuff. Although if you do just rescue one kid, it does the scene you get is kind of funny. Where they bring out the stretcher. Where they bring out the stretcher, it's like, oh shit.
Raise our GMP.
Now I'm kind of tempted to show it with the one kid. Now we'll do it the traditional way this time.
Boss, if even one of those kids die, the mission's a failure. Be careful.
It's a poorly scripted episode, one of those sweep it under the rug things due to deadlines. That's what it feels like. Alright. So commanding these
You
kids
left
can be a
only
bit
support out there. You
awkward.
need to give them orders. Lead them to the objective area. But they won't
Best
shoot
way
you
to
if
go
you're too
about
far
it.
away from them.
Shut
Keep that in
up.
mind.
The best way to go about it is to just keep moving. Don't interact with them, just let them follow you. Ah, fuck. God, now he's waking up. You okay? Oh, fuck.
The enemy spotted the target.
I should have got a refresher on my suppressor.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Nice. I guess I'm just gonna let you drown there. Alright, boys, let's keep going.
Wait. Let's go.
You'd think in that situation, the first command there should be to just go, because they're waiting. They're already waiting. Cowering. But no, you tell them to wait and then tell them to go. It's a little bit messy. Unintuitive. Come on, let's go, let's go. Really, Rudy? You enjoy Phantom Pain? What's the one you find yourself coming back to? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people really love just the core gameplay of this game. There we go. Let's get that suppressor. Oh, hello.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of them. They won't hear you if you're too far away from them.
I enjoy a decent chunk of this game, I would say. It starts to wear on me like halfway through the Africa chapter. I think that's when the game starts to really, that's when it runs out of tricks. Chapter 2 is an incredible slog.
Sound of rainfall should help to mask your footsteps.
My main issue with this game is the lack of variety, I think, in missions. The bite-sized missions that feel kind of like VR missions.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
The fact that you seem to be incentivized, I feel, to play in a pretty what is the word I'm looking for?
They won't hear you if you're too far away from them.
Hold on, I'm trying to focus here as well at the same time. Kids, Kids, are you coming? Or are they still just back here?
Come on.
Wait, go. Okay, let's do it. Oh no, they still just need me to go a bit further, I think. Yeah, I just wish there was more variety to the missions. The types of mission objectives. And that the game incentivized more than just, you know, tranking and Fultoning. I feel like for the most part the game incentivizes a pretty limited style of play for all the talk about, you know, tactical espionage redefined and being able to play the game in a million ways, and one person will play this mission one way and the other person will have like a whole other experience, and there's just a million ways to play the game. I feel like when I watch people play this game, it's a lot of crouching around with the trank pistol, Fultoning people. Because that's what the game really heavily encourages you to do. But after a while, that process really starts to wear out its welcome. Spreading that across like up to 100 hours potentially. It's a bit much. You know, after a while I feel like you're just not really being challenged in many new ways, you know? You're just kind of crouching around, crawling around, taking your headshots, tranking the fools. Which feels good. Feels really good up until a certain point, and then it's like, well, games kind of run out of tricks. I think a lot of it's not like an issue unique to MGS5. I think a lot of big games struggle with that.
Gonna tighten security. They'll be coming after you. Watch your back.
Where the length and where the game systems can't really justify the size and length of the game.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Oh fuck. But again, that's just me, you know. I think for a lot of people don't feel that way. They think there still is enough variety in the missions. Or they still just enjoy the core gameplay so much that it just doesn't bother them. I got caught. The objectives are always the same. Yeah, like go in, extract the guy. That's the meme. And then there are some demolition missions and some other stuff, but more unique missions like this one where we're escorting a load of kids.
Stop. Wait. I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
Griffin Sanders with the 9 months. Thank you. Yeah, I guess it feels a bit worse as well. I guess, you know, for these marathons as well, I think it can feel worse than it normally is because we don't feel any real incentive to build up our base. Like there's... The only real reason to explore the maps in this is to grind for materials. You know, that's what your exploration leads to in this game. Fultoning things. Fultoning guards, Fultoning materials, going into rooms to find materials. But, yeah, for these playthroughs, where we're just going through the story and there's no real need to upgrade your base, you know, you just, yeah, you feel no incentive to really explore the maps. Because there's no reason to. Exploration leads to finding materials to build up your base, but there's no reason for us to build up our base. You know, it's just a huge waste of time. But if you're playing the game normally, you will feel more of an incentive to do that. Like if you're playing the game for the first time and you want to experience all of its systems and you're doing FOBs and stuff like that, then the exploration is probably going to feel a bit more meaningful because you actually want to do all that stuff.
Looks like they found out the kids escaped. The enemy's gonna tighten.
But yeah, I guess I wish there were
coming after you.
the game. Kind of wish the game gave you better stuff, like non-lethal tools, and you know, I feel like if you're playing the game stealthily, the basic equipment in the game is, like, a lot of it is the best equipment. If you're playing the game, like in a quote-unquote traditional MGS way. Tranq pistols, smoke grenades, decoys. The level 1 decoys are fucking ridiculous in this game. The Kiefers, they can knock out fully armed guards. Level 1 decoys. Like, that is one of the best items in the game. Just a basic ass decoy. It's like a silent C4 stun grenade. That is what a decoy is in this game. Even from level 1. You get to choose where you throw it, where it lands. You get to choose when to detonate it. And when you detonate it, it's completely silent, has an AoE, and it non-lethally knocks out fully armed guards. Like, if you think about how OP the decoys are, it's pretty crazy. And that's just a level 1. That's before you even upgrade it. Maybe we'll just try and deal with the alert this time. I'm getting distracted. It knocks them out for longer than a CQC body slam. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay, let's do this one more time. Let's focus this time.
Get the targets to the RV.
Kind of fun to plan all the different ways to approach the objectives and missions, but after upgrading all the stuff, it just got too easy.
It's no good, boss. Attacking like that won't cut.
Yeah, I feel like to make the game more interesting,
Enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
you just have to, like, stop using things. But the game is all about, like, getting new things and upgrading everything that you have. And you always have, like, this very clear dominant strategy that's just, like, right in your face. Hey, how about you just trank these fucking guys?
They won't hear you if you're too far away from them.
Oh, do I have to stop and tell them to fucking go again? Really? Like, look at this. They're already waiting, but in order to get them to go, I have to tell them to wait and then tell them to go.
Go.
There we go. Where are they? Hey, what's up, Plasmic? I'm actually gonna try and focus this time. Give me back.
Boss, get down. That's an enemy gunship. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable... Looks like they found out the kids escaped. The enemy's gonna tighten security. They'll be coming after you. Watch your back.
Oh, they're gonna run.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Scared of this chopper. Ooh. Jesus Christ, so many of them. I did shoot you, didn't I? There we go. Fuck. I think we're gonna start killing fools.
Stop! Let's go.
Ooh! Just about avoided the alert.
Wait! The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Have they?
Stop! Come on, this is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Okay, nice.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Oh shit.
Target extracted.
Pequod might be fucked here.
They won't hear you if you're too far away from them.
Kids, can you please come? Do I have to tell you to fucking wait and go every time? Yeah, do your thing, Pequod. Where are the kids? Pequod, you're not killing the kids, are you?
Wait. Go.
The enemy
No,
spotted the
not
target.
back.
Take care of him.
All right, right. Yeah, now we...
Enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Last time when Kaz said they saw that an enemy spotted the kids, there was no guy here. Now it makes sense. Last time it didn't seem to make much sense. Okay, go, 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 go. Oh, I think Pequod's getting... Yeah, do your thing, Pequod.
Your shot bounced off. But at least it took that helmet with it.
Yeah, thanks, Ocelot. Yeah, man, at least I took away that helmet. This level of polish is off the charts.
Put the target on the chopper.
Alright, I think we're good. That was messy, very messy. Checkpoints, checkpoints. And then when we did it, we didn't even do it with perfect stealth. Whatever. I'm an old man. I can't hack it like I used to.
Anyone else? Good. That's the target extracted. Target extracted. Is that everyone? Gaining altitude. All right. Objective complete. Come on back to base. Just keep the target safe. Departing. Mission complete. Great work.
What you thinking, boss?
I'm thinking that he's tougher than he looks. A little training, he'll make himself useful.
Never like kids. Especially ones with guns.
See, kid's a natural.
No. He's no natural. Far from it. You probably noticed on the way in, we've expanded housing. They'll have their own quarters, separate from ours. Won't be counted as staff.
So what, we're running a daycare now?
They'll learn how to read and write. Do basic jobs.
Chance at a real life. Just not from behind a gun.
Being behind a gun's what we do, boss. There's no room for angels in our heaven.
Whoa. All right. Get back here, Pequod.
Roger.
What do you think I have to be doing on this base? Get back here.
On station at LZ.
See you later, suckers. Have fun while I'm gone. All right, now we just need to travel a few thousand miles. Any tapes? How are our side ops looking? Hey, the Kakongo interpreter has appeared. Let's pick up the Kakongo interpreter, which will actually change some cutscenes later on. Well, one cutscene with Eli. If you extract the Kakongo interpreter, Snake will speak Kakongo to Eli when he meets him. Right, let's grab him. Apparently, Kiefer got paid an extra $30 million for the Kakongo line. That was written into the contract. He had to, for foreign languages, he got a few extra dollars. In all seriousness, I feel like I always wonder about people when they talk about Kiefer's paycheck, like, you know, him getting like half the budget and shit. I know a lot of people are memeing when they say that, but I think some people probably think he got more than he actually got. Like, I have no idea how much he got paid, but I can't imagine it was anything like crazy. You know, like when people are like half the budget and shit. You know, like top Hollywood stars, like A-list Hollywood stars get like 15 to 20 million for like the big budget blockbuster pictures in the theater. Kiefer Sutherland was not like a major Hollywood draw by any means when this game was being made. You know, his time had long passed. That's not to say he didn't get paid a handsome sum. Like, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he, I'm sure it was still a hefty enough sum, but like, you know, nothing crazy. Nothing like a top fucking Hollywood actor in a movie or anything. 24 was pretty big, though. This was still after 24, though. I don't think he had been in anything major for a while when this game came out. But yeah, I mean, he probably got a few million, but you know, when we're talking about like Metal Gear 5's $80 million budget, I don't think he was getting fucking 20 million or anything, or not even anything close to 10 million. I'd be surprised if he got 5. You need to remember, he didn't just do dialogue, though. He did mocap. Congo interpreter, back this way. I'd be curious to know about like how much voice actors get paid in general. I remember reading before that like generally voice actors, when they come back for a recurring role, it's like the standard that they have to get paid more each time. Like if a voice actor is like constantly coming back for a series, I think generally they get paid more with each new title. Not that Hater's paycheck would have been going over Keeper's or anything. I doubt that. But I remember reading that before.
There should be a Kikongo English interpreter somewhere in that area. If you extract him, he could be plenty useful for us.
Isn't that why they recast Zero? Well, that did have to do with money. I'm not sure if what I just said, if that ties into it, but it was because, well, what was Zero's original voice actor? What was his name? Jim Piddock. Jim Piddock. Yeah, he said that the offer was laughable, and that's why he didn't come back for this game. I think the new VA they got for him was really good, though. I think he did a really good job. I really like how they write Zero in the truth tapes, honestly. I feel like they do a good job of keeping his original character intact while also adding his new developments from MGS4. Like, he's not a mustache-twirling villain. You know, he still has his silliness and his kookiness. But you also still get the sense of all the things that have happened since 3.
Help!
That's the target.
Oh, he was in Lethal Weapon 2, yeah. They are useless at shooting down balloons in this game. Do they ever get good at shooting down balloons? Like, do you just have to, like... Maybe they have to learn how to get good at it? You know, like how things... You know, how they'll start wearing gas masks and putting down claymores if you play in a certain way. Maybe they have to see you use a balloon a certain amount of times before they get good at shooting it down. Yeah, I guess they have to see it a good few times. Oh yeah, I mean, I've seen it happen before, but it's just rare. Okay, next mission. Let's do it.
We have a new assignment. Eliminate the commander of Rogue Coyote, one of the PFs operating in Africa. The target is simply the Major to his men. That's his rank from his army days. Instead of your typical boots-on-the-ground work, he's more of a job broker and a recruiter. And apparently he also runs a little espionage operation on the side, which could explain why he's picked up a long list of enemies. I don't like getting involved in a PF pissing match any more than you do. There's another reason we took this job. Recently, this guy's been talking about dealing in nuclear arms. Think back to the shipment that Cypher was having ZRS transport. If we put the squeeze on this Major, we might come out of it with some new intel on Cypher.
Hold on a second here. God, why is it impossible to scroll up in this chat? Anyway, I kind of got the gist of what you were saying there, Mr. Man. You're wondering about certain tapes and if they were supposed to be cutscenes. And you referenced the interrogation of Code Talker, the scene with Skullface, the tape with Skullface and Code Talker, the interrogation with the bell and everything, because that's like it feels like a scene. Yeah, it might make you wonder if that was supposed to be a cutscene originally, but at the same time, when would it have been a scene? Like that would have been something that was going to take place in the present, not in the past. What about all the stuff in Ground Zeroes as well, though? Like the Chico tapes. That stuff plays out like a real audio drama, you know? Like a scene that you're picturing in your mind as it's happening. And I don't know, I doubt that was ever supposed to be a scene. And it's rare, very rare in these games that you get a cutscene that takes place away from the current action. Like outside of the present, or even outside of Snake's perspective. Like almost all of the scenes in the series are from Snake's perspective in the present. You rarely go over to where like what other characters are doing. Or, you know, seeing things from another perspective. You know, it's usually all in some way from Snake's point of view. Sometimes they will mix it up, but like very, very rarely, and it's usually very brief. So you think if it was still going to be a flashback, I'd have my doubts, you know, that we were going to get a flashback and it was going to be this big elaborate cutscene with Skullface interrogating Code Talker. I don't know. I think for the Chico tapes, it serves it that you know that it's not a cutscene. First of all, because the content is so grotesque and horrific. You know that they're not gonna, you know, that they wouldn't show that stuff anyway. Like you have like the rape of children and stuff as things that are happening there. But I think it's also pretty effective. Like it really feels like they're trying to use the audio to make you picture the scene in your mind. Like it seems like it feels like it's been made with the intent of it being an audio drama, you know, where they're really trying to use the audio and trying to have the audience picture this in their mind while they're listening to it. I think maybe they were doing the same for the Skullface tape with the bell and the sounds and everything. I think it would have been cool to have more of those tapes, honestly. I think that was probably something I was expecting as well. More of that, like where you actually, as well, I think it would have been cool if you had to go out and find more tapes rather than the game just giving you all of the tapes arbitrarily. Like you finish a mission, here's a bunch of tapes, here's a bunch of tapes. It would have been cool if you had to discover some of them for yourself and maybe put some pieces together as you were finding them, and, you know, could have done something a bit more interesting with the tapes. Although I know a lot of people were glad that that wasn't the case. I remember seeing a good few people complain about having to go and find tapes in Ground Zeroes. You know, I kind of like, for the truth tapes as well, I kind of enjoy just trying to picture the scene, like what Zero's room looks like. Maybe more of the radio drama kind of tapes and less of the, hey boss, I checked that thing for you, I put it on a tape, give it a listen kind. Yeah, I definitely would have preferred more of those radio drama type tapes. Like, of course, Peace Walker had some really good ones as well. Mainly the radio drama stuff that was released after the game. Like Peace and Kazuhira Blues, that's amazing. And, you know, they do some really clever and cheeky things with the audio there, like where you hear the survival viewer sounds in the middle of the drama, and you're like, hey, that's the fucking... You know, they get all meta with it, like Snake is using video game logic inside the using video game mechanical logic inside the audio drama when he starts to open the survival viewer to eat his fish and stuff. That's great. The shower scene. The extended version of the shower scene in the radio drama is also great. Let's do the next mission.
We have a new assignment. Eliminate the commander of Rogue Coyote, one of the PFs operating in Africa. The target is simply the Major to his men. That's his rank from his army days. Instead of your typical boots-on-the-ground work, he's more of a job broker and a recruiter. And apparently he also runs a little espionage operation on the side. Which could explain why he's picked up a long list of enemies. I don't like getting involved in a PF pissing match any more than you do. There's another reason we took this job. Recently, this guy's been talking about dealing in nuclear arms. Think back to the shipment that Cypher was having ZRS transport. If we put the squeeze on this Major, we might come out of it with some new intel on Cypher.
Let's switch to Woodland for this. Doodle-dedden, 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 doodle-dedden.
The mission objective is to eliminate the PF commander they call the Major. One of the Major's subordinates working undercover with the CFA is due to make contact with him. Check his current location on your iDroid. Follow him, and he should lead you right to the Major.
I'd have a bigger issue with Kiefer's lack of dialogue if he was actually playing Big Boss. But the game seems very self-conscious of the fact that it's, you know, that it's a player avatar, that it's, you know, that he's kind of brain dead in a way. You know, like they very deliberately have Venom play scenes with like the 1,000-yard stare where he looks completely vacant and absent from the scene.
Be careful down there, boss.
So, you know, it feels like a very deliberate part of the character story-wise that he is this silent robot, almost. Like a ghost. You know, like there's that scene, for example, the start of the game when you're taking your chopper back to Mother Base for the first time and Miller is giving his big monologue. And he's talking about how they're going to take revenge on Cypher and he's getting all fucking passionate about it and the music is building up. And then, like, and I won't rest until we do. And he's like right up in Snake's face staring straight at him and Snake is like completely blank. His eyes, his expression, it's just a 1,000-yard stare. He's looking straight through him and it looks like he's not even registering what he's saying. Like the game puts a lot of focus on the fact that Snake is like that, you know, that there is something off, that there is something wrong. Like it feels very deliberate that he isn't responding, he isn't saying anything. You know, it's done for a purpose. It, you know, doesn't feel like to me, oh, you know, why isn't he saying anything? Snake should be responding here. You know, it's clear that no, he shouldn't be responding. That's the whole point of it.
You're on him. Stay on him.
But at the same time, I do agree that having so much of the story be told through Miller and Ocelot monologuing to themselves doesn't really work and is very tedious. That's yeah, I don't really have an issue with Venom's lack of dialogue. It's more what they do to like accommodate for it, or what they do in place of it. You know, because it gets so tiring listening to Ocelot and Kaz constantly monologue to themselves.
We have no fix on the target, not even a predicted field of movement. All we have to go on is this meeting.
No,
with this
Snake in
subordinate.
Ground Zeroes doesn't
Remember,
play
this guy will
scenes
call
with a
the meeting
1,000-yard
off if he thinks
stare.
he's being tailed. You've got to do everything you can to stay out of sight.
He's also quiet and more subdued, but it's not like Venom, where it's like this very uncanny thing, where he's like completely blank and dead-eyed. Even the way every mission begins in the ACC, they put like there's a very deliberate focus on Venom at the start of each mission. You know, when you begin a mission, and the first shot is of Venom inside the ACC, and he's just kind of sitting there looking ahead. The camera pans around, and then the camera always zooms inside the back of his head, and then you're controlling him, tying into the whole Avatar thing that you are Big Boss. Each mission begins with the camera zooming around behind his head and then flashing inside his head, giving you control. Oh, fuck off.
We have no fix on the target, not even a predicted field of movement. All we have to go on is this meeting with his subordinate.
At least I got a
Remember, this
checkpoint
guy
there.
will call the meeting off if he
Really
thinks he's
didn't want to
being
wait
tailed.
for these guys to get in their
Everything you
to
can
get in the
to stay out
vehicle
of
again.
sight.
Then in cutscenes, the camera is emulating first-person POV of someone who isn't there. Yeah, it's very different. That's kind of interesting as well. The very different style of cinematography in this game and how the camera is used. How the camera feels like a character. The camera really feels like someone in, like a person holding a camera. They use that handheld style all the time in this game. Where it's like you're always looking from someone's perspective. And then sometimes it will zoom into Venom's head, like in the ACC at the start of a mission. And they'll give you control, and then it'll pull back out of his head. Some of Kojima's best camera work, in my opinion, you think? Yeah, there are some scenes that I really like. The Ground Zeroes intro is really, really great.
Target.
The scene, I like how the Where Do the Bees Sleep scene, how that's shot. You know, when you come out with the honeybee and you see Snake walking towards the camera, and then you see him walk towards the camera again. It's like you're seeing two separate snakes. And the shot of Snake upside down being held by Sahelanthropus face to face with Skullface. That's a cool shot as well, I think. Let's rescue this fool. I think the limitation of it being one shot contributed to that. Like because he just wanted to do this very particular style.
Okay, subject is in. Switched vehicles, huh? You don't think he spotted you? That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from its machine gun could cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
Oh, really? You saw me from there? Okay.
We have no fix on the target, not even a predicted field of movement. All we have to go on is this meeting with his subordinate. Remember, this guy will call the meeting off if he thinks he's being tailed. You've got to do everything you can to stay out of sight. That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from his machine gun could cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
Yeah, I agree there, Chad. I feel like in some scenes there's way too much slow-mo. Some of the stuff was quiet, especially. It's only really the stuff with quiet that I can think of, actually, when it comes to the slow-mo stuff. Where it seems a bit overused. Kojima isn't a good editor, director, or project manager. Damn, he sucks then. If that's the case.
That's the target.
Ek is gereed om terugvoering te gee, majoor.
Ek gee my net die breed trekker.
Die CFA kon nog nie vasstel hoe die huursoldate in Wallawamasa gesterf het. Al wat hulle kon kry was die plaaslike bevolking wat praat oor bose geeste.
Dis net so hulle is.
Maar daar is gerugte dat jy die job van die hand gewys het omdat jy geweet het van die siekte. En nou is iemand besig om 'n vergeldingssquad saam te stel.
Van alle dinge. Ek maak soms my hande vuil. Maar ek's 'n engel in vergelyking met sommige van hierdie bliksems. Slawehandel. Reg onder hulle neus en hulle wil my vervolg.
Maar ek's nie 'n voortrekker nie, maar jy's heeltemal reg. Nie een van ons verdien 'n prys op sy kop.
In elk geval, sê die res in 'n geskrewe verslag. Wat meer belangrik is jou volgende taak. ZRS probeer 'n ou man omgewing bring. Dit het iets te doen met kernwapen. Maar ek het geen idee wie die ou man is nie.
Ek verstaan. Ek sal dit ondersoek. Om kernwapens te ondersoek is, wel, dis 'n baie gevaarlike pad om te loop.
Ja, ek weet nie. Kan wees wat hierdie plek nodig het. Skrik maak tussen die lande. Baie bloedvergieting stop.
Jy dink Mobutu en die res sal die sin daarvan kan insien.
Maar miskien het hulle planne om die groot koppe ook gelukkig te hou. Vir nou, vind uit waarmee ZRS besig is.
Ek begryp, meneer.
This game came out on PS3 and 360. Yeah. No, you're gonna stop there. I bet Kojima would make a terrible movie, and that it would be missing scenes. Yeah. Because of MGS5's cut content memes. Now everything Kojima ever does from now on will surely be missing scenes and missing content. But yeah, I think I would have preferred, like people were saying there, like some people were saying in chat, maybe a bit more balance between the one-shot style. I think that's what I liked about Death Stranding scenes. It seemed there was more of a balance. Like you had scenes that were very much in that handheld one-shot style, but then you had like actual cuts as well. And more steady, symmetrical shots. You know, it wasn't just the one-shot handhelds non-stop. Even though I think I agree with Bad Humans. For the most part, I think it does work in this, but yeah, I'm kind of glad that they mixed it up a bit more with DS. S4 was the first game where he started experimenting with the handheld style.
Looks like the treasure trove we were hoping for. Whatever. Exfiltrate the hot zone in RTB.
I forgot to interrogate this fool. We did all the mission tasks here. I wasn't even trying.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Business was just a rumor he was paid to spread around. He doesn't even know who's paying him. All his instructions came through a cutout. But hell, who else would be behind it but Cypher? And this nuclear arms trading is clearly connected to that yellow cake. He thought the same thing, which is why he tried to investigate ZRS himself. He said something else that caught my attention. That ZRS are trying to kill some old man. How did one old man get that kind of attention? Boss, about those walker gears spreading all over Africa, Huey's got an idea for a counter-weapon. Come on back to base.
this. It's a variable, multi-legged tank. A spin-off of Metal Gear technology.
Big fan of spin-offs, isn't he? I hear he borrowed from the Soviets in Costa Rica, too.
The design allows for a lot of freedom in setups. It's based around a central core unit, so you can quickly reconfigure the hardware to suit any sort of mission parameters.
What the good doctor's trying to say is that it's customizable.
Naturally, it will raise the probability of success for standard missions. But it functions as an improved deterrent by increasing your preemptive strike capability against enemy elements. You just deploy it in a war zone, and its superior firepower puts the brakes on enemy attacks. Eventually, the whole war machine grinds to a halt. A true battle gear!
Cause I'm having deja vu here.
I don't like him any more than you. But we need this.
You think it'll cut it in the field?
Turning radius is better than any tanks. That's great for regional skirmishes. Tech like this is popping up all among the PFs. Best way to deal with them is to fight fire with fire.
I'll await your instructions then, boss.
So do we have your approval to commence development?
Fine.
Consider yourself off the chopping block, Doctor.
Can't wait.
Got a new mission for you, boss. The client is one of the kids you rescued from that mine. According to the kids, people often disappear from the mine to a place called Nzoia Diabulo, the Devil's House. On top of that, Saner's involved with the place. Check your iDroid for the mission details.
What is this shit? Yeah. Nice, okay. I've learned you just need to keep pressing X until the red arrow disappears, and then you're good to just drop it. But, yeah, there's our introduction to Battle Gear.
Roger.
That little spin-off comment is kind of interesting.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
But yeah, apparently the official story is that they removed Battle Gear because it interfered with the balancing of the game.
B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Which is kind of hard to buy, considering the balance of the game already. And the fact that you would think they could have rebalanced it, maybe? Prevented you from using it in certain missions, making it less powerful, giving it less health, make it more make it easier to destroy. Like, tanks are already fucking ridiculous. Level 1 Kiefer decoys are, you know, some of the best weapons in the game. But, I mean, I don't know.
Boss, the client this time is a child. One of the children you rescued from that mine. He wants us to save the boy who was their leader. His name is Shabani, and he was the oldest among them. Several days before you went to the mine, He was taken away to Nzoia Badia Bulu. Our search turned up a place the locals call
Nzoia
by that
Badia
name.
Bulu.
Ngumba Industrial Zone. Nearby residents are terrified of it. They say the devil lives there, and that anyone who sets foot in it never returns. This industrial zone has long been abandoned, but it seems it was sold off a few years back to a certain corporation, Saner. And now the perimeter is tightly guarded by a PF. The reason is unclear. The same goes for why Shabani was taken away. But something is obviously going on there. Those kids from the mine really looked up to Shabani. The client has given us the last of their diamonds in return. Go get Shabani out of there, boss. Whatever Cypher's up to in the region, Shabani might just be our best lead.
My angst with Battle Gear is it does shit in the deploy missions. A Peace Walker soldier from Extra Ops could take it down. Yeah, because technically you can use Battle Gear. You just don't see it. You can send it on those deployment missions. But it's actually shit in the deployment missions. It doesn't even do well in the deployment missions? Really? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Like, does it always do terribly? If you send Battle Gear out in deployment missions, it always, like, you'll always get terrible results? That's interesting. Let's go do the voices mission. I have to lose 6 times with Battle Gear to get a shotgun blueprint. I really need to do 100% playthrough of this so we can look at all this stuff. Maybe the unbalanced part was that it was too weak. Everyone just naturally assumes because it was overpowered. But no, it was actually barely functional. That would make sense, right? No, that's their way of saying it wasn't ready yet. Yeah, it was imbalanced. It No, it wasn't buggy, it wasn't unfinished, it was just, you know, it just wasn't balanced correctly with the game. It blew up after you shot it once. It couldn't move. It only moved sometimes.
The locals call this place Nzoia Badia Bulu, the Devil's House. Boss, find
The machine guns only work sometimes.
You can check the target's location on your iDroid.
No, actually, this isn't a mission where we go and Fulton the guy. This is a more unique mission.
Be careful down there, boss.
An outpost in a sunken road. Monoko Yanyoka, the snake's mouth. I get it. Looks like that's the only way to the objective area.
No, up here. The snake's mouth. I don't get it. Yeah, what is there to get there? Because the satellite image looked like a snake's mouth. Is this supposed to be the snake here? These paths? Where did he say the snake's mouth was? Beside the station, or was it beside the industrial zone? I mean, this could be some kind of snake, this path, and then a mouth with the two things opening up there.
Ek het gedog die gebied rondom Katanga is Afrika se groot koperplek.
I mean, Belgiese coöperatiewe mynbou hou was op staan.
Ja, maar selfs nadat
Hey, Vlad.
is die meeste van die wins na boetes effek maak. Daar's geen belegging in toeriste. Dis so die opbrengs betaal. En die mynregte word uiteindelik stuk vir stuk verkoop.
Wat die hel. Teken meer werk vir ons.
Net ek dink jy kan ons boete of vertrou. Hy daai manne by Katanga mislei. Toe jy hier so kry nie feit. Dis lank. Dis dan kan jy nasionale keer maak.
But maybe it wasn't supposed to have anything to do with like the visual design of it, but more like the purpose of the area. Oh shit! Okay, we're gonna have to catch up to this guy. It's okay. Okay, this guy in the truck. There he is. Yeah, this guy goes and talks to some guy, gets directions for the Devil's House. Goes to look at a map.
They're mercenaries belonging to Rogue Coyote. Not so much a corporation as a mixed bag of hired guns working together under a single banner. They cut their teeth in the British and Rhodesian SAS, the Sea-Loo Scouts, 32 Battalion. So they've seen plenty of action. Don't take any chances with them.
Het jou nog hier van tevore gesien hier? Is jy niet?
Ja, ek vervoer rantsoene. Is die rivier oeverwagpos daarvoor?
Ja, maar jy kan nie by die rivier uitkom met 'n voertuig nie.
So is dit waar dat die laaste besteeder daar dood is.
Wat? Nee.
Moet ek bekommerd wees oor al daai verkoelde lyke by die stasie?
Genoeg vrae. Beheer heeltyd op die slagveld. Padkaarts in daai tent. Jy beter dit goed bestudeer.
Ja, meneer.
Now he goes to get his directions. What's filler about this mission? Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Now we're going to have to wait for this guy to do this whole thing again.
Boss, find ship Bonnie and extract him safely. You can check the target's location on your iDroid.
Ooh, now I'm not so sure if I want to wait around anymore for this fucking guy. He goes up, he leads you up to the devil's house. And then he stops at the front door. Fuck it, no, we'll do it, we'll wait.
So is dit waar dat die laaste besteerder daar dood is?
Wat? Nee.
Moet ek bekommerd wees oor al daai verkoelde lyke by die stasie?
Genoeg vrae. Bereeld dit op die slagveld. Badkaarts in hy tent. Jy beter dit goed bestudeer.
Ja, meneer.
Okay, now let's try not to get fucking spotted. Can you play Ocelot's briefing number 1, After Effects of Snake's Coma, 1 minute mark? Sure.
Here, Snake, try this on. Understand. You could have hallucinations. You might see things that aren't there, or not see things as they really are. You experience any of that?
I think so.
When?
Right after I wake up. Colors look faded.
Colors, huh? Well, that's not a major concern in and of itself, but it could mean the difference between life and death in the field. You'll need to watch out for that.
I will.
All right. You should continue your physio. We'll be arriving soon. It's the last chance you'll get.
Yeah, and then they don't do anything else with the colors thing for the rest of the game. Like, narratively. It was going to be a part of Kingdom of the Flies. That's mainly what it was setting up for, I think. Riggy with the 49 months. Thank you. Ooh. Okay, now I need to get it in the back of the truck. Yeah, the thing with Eli's red suit. I forget what happened. Didn't he... Like, the colors made him think that Eli was one of the XOF members. And he shot him. Thinking he was an XOF soldier. Yeah, it didn't really have much of a bearing on the scene in the end either, did it? Because he had a vest on. It didn't really hurt him, did it?
They even got a guard post there.
Jesus.
Security sure is tight. I guess they don't want anyone poking around.
I shouldn't have moved. Maybe I should have just stood still there and he would have just floated on air forever. Is this guy always naked? I don't remember him always... I don't think he's usually naked. Maybe I'm mistaken.
AK het nuwe instruksies vir jou. Vir Luggiewag vorentoe.
Hæ?
Sy skof is verby en ons het 'n tekort aan mannekrag.
Verstaan. Waarna toe gaan ek?
Die wagpos voor die tonnel. Wanneer jy by die rivieroeverwagpos kom, slaan koers die bout in.
Reg.
Hou jou oë oop. Die digte mis verdamp omtrent nooit. Dan's daar die stories oor hulle bose geeste. Duiwels wat fluister en vloek en wie weet wat als. Die laaste ou, hy is by die tonnel in en kyk. Wees dit versigtig. Gaan nou.
Ja, meneer.
He's naked because the AI adapts to your playstyle. What kind of playstyle is this? The horny playstyle? That's true. I am also shirtless right now. I am looking pretty similar to this guy right now. I've been shirtless for like 95% of the marathon. I've been doing a lot of sweating over the last few days.
Mist. Supposedly the valley up ahead is covered in mist almost year-round. The objective area is beyond there.
Yeah, I don't think this guy is usually shirtless here. Hot in London? Yeah, and just in a fairly small room with a lot of equipment. PCs and monitors and consoles and audio compressors and audio mixers and laptops and...
The bridge has collapsed. Looks like you'll have to go down through the valley.
Okay, we're gonna let him go that way. We're gonna go up this way. Yeah, I might be going way off course here. I'm still not used to this path. Oh God. Okay, right. We're going way off here. Right? Is that another crack that we can climb there? No. Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay, here we are. Jesus Christ, how long does it take for this guy to make his way up here? Or did I miss my opportunity? No, he's coming up here. This is the guy. He's slowly making his way up. There are no difficulties in this game, Leon Kennedy. But for the other games, yeah, generally, either the highest or the second highest, depending on the type of playthrough.
As jy hier om oor te vat, onthou net, die tunnel daarvoor is buiteperke. Moenie daar ingaan nie.
Is daar iets spesiaal aan die ander kant?
Moenie nuuskierig raak nie. Jy soos die ander bestuurder op eindig.
Daar het iets met hom gebeur.
Hy het deur die tunnel gegaan en die fabriek aan die ander kant gesien. Toe sy gewete seker die oorhand gekry, want hy het probeer om die mense te bevry. Op daai tydstip was ek aan diens by die stasie en ek het hom drop gestop. Ek het nie geweet wat om te doen nie. Rapporteer aan bevel. Voor ek geweet het wat aangaan het, 'n span opgedaag en hom net daar en dan geskiet. Verbrand hulle die hele vragmotor met almal binne in en alles was weg in 'n oogwink.
Wie was hulle?
Wat maak dit saak? Wees op jou hoede en bly hy verdomde.
Reg.
Oh shit, I missed the animation. I was reading the chat. I've seen it before though. I've seen all the random shit that they can pull for these conversations. Sometimes they'll randomly just pull up their weapon like they're in alert phase as well. That's a classic. I knew that was going to happen. I heard him outside. Yeah, there's the radio from PT, of course. Kojima's cancelled Silent Hills game. Or the content from the teaser for the cancelled Silent Hills game.
Could come down any minute. Watch your step. You've reached the objective area. Now look for the target. I just hope he's alive.
Yeah, you can find the PT radio in a few different locations in the game. I don't think they always play that particular part of it as well. I think sometimes they'll play like the Swedish sections. Oh my god, it's Spanish.
Boss, it's Shivani.
Okay, I'll stop.
Shabani. The boy sent me.
En je må signet og bannetod. Nu går i bek, Hebban. Burn with the rest of them.
Okay, Kaz.
What the hell is that? Run, boss. It's him again.
You can't let him get you, boss.
Get out of there. Boss, I'll have to trouble. Take cover, boss. He spotted you. He's coming.
Yo. Let's see if we can run his ass over. I want to lure him over to the edge here. Oh! Double KO. God, I thought I jumped out. I really thought I jumped out early there.
Snake, talk to me.
I'm not sure if I've seen that one before.
What the hell is that? Run, boss. It's him again. You can't let him catch you, boss. Get out of there. Boss, I'll have the chopper touch. Take cover, boss. He spotted you. He's coming.
Oh, there, I didn't go far enough. Fuck. Run his ass over. Oh, he was underneath it the whole time.
Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
But now when I go for the exit, it's gonna get blocked. Yeah.
I know it's risky, but I'm changing the LZ closer to your position. First stop him, then call in the chopper. An old reservoir. Boss, think back to Cyprus. He avoided water.
Come over here, you bitch. Whoop!
Roger.
Come here! Oh, the tracking.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
The tunnel's blocked. Boss, I know it's risky. He spotted you. He's coming. The water supply.
I have the chance to use another vehicle. Nope.
Old reservoir. Boss, think back to Cyprus. He avoided water.
My plan. Why can't I just blow him in here myself? Fuck. Okay, I can't remember if I have enough time. I thought I had to call the chopper beforehand. Hurry up, Pequod. Okay, well that was messy, but I'll take it.
Mission complete. Great work.
Oof.
Skullface. So he was in Africa after all. Working behind the scenes. Even that man on fire at his beck and call. But what the hell was going on at the Devil's House? Earphones embedded in people's throats. Tapes playing voices. And those lumps on their chests. They looked like the ones on the bodies at the oil field. The man on fire burned everything to the ground. But we were recording audio the whole time you were there. We'll conduct a thorough analysis of it.
Shabani is dead. But don't worry, Ralph is still alive. Hey, get back here, Pequod.
Is going to be inspecting a CFA outpost. It appears he's involved with nuclear weapons development in the area. My hunch is that this guy is somehow connected to Cypher. We've got no proof, but we know Skullface is working through PFs in the region. Anyway, it just so happens a job connected to this inspection has come in. Take a look at your iDroid.
Let's have a shower for a change. Physically and mentally refreshed. That has to be a little bit of a joke about Venom. Mentally refreshed, okay. Good one.
Gaining altitude.
If you don't shower for a long time, eventually you'll really start to smell like shit and you'll have flies that surround you. Does that also make it easier for you to get caught? I can't remember. But either way, it unlocks some extra cutscenes that you can trigger where Ocelot throws a bucket of water on Snake, or if Quiet is on your team and you have her leveled up, you can go take a shower with Quiet if you get too smelly. I think it is supposed to also make it easier for the guards to find you. You know, they can smell you. But I can't remember.
Boss, about those invalids you saw in that Devil's House.
Poor bastards. All strapped down to their beds, with those lumps on their chest.
The medical staff tell me they were probably a type of cyst.
Cysts can get that big.
In some cases, yes. But supposing they're a kind of atheroma forming on the surface of the skin, the size is just too big, and the appearance is all wrong. In the end, the medical team were at a loss. Those lumps were like nothing they'd ever seen. The fluid you said you got on your prosthesis when you touched one was burned off in the fighting, and the factory burned down too. None of the tests we did once you were back at the base revealed a pathogen that could have caused them. Meaning we don't have a single sample to work with.
Everything went up in flames.
What worries the medical team most is whether it's contagious. Whether there's a chance we could end up like that.
And?
Mother Base's sanitation control has always been strict. After all, war is great at transporting diseases. For the time being, at least. There's no sign of contagion or any symptoms that could be related. One more thing. About the surgery that had been performed on the people in the Devil's House.
Yeah?
You said that their throats were cut open, with an acoustic tube pushed inside?
Right. The tubes were hooked up to tape recorders, playing some kind of audio.
Well, we picked up some of that audio through your radio transmissions and recorded it here. The intel team has been working on analyzing the communications log.
What have they found?
There's nothing tying the contents together. We've got a report on 3 deaths in a car accident on the autoroute near Marseille. Protests outside the Libyan embassy in London. A press conference with the former Prime Minister of Sweden. A 4-month-old weather forecast for Balikpapan. And then commercials for appliances, cough syrup, and TV dinners. Assuming they're not all staged, they come off as recordings of your average public broadcasts.
Public broadcasts? Just radio and TV signals?
Yes, and from all over the world. We're looking into whether they're genuine or not, just to be sure. What else? A speech that sounds like it was recorded out on the street, and people chatting about how this year's tomato crop did.
And there's nothing they have in common?
We're partway through the cryptanalysis. That includes checking all audio ranges and running it backward and at different speeds. Then there's vocabulary breakdown for political suggestions, ideological common points. But I don't think it's going to get us anywhere.
Where were the recordings made?
There's nothing linking them from that angle either. Just like you reported, we've detected virtually every major language there is. French, German, Italian, Spanish, including South American accents. Then there's Russian, Hindi, Arabic, Portuguese, Mandarin, Cantonese, Japanese.
They're nothing if not thorough.
Well, I don't know if we've got them all covered. Ignoring the ones that have gone extinct, supposedly over 5,000 languages exist today. Besides, English isn't one of the ones we picked up.
Really? English?
I know. Only 5% of the world's population is a native English speaker. But when you factor in those who've acquired it as a second language, nearly 1/3 of the people speak it. The world's dominant lingua franca. You gotta figure they had it somewhere among all the languages in that place.
No English.
Bear in mind, we didn't hear everything that was played in that room. We couldn't isolate the more distant sounds due to static, and the program could have been set to change every day. In a nutshell, for reasons unknown, people in that room with a common medical condition were made to listen to recordings in languages from around the world. It's not clear how the growths on their chests fit into it. It could have been treatment for them, or maybe an experiment of some kind.
I'm guessing one person knows.
Yeah, Skullface. He was there. The only thing we can say for sure is that he's involved.
All right. What's next?
The contract is to eliminate a high-ranking CFA officer. CFA doesn't just hire UNITA soldiers as mercenaries. They're also supplying UNITA with weapons. It just smacks of Western nations manipulating them against the socialist MPLA. Naturally, the MPLA is not happy with the situation and wants us to put a stop to it. Your standard issue East-West proxy war. Except it appears our target is the man in charge of how many weapons get supplied to UNITA. Apparently his MO is to keep the Civil War going as long as possible, so CFA can keep making a profit. Bad for business if UNITA wins too soon. So they sit back and suck the people dry. Parasites of war. Our intel suggests the target rarely ventures outside of Nova Braga Airport. But rumor has it that a Western arms dealer is headed there soon for an inspection. That could be your chance to eliminate the target from a distance. We also heard that he plans to leave the country following the inspection. This may be our only opportunity to take him out.
Okay, so when we start this mission, we don't actually do this mission next. We get interrupted with our FOB tutorial. So I'm actually going to prepare for the FOB tutorial, not this mission. Not that I need to really bring anything different. This is Trank and Fulton, the video game, after all. We'll go for Grey Urban. You can just ignore it too and complete the airport mission first. Yeah, I think I'll go and do it though. I usually go and do the FOB mission when they mention it, when they bring it up. Then we'll go back and do the war economy after. Does the game punish you at all for refusing to do the FOB mission straight away?
King CFA official in charge of supplying weapons to UNITA. The target stays at Nova Braga Airport. Head to the airport first.
Not really. What does it do? Does it do anything? Miller makes some shit up, but it doesn't happen. Maybe we'll do the mission then, and we'll do the FOB mission after.
Be careful down there, boss.
Yeah, I know the mission will still be there. I just thought maybe, like, some of your men would die or something like that. If you didn't do it straight away, there'd be, like, a little penalty.
Emergency. Mother Base is under attack. The enemy has overrun one of our platforms, and they're holding some of our staff hostage. If we don't do something, they'll try to take off with our men. That would mean losing some of our finest manpower.
Ooh, just dodged that Claymore.
This is a race against time. For all of us. Get on this mission right away, boss.
Yeah, the FOB tutorial mission is actually kind of interesting if you extract Mosquito. Mosquito's little story. Mosquito's theory about Big Boss. After the marathon, want to play Twin Snakes? No. No. I'll probably be getting back to my Metal Gear Acid playthrough after the marathon. Getting close to the end, and then I might move on to Acid 2. But maybe I'll do some Twin Snakes. Man, I rarely play Twin Snakes. I think I've only ever streamed it once before. So maybe. Yeah, let's take him out. This mission can be very, very tricky. If you want to do the optional conversations. It's really easy to mess up. You coming out here? Oh, he's gonna call him from there. Fuck.
Dat is Delta 6. Bedreiging heilig gebied. Wat voor scherpsecuriteit. Over. CFDF begrijpt. Dank jullie voor de eerlijkheid vandaag. Uit. Alles roepen. Dit is CFDF. Wat is de situatie?
I have no interest in playing through the Arcades version. That's his thing, you know. I don't want to do his thing. But I'll probably play it normally at some point. You know, just play the standard version of the game.
I have something to report. I sent a strike force to take back the platform the enemy had captured. All but one of the enemies were killed in the fighting. But the staff members they were holding hostage didn't make it either. Under orders from their commander, one of them grabbed the hostages and he blew himself up. The commander used that diversion to get away. I'm sorry, boss. They were trying to pull out. We had to move in. If we could have taken out the commander before then without them noticing, forget it. I'll remove the mission from the mission list.
Right, okay. I can't remember the last time I heard that dialogue. But he doesn't remove it from the mission list? You're just talking shit, Kaz. Let's do this again. You have to be so precise with this mission.
Great, you made it. I've sent the information to your map screen. That's the target's predicted location. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in. Mother Base is under attack. The enemy is over on one of our platforms, and they're holding some of our staff hostage. If we don't do something, they'll try to take off with our men. That would mean losing some of our finest manpower. Boss, take back that platform. This is a race against time. For all of us. Get on this mission right away, boss.
How old is Big Boss in this? The real Big Boss? 49. But Venom, this boy here, he's 51, isn't he? He's like a couple of years older. Why is it playing again? Because I used a checkpoint. I had to go back. It'll always... Mission objectives and everything will always repeat when you use a checkpoint. Hey, Anonymous. Thank you for gifting a sub to Laguna. Cheers, man. Enjoy your free sub. I'm not sure if I'm in the mood for following these guys around. Fuck it, we'll do it. We'll do it. Or will we? No, fuck it. I'm not in the mood.
We just received word that the arms dealer due to inspect Nova Braga Airport is on his way. Once his chopper has arrived,
because of the checkpoint, we have to wait even fucking longer for the chopper to come down.
Boss, I have something to report. I sent a strike force to take back the platform the enemy had captured. All but one of the enemies were killed in the fighting. But the staff members they were holding hostage didn't make it either. Under orders from their commander, one of them grabbed the hostages and he blew himself up. The commander used that diversion to get away. I'm sorry, boss. They were trying to pull out. We had to move in. If we could have taken out the commander before then without them noticing, forget it. I'll remove the mission from the mission list. That's an enemy gunship. The chopper will be arriving any minute. Watch out.
Oh, really? Bad humans. Yeah, is that like the easiest way of doing it?
Now get out of there.
I always follow them around, like staying right behind them inside the truck. Every conversation, like all of them.
It's a surveillance camera. Don't get spotted. There's a chopper landing. It must be carrying the arms dealer. Keep your eyes on him. Our intel suggests the target will leave the country with the arms dealer after the inspection. Take him out before that.
No, don't take a shit. Between the two guys, yeah, yeah, I didn't know that. I think I always do it the hard way. Oh, really?
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Mission complete, Boss, about that target you extracted. He says he wants to work for us. Having talked to him, he doesn't seem that bad a guy. Apparently, the arms dealer's people demanded they prolong the conflict, and he couldn't go against the management. That doesn't excuse everything he did, but his skills will make him a useful asset. Let's put him to good use.
Hey, Anonymous, thank you for gifting us up to Neoletta as well. Yeah, S ranks are mainly dependent on speed. If you do it fast, you're allowed to get alerts and whatever. It's the code names that are that require you to do things stealthily.
We've begun development on that new battle gear weapon that Emmerich was talking about. If you want to see how development's going, come take a look for yourself.
Okay, see you later. Hollow, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Alright, bye. Can't wait to see the next update.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
The FOB mission is still on the list. That's what we'll do next.
Boss, we got an emergency here. Mother Base has come under attack, and several of our platforms are in enemy hands. The enemy is some rival outfit copying our MO. They've taken some of our staff hostage. We can't make a move without endangering them. But if we don't do something, they'll try to take off with our men. That would mean losing some of our finest manpower. There's only one option. Infiltrate without being spotted, eliminate their commander, and take back our platforms. Boss, you're the only one who can do this.
Battle Gear is such a letdown. I mean, it's funny, but I can't say I really give many shits that it's not in the game. Like, you know, I guess it'd be like kind of fun. You'd have this OP tank that you could drive around in and shoot shit, but I don't know. I can't say I give too many shits. It's fun to poke fun at. And talk about, but I don't really give a shit that it's not in the game all the same. I feel barely any incentive to use the fucking tanks and shit that are already in the game.
Infiltrate the platform under enemy control and eliminate their commander. The moment they lose their chain of command.
But yeah, I mean, maybe it would have been cool or something. I don't know.
The enemy have taken some of our staff hostage. And are
I'm not sure if I've used D-Walker more than 3 times.
Anything we do might be seen as an attack. Boss, forgive me. Can't believe I let an enemy force in right under my nose. But one thing's for sure. They're gonna pay for it. Make certain of that, boss.
Quiet is pretty OP, man. Fully upgraded Quiet, even before she's fully upgraded. She's a real crutch. Am I gonna take this guy out? What can D-Dog do that the Quiet can't do? Mark? Can Quiet mark enemies for you? With Quiet, you have the option to like send her around, you know, you can choose so many points for her to go and then just get her to mop up enemies for you. And trank them.
The pipes, huh? They're strong enough. Could make for a nice shortcut.
I never used quiet on my first playthrough just because I thought her humming was unbearably annoying. I used D-Dog all the time on my first playthrough. Oh, why did I fucking turn? Yeah, like Quiet's constant humming, and the way her humming would like kind of glitch out. Not that I don't think it was really glitching out, but the way it would start again when she spots someone new. At least I think that's when that happens. You know, like she'd go, huh, cht, huh, huh, cht, huh, cht, huh, and like every now and then it would stop, like it would cut off halfway through and loop back again. I was like, oh my god, stop this fucking shit. Jesus. And then, yeah, like I tried to use her a couple of times and then I just stopped, never used her ever again because I thought the humming was unbearable. I enjoy D-Dog though. I must have had a glitched version. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you'll still get that now if you use quiet.
Control and eliminate their commander. The moment they lose their chain of command, we'll move in and suppress the rest. The enemy have taken some of our staff hostage and are threatening to kill them if they're attacked. You can't rely on support from us this time.
It's a pretty common thing that happens, I think. I'm not sure. Does anyone know why it happens? Is it when she like spots someone new, or if she's like targeting someone and then she has to like retarget them? Maybe there's kind of like a buggy thing that happens that she like keeps retargeting the same enemy. Anyway, it must be just some looping thing that she does.
Me. Can't believe I let an enemy force in right under my nose. But one thing's for sure. They're gonna pay for it. Make certain of that, boss.
Yeah, I'm not just talking about the humming though. I'm talking about the way it awkwardly cuts and loops. Have you ever streamed while being drunk? Yes. I haven't done it in many, many years though, because it's really not a nice experience. For me, anyway. I always really regret it. Like people often do when they're drunk, you know? Regretting waking up and thinking about how much of an idiot you were the night before. But it's even worse on stream, I think, because, I don't know, it's like you're on display for people. You know, you're on show. I guess I just don't like the way I am when I'm drunk. Even though I don't think I'm a bad drunk, you know? I'm most of the time. But I still usually regret it whenever I'm drunk on stream. But I haven't done it in like 5 years. Whenever I will drink on stream. Frequently enough, but only like a few beers. The most I'll only ever get a bit tipsy. And usually when I drink on stream, I won't even get tipsy. It'll just be like 1 or 2 beers. Oh shit, that was me reading the chat. Oh my god. What?
What
Ah. How does the bathroom situation work with you? I mean, yeah, MGS has loads of cutscenes and tapes and everything, so you can find the time to eat and go to the bathroom, which is nice. Ah, fuck. Okay, let's actually pay attention this time. This might be a huge risk.
CP, this is Zulu 10. Signs of enemy activity. Tightening security. Over.
What the fuck?
Keep your eyes open. Out.
Shining the light right on me and he still can't see me. Amazing. I don't think I've ever seen that before, where they're like shining a light so directly on you, or where you're just like being completely illuminated by the light while grabbing onto something as well. Okay. Now we're up on the top floor. Oh shit. I think this is him.
There he is. That guy's the target.
Hey, nap time's over.
Ah, fuck.
CP, this is Zulu 6. Threat in the area. We're tightening security. Over. This is CP. Understood. Check your surroundings. Out.
What the? Huh? What's up?
Ooh.
Spit it out.
So you're a big boss, you know what hell's like too.
Speak.
Boss, you still don't recognize me.
Damn it! Trust me, somebody help me! Down in a second! Shit!
You're going to extract him. Good thinking. We'll make him squeal till he's paid his due.
Attention hostile force. We have eliminated your commander. Escape is impossible. Lay down your weapons immediately. Surrender now. You will not be fired upon.
Contact, you say? Shut up.
Boss, we figured out who that enemy commander was. He was on the staff at Mother Base 9 years back. Despite surviving the attack, he broke off from us and spent his years terrified that a cleanup squad would come after him. The isolation screwed with his sense of loyalty. A rumor, source unknown, had him convinced that the attack 9 years ago was orchestrated by you yourself. The big boss sold out his comrades to hide from the world. He thought that's why you weren't at the base that day. He was so desperate to take us down, he built up his own PF, copying us in every way. His idea of the perfect revenge. But in the end, he was just a victim of disinformation. I'll leave you to decide how to deal with him.
Yeah, so of course you don't get that if you don't extract him. And kind of interesting, almost not so far from the truth there, is it?
Boss, listen a moment. I want to bolster our security to guard against enemy attacks. What I have in mind is to create a security team that can defend each of the platforms. Can I go ahead with that? So from now on, give some thought to building up the security team as well. One other thing. To divert some of the risk posed by our enemies, I'd like to construct a forward operating base. The more bases we have, the more staff we can house and the more materials we can secure.
You're not gonna force me to do this shit, are you? Okay, good.
The White Mamba, Nyokayam Pembe. He's the commander of the kids based out of Wala Yamasa. As you know, contract forces of Africa were stationed at that village. Anti-government forces hired CRS to bring kids there from around Africa for training. But at some point, the adults with the PF started dropping like flies. This was right after we arrived in Africa. We don't know the cause. The kids ended up on their own. Must have been like fish out of water. Nothing to eat, no way to get back home. All the adults taught them was how to use a gun. Sure, they could shoot targets, but hunt for food? Not likely. They wouldn't have lasted long. Then the White Mamba showed up. He was faster and stronger than them, a better soldier, and he knew how to lead. I guess somebody wished upon a star, because their savior turned up like stardust straight out of the blue. The moment he arrived, the kids had their new commander. That was when they started attacking other villages. Word of the infamous White Mamba spread fast. But it isn't just his combat skills that got people talking. As you can tell from the name, he's the only light-skinned kid in the unit. Not to mention the blonde hair and the blue eyes. Not common in those parts. We have no idea where he came from or what he's experienced. The kid's a huge blank. But I'm sure you'll know him when you see him. One other thing. He's still a kid, so don't kill him. Be careful not to hit him with anything lethal. Not even a flesh wound. Our mission objective isn't just suppressing a bunch of militants. This is a DDR operation of the kids in that unit. DDR stands for Disarmament, Demobilization, and Reintegration. Disarmament is obvious. We take their weapons off their hands. The demobilization part means dismantling their military organization to ensure they can't arm themselves again. To do that, you need to capture the unit's commander and have him order his men to disband. In this case, the commander is the White Mamba. There's nobody above him, so he's all we need to grab. Finally, reintegration. Through education and occupational training, we give them a means to live besides war. A lot of kids born in a war zone don't know any other way to live. So before they find themselves back there, we teach them another skill. I'd like to establish this rehabilitation process at Mother Base. That's why we're bringing those kids back here. It's not so much for their sake. It's for the world that we're trying to create. No other way about it. Those kids are amateurs. Bad for business to have them running around where we're trying to work. Bring them all back if possible. Or as many as you can.
The nuke disarmament thing, it never happened legitimately. And I don't think it's possible for it to happen legitimately. The system is bugged. The system is rigged. There are like phantom nukes that will keep appearing no matter what you do. That was the last I heard anyway. I don't think Konami ever like patched it or fixed it. So I don't think it'll, yeah, I don't think it's possible for it to be achieved. Even if all the players' nukes are dismantled, the game will just shove more nukes into the game anyway, I think. Did they shut down the PS3 servers? No, it was never finished on PS3. People thought it was for a time, but it was someone who hacked the game. I remember, wasn't there a really interesting article put out not so long ago about the group that hacked the game? Like like it started off as like a genuine attempt to achieve nuclear disarmament. Like a group of people met together on Reddit or something, and you know, they all tried to come together to do it, and they got more and more people involved. But the guy who was leading it started to, like, he developed his own hacking tool. But like not everyone in the group knew that this is what he was, that he was doing this. Something like that, or maybe they were all in on it in the end. But yeah, either way, they tried to make it seem like this was like a legitimate attempt. This was like a legitimate group trying to disarm all the nukes. But I think he did it partially because he knew about the Phantom nuke thing, that Konami, that he knew it was rigged, and he was trying to get around it, but trying to make it look legit at the same time. Maybe it was a YouTube video that I watched as well, Galactus. Yeah, maybe if anyone knows what I'm talking about and you know the source, feel free to link it. I think someone did a YouTube video or a big article on it. But yeah, eventually they got caught anyway. But yeah, back when you know, that story came out about this legit nuclear disarmament, I think that was that guy. When people thought that was legit for a while. It was a Did You Know Gaming video. Yes, yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Boss, the CFA soldiers deployed to Walla Yamasa have been annihilated. There are no signs of combat, nor any endemic disease. All the adults just disappeared. Only children were left. All those kids were ever taught was how to fight, and now they're free of the control of adults. They've become a regular bunch of marauders, raiding nearby villages, beating people and destroying property. Our contract comes from the government. We're to locate this militia, these kids, and kill them. But I say we do this the Diamond Dogs way. The government wants these raids to stop. We can see to that, but not by killing kids. We're going to disarm, demobilize, and reintegrate them. A DDR operation. To begin with, extract their commander to Mother Base. Once they lose that kid, the one they call White Mamba, the rest of the group will fall apart by itself.
Someone said Did You Know Gaming was in the chat last night? Really? That's a bit of a coincidence. When, during DRK's Phantom Pain session, they were here last night. Oh, cool, nice. I'm not really familiar with them. I'm like, I don't think I've watched too many of their videos or anything. Well, that's cool. He told a story about how he went to Konami and they got mad at him. Nice. Oh, DRK will be taken over later. Yeah, I'm not finishing this. There's shitloads. There's a lot left in this. We're doing 12-hour sessions, and this game is not going to be over by the time I hit the 12-hour mark. Not even close. All right, let's go to Walla Yamasa. Do you have your own personal file of MGS5 with everything unlocked? No. No, I've brought this up a couple of times actually in this session so far. I still have to 100% Phantom Pain. I've never 100%ed it.
Capture the White Mamba, the child soldier's commander, and bring him back to Mother Base. First off, head for Walla Yamasa.
Fawcett, thank you for the 61 and the 1 streak. Cheers. Oh, I forgot about this. It resets your buddy for some reason after the FOB tutorial mission. I guess because you can't bring a buddy into that mission. Then it just deletes it from the list. Poser. Oh, yeah. I think I saw a little bit of that one. People were messaging them, asking them to let us narrate that video. They put a message out on Twitter. I can't believe it. They chose Hater over me and DRK in the end. Can you really believe that?
Your target, the White Mamba, showed up in this village out of the blue and took command of the child soldiers. The surrounding villages have been victims of their raids and brutality ever since. But if you extract their commander, those kids will have no choice but to stand down. Should wrap up the whole situation. They're still kids. You can't kill any one of them, including the commander. If things get rough, neutralize them by knocking them out or by tranquilizing them.
We're probably around 20 hours away from the end of the game. Roughly. I'm just gonna leave you there.
We can use compounds from plants to make medicine or poison for use in new weapons and equipment. Take a look at the plants list on your iDroid to see which ones we need. Then go find them if you get the chance. It'll keep the staff happy too.
The wormwood, also known as absinthium. That's used to make your phantom cigars.
You can hold up the kids, yeah. If you get into a fight with Eli in this mission, it'll always count as an alert. I've found anyway, even if you like clear out all of the kids before making contact with him, it'll always count as an alert. So if you want to do it, perfect stealth, you have to trank him from afar. But that's a little bit less interesting, I think, than getting the scene with him and everything. And if you have a Kakongo interpreter, you get a Kakongo scene. Or rather, Snake will speak Kakongo. They give Kiefer that extra $20 million to speak another language. Is he sitting on the seat? No, he's sleeping. $5 million per Kakongo syllable. Oh shit. Oh, he does look down here as well. Oh, you son of a bitch. Is he gonna sit down? Yeah, you can only trigger the scene if he's sitting. Yeah, there he is. What the fuck? He got up. Oh, really? You're making this very difficult, Eli.
Pedina ange yandi, yine yabo ke bangaka, nyoke yampembe? Kimamosa ke somomononde? Ya zini bibuti pusakan geve.
Oh! Does that always happen if you shoot it with an assault rifle? I don't think I've ever seen it disappear before. But I always shoot it with the trank. If you shoot it with an assault rifle, it just blows up. Yeah, you can trank him. You miss out on some cutscenes if you do that, though. Come on. You have to finish him in this room. That teleport.
You lose, Commander.
Roger.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Thank you, Kaz. I quite like Liquid in that scene, the rebel.
Welcome to Outer Heaven. We got rules around here. Never draw a weapon on a fellow soldier. You got that? Anyone here can use a knife or a gun. What you're gonna learn is how to use your head.
Let's move.
When you get that under your belt, then you're free to leave.
All right, get back here, Pequod.
Boss, we've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Gaining altitude.
We placed the White Mamba and the rest of his unit in the staff living quarters.
How's that going?
It's a disaster, but what else can we do? We've taken away his weapons and banned him from using his nom de guerre. Apparently his real name is Eli. He must feel like we stripped him of his whole identity. We'll let things simmer down. I put a guard on him for now. Still the question is, who is he? Where did he come from? And how has he survived?
He's still not talking.
No, he won't say a word about himself. But you know, it looks like he speaks English. One of the deck crew called out to him in English, and he said something back. He just lost it all of a sudden, started mouthing off at the guy, in perfect English. He wasn't stringing together words he picked up somewhere.
So English is his mother tongue.
He could be from the east, or the south, or maybe even further north or south. English is well established in countries all across the continent. It's rooted in Africa like a weed. Or maybe parasite is the better word. So just speaking English doesn't help us figure out where he comes from.
Could even be from off-continent.
Right. In any case, we'll keep an eye on him. If we learn anything else, I'll be sure to let you know.
The north, the south, the east, the west. He could be from anywhere. Alright, man. What's next? Ooh, that mine clearing, man. I know we're supposed to wait until chapter 2 for mine clearing, but... No, we'll wait. We'll wait. It'll be all the more sweeter if we wait.
2 engineers are being held in the observation post southwest of Ngumba Industrial Zone. Boss, your mission is to rescue them. The targets are civilians. 1 male, 1 female. They were dispatched to the area by an international health organization, but disappeared shortly after. Extract the 2 targets and help them escape the country.
Let me make sure I have smoke grenades for this shit. Yeah, I do. Okay, nice. Let's do it. I don't even know how to unlock mine clearing 2. We only ever do mine clearing 1. For all the talk about our mine clearing infatuation, we only ever do the one fucking mission during these marathons. I need to learn more about mine clearing and what we need to do to unlock all the other ones.
Specialists sent out there to investigate infectious diseases. They were frequent visitors to that devil's house at Nzoya Bandibulu. If you recover them, we'll finally be able to get first-hand accounts of what's been going on in that place. That's one of the targets. He's an engineer with an American medical equipment manufacturer. After he got his medical degree, he started working in Namibia. He's a straight arrow, hardworking, specializes in a range of fields. Quite the skill set. Best of all, he isn't tied down. He's been considering a career change. We don't know how he ended up getting sent to this conflict zone, but if we can convince him to join us, he'll make a valuable asset.
I mean, when you've done one of them, you've done them all. How dare you speak about mine clearing like that? You can't tell the difference between mine clearing 4 and mine clearing 5? Or mine clearing 7?
Boss, an enemy squad is on its way to the guard post. Watch yourself.
Mine clearing 7 takes everything you thought you knew about mine clearing and turns it on its head. And mine clearing 8 basically isn't even mine clearing anymore. It's some other, like, crazy social experiment, practically. You know, can you even really call mine clearing 8 mine clearing? You know, there's loads of mines and you have to clear them, but, you know, just the, like, the vibe of it. You don't really feel like you're clearing mines, even though that's exactly what you're doing. Okay, the 2 scientists, they're inside this tent here. The first guy comes out. He flees.
That's the target. Looks like we found him.
But we don't want to approach him, because if we approach him, he'll fall to the ground, as they always do when you get close to them. I want to let him... He's going to keep going. I'm going to try something here. I'm probably going to get spotted.
You need to help her.
You've come to rescue me.
Nice.
I was
Usually I throw in a smoke grenade there. I don't even need to do that.
show that man around here. Dangerous work. I hated every second. I wish I'd said no, but I was the only one on the team who spoke English. So we went to that factory. Bodies. I'm scared. I'm used to seeing them. What could that be? Bugs, Dermadrones. What's the cause?
Mind
Who would do such a
clearing.
thing? Hey, are you researching it as well? Better quit while you can.
It all ties into Venom's brainwashing.
Been here 5 years. I've never seen anything like that. That coward ran off without me.
Yeah, there he is.
He suspected I was infected for quite some time. Obsessed over it. That place must have really spooked him. But I'd always wore full protective gear during the examinations. There's no way I could be infected. So you needed one. Please. Get me out of here.
You okay?
Target extracted. Now extract the remaining target.
What's going on?
What's going on?
So, here to save me. I was called here to transport some equipment to the medical facility and examine the patients there. But never did I imagine what was that. I'd never seen those symptoms before. And then treatment. There's no treatment at all. And they were cultivated. I stayed by myself, left her behind. I had myself to think about. And besides, it was too late for her anyway. During an examination, her protective suit seal was broken. Ever so slightly. Yeah, no doubt about it. There's nothing I could do for her. I'm still not sure how the disease is transmitted. But she's probably already just like... Yeah, she must be. Forgive me. It was every man for himself.
Sorry, I'll stop. Where am I bringing you? Okay, I think I can just extract him and then I'll be automatically outside of the hot zone after I extract him.
Amazing, boss. Getting both prisoners out in that situation. Great work. Now exfiltrate.
My reaction when I was playing the game for the first time.
Amazing. Mission complete.
Shut up.
Boss, we placed the 2 targets in quarantine. They don't show signs of anything, but we'll monitor them just the same. If they had access to the Devil's House, I doubt they were sent there by some health organization. Cypher used them, and would have eliminated them eventually. But we'll protect them here. They've agreed to that. After all, we helped them out of the country as promised. The mission's complete. But boss, they've been behind the curtains at Ngumba. They examined the patients there nearly every day. They told us the patients were being made to listen to voices on tape. But the male target added something interesting. He said he doesn't know what was on the tapes because there was no English version. Of all the voices that were shoved down those people's throats, English was one of them.
All right, back to the ACC. We're getting close to the end of Chapter 1. We're getting there. And soon, we'll be meeting everyone's favorite, Code Talker, the absolute legend.
Boss.
Yeah.
About Eli. I'd heard that one product of the Les Enfants Terribles project went missing in Africa. The age would be about right. Now, I'm not saying I think it's Eli, but I want to run a genetic test all the same. Don't worry, I'll have it done without him noticing. The test may take some time, but I'll tell you as soon as we have the results.
I was seduced by the beef. Hey, Decker with the 104 months. Thank you, Decker. Crazy.
Boss, this contract comes from...
Wait a second, actually. Will I do Code Talker audio for this playthrough? Yeah, maybe if we get to that part before DRK takes over. Which we might get to the first like big batch of the vocal cord parasite tapes. I mean, I guess I could always do it for some of his other tapes as well. We'll see, we'll see.
Boss, this contract comes from the Mbele rebel militants. That's right. That general's fighters. Recently, one of their child soldier platoons staged an insurrection and split from the main group. Thing is, they took a hostage with them. The general's brother, his number 2. The contract is to extract both that prisoner and the leader of the renegade platoon. The message reads, I love my brother. You must bring him back to me alive. It also says this about the leader of the child soldiers. He is an excellent soldier. I want to persuade him to rejoin the ranks of the righteous. It sounds a little too forgiving for the man who ordered those kids dead at the mine. I wonder what kind of persuasion the general has in store. With that in mind, here are your objectives. First, rescue and return the general's number 2 as requested. Second, extract the renegade leader, and we'll keep him at Mother Base. In other words, extract both targets out of the region. Good luck, boss.
Alright. Maybe I should just do the rest of the stream with my Code Talker impression, just as I talk normally, but as Code Talker. Yes! My favorite MGSV mission. Aim true, ye vengeful. Accept, yes. Drop in at this position. Now, let me select my equipment. Which weapons do I want? The tranq pistol. Yes. I use this weapon for pretty much every mission. It is a very good weapon. Almost too good to be put into the hands of man. Okay, hold on. Let me actually think properly now. Golden Tiger. Yes. That is what we need. Commence the mission. Let's go, D-Horse. When do I want to go? Morning, afternoon? Let's go in the morning. Like baker's yeast.
mission objectives are to extract the child soldier's commander and their captive, the General's number 2. This child soldier platoon decided to break away from the Mbeli militants. They took the number 2 captive and have occupied an abandoned village. Start by checking that location on your map. Boss, the child soldiers will treat you as an enemy, but they're just kids. See that they don't get hurt. He's the rescue target, the second in command of the Mbeli rebel militants. He's the younger brother of the general, but he's only distinguished himself these last few years. Still, to think he got himself captured by a bunch of children. Unless he went with them of his own accord. That's the commander of the child soldier splinter group. Maybe a kid, but he got his platoon to revolt. Abducted a militant faction's XO. Made off with a cache of weapons and ammo. Those kids are brainwashed with gunpowder from an early age. Taught to kill, kill, kill. Real elites. One of your objectives is to capture the commander and bring him to Mother Base.
Whoa, whoa!
He's the rescue target. The second in command of the Mbeli rebel militants. He's the younger brother of the general, but he's only distinguished himself these last few years. Still, to think he got himself captured by a bunch of children. Unless he went with them of his own accord. Take a good look at their faces. So
I think these two have a conversation. I think we might have just missed it. Hi, Pequod. Hey, what's up, Dave? His name is TGA Dave. He's been running for days and he forgot to save. His name is TGA Dave and his back is up against the wall. Oh, wait, no. I can't believe I said TGA there. Very Dave. I guess when I sing the song, it's still, you know, it's an old song. It's from, it originates from the TGA Dave days. That's where it began. Yeah, there's the original variant for you. I gave Dave his own theme song.
Talk. Okay, that's the general's brother, his number 2. Get him out of there, boss.
Spit it out.
Oh yeah, we have no child Fultons. Dog lol. What do you want from me, Sinister Shadow? You don't want me to sing songs about TGA Dave?
Group of child soldiers. No.
You want me to do what you want to do? I don't want to do what you want to do. Let me do what I want to do.
Must be a squad they had out.
If I want to sing songs about TGA Dave, I'm going to sing songs about TGA Dave. I'm not looking for your fucking approval, bitch.
Security will be tighter now. Watch yourself.
Fuck you. That last fuck you was for that kid, not you.
Boss, another child soldier has entered the village. Must have been out on patrol.
Grab this guy quick.
One patrol out. Security will be tighter now. Watch yourself.
Hold up. This poor guy. Damn, dog is really angry. Oh, damn, what made dog so angry? Wow. Oh god, he got so angry all of a sudden. Shut up, fucking hypothetical viewer in chat. I'm not actually angry, I'm just having fun. It's just sass. Not really angry. God damn it, chat. It's pretty funny if they notice this guy in the vehicle. I'm just gonna let them see him. Their AI has a hard time trying to figure out what to do. Oh, fuck off. Jen Spoffo or Yen Spoffo, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Don't hurt any of those kids. Disengage or use your tranquilizer pistol or CQC to put him down gently.
Will they kill their... I thought maybe he was taking some shots there. Okay, hold on. Let's use a checkpoint. Oh, now I'm back up here. Okay. 634, Angola, Zaire. It was at this time that I made my way to the camp with D-Horse in tow. D-Horse is too strong for mere man, but not too strong for me, because I am not a man. I am but one with the parasites.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I just like to say man, so I will try and fit the word man into anything. All right, hold on.
There he is, the commander.
Pick this fool up.
Extract him.
I think we might just finish the mission this time. Let's stick him in here real quick. Oh, really? Oof.
That's the target prisoner. Okay, that's the general's brother, his number 2. Get him out of there, boss.
Yeah, you need to develop a special child-sized Fulton. But you can get around it. You can stick a child inside a vehicle and then Fulton the vehicle, if you have a vehicle Fulton.
Group of child soldiers. No, must be a squad they had.
Or if you have to extract a child in a mission, you can just, like, drive out of the area or put them in a chopper.
Patrol. Security will be tighter now. Watch yourself. Boss, another child soldier has entered the village. Must have been out.
Ah, yeah, okay. Right, fuck it, just go.
Don't hurt any of those kids. Disengage or use your tranquilizer pistol or CQC to put him down gently. Boss, why did you kill him?
Success.
Flawless work. You never cease to amaze, boss.
Nice.
Mission complete, and how?
Yes.
Boss, about how we report this one to the client. I'll tell them we took heavy resistance from the renegade platoon, and the hostage was killed in the firefight. Also, their leader wouldn't let himself be taken alive. I doubt the client will pay us for this one, but we got a big enough reward from the general's number 2 instead. And as for the number 2, He's saying he wants to join Diamond Dogs. I guess he knows what that means for him. He said, if I'm working for you, I can be number 2 or number 200 for all I care. Boss, we have an emergency. Many of our staff are falling ill. At first it seemed like a common cold, but before we knew it, blisters started popping up on their chests and... Damn it. I'll fill you in at the ACC. Just get in the chopper. Look closely. Those are the symptoms of the infection on Mother Base.
Alright, let's get these Congo boys out of here.
Parasite larvae, most likely. But we couldn't find any adults. It doesn't seem to mature in the body, like a sparganum. We don't know the root of infection, or what causes symptoms to develop. Boss, do you remember seeing these symptoms before? The bodies floating around in the oil facility, the bedridden test subjects at the Devil's House. This epidemic looks just like what we've seen on our hunt for Cypher. So this is the weapon of mass destruction Cypher was working on in Africa. Boss, the situation is urgent. We need to quarantine the infected and contain the pathogen. Priority now is to prevent more casualties. But the problem is, how do we tell who's infected? During the incubation period, we have no way of knowing who's clean. You'll have to try and guess who's infected before they go symptomatic and quarantine them. That'd be easy if we just knew the route or vector of the infection. From now on, if you even suspect a staff member's infected, use your iDroid to order them into quarantine. Given the situation, the men won't submit to quarantine just because I or the medical team tell them to. But they will listen to you. Of course, it's just a temporary measure until we find a permanent solution. But at least they'd be in solitary isolation so they won't infect each other, and we get the mental care they need. If we do nothing, we'll only lose more people. We have no choice. Boss, open your iDroid. I'll explain how to quarantine staff members suspected of infection. Go to the Mother Base menu and select Staff Management. First, take a look at the quarantine
I'm
facility.
way ahead of you, Ocelot.
We'll isolate anyone who's already symptomatic at the quarantine facility. But we have to expect that there are multiple staff who are infected, but asymptomatic. So how do we identify them? At present, we have no way to tell them apart. But there has to be something for us to go on. If you notice anything, reassign staff you suspect are infected to the quarantine facility. We'll monitor them and then contact you if there's a change in their condition. Correctly quarantining these asymptomatic infected will reduce the number of new infections. You should continue with your missions as usual. If Cypher is behind this, going after them should help us determine the root cause of this epidemic. Also, until we identify the pathogen, we can't fire or dispatch any staff. We cannot let this thing spread. Boss, get to the bottom of this fast. We're counting on you.
Okay, did I miss anyone along the way there? Did anyone notice?
Boss, a new job's come in. It's a hit. I'm the human trafficker who sent Shivani and the others to Nzoya Badia Bulu, where you ran into Skullface. The thing is, this guy might know something about the disease that's going around Mother Base. The symptoms are similar to the ones we saw at that factory. Start by checking the mission details on your iDroid.
Oh, you don't get the dialogue that indicates that you've done it correctly if there are Kakongo guys in the brig? Really? You missed my question. Maybe your question was a load of bullshit and I didn't want to answer it. You ever think of that possibility? Maybe I saw your question and I said, ugh, not answering that. No thanks. And then I just moved on to someone else's comment. No, I didn't actually see your question, though. So feel free to post it again. Do you not think maybe over the last couple of minutes I was possibly looking at the screen intently and not the chat? As I was moving the Kakongo staff to the quarantine facility? Yeah, I wasn't looking at the chat over the last, like, couple of minutes. But yeah, feel free to ask your question again. Never mind, not important. Okay. I was only fucking around anyway, so feel free to ask it again if you like. So yeah, is that how that works? Someone else said there that if there's a guy in the brig, you won't get the dialogue. Because I always wondered about this. There were times where I could have sworn I moved all the Kakongo guys, but I didn't get the dialogue. I was like, wait, what the hell? Why am I not getting that dialogue? And then I started to wonder if you even get dialogue for correctly moving all the Kakongo guys over. But yeah, you do. There is like a unique bit of dialogue for moving them all over. But yeah, I guess you don't get it if someone's in the brig. Okay, let's keep going.
Look closely. Those are the symptoms of the infection on Mother Base. The blisters on the body were full of tiny worms. Parasite larvae, most likely.
Isn't this mainly like the same thing that we just heard from Miller?
But we couldn't find any adults. It doesn't seem to mature in the body, like a spargatum. We don't know the root of infection, or what causes symptoms to develop. The infection rate, along with the number of dead, are both on the rise.
Is it the exact same? Is there anything different in it?
Boss, the bedridden test subjects at the devil.
Alright, yeah, I guess we'll just leave that then. Thought maybe there'd be like something slightly different in it.
Boss, there's a target on the run somewhere on the Savannah. Your job is to find and eliminate him. He's a logistics officer for the PF known as Rogue Coyote. On the side, however, he colluded with the Buta regime, abducting people from Mbeli villages and supplying them as slave labor. That's right. He's a human trafficker. His victims ended up all over the place. Brothels, black market, organ trade, diamond mines. And he was the one who sent Shibani and the other kids to the Devil's House. But then an Mbeli rebel group finally added him to their hit list. The target decided it was time to quit, and now he's trying to leave the country. If he makes it back to his country, he'll be no more than a civilian, and he'll avoid facing a court-martial. Like so many other war biz junkies. I'll bet he plans on enjoying a new live finance with his blood money. The client's order is to take him out. How you go about that is up to you, boss.
Alright. By the way, guys, if any of you are new here, and you're enjoying this shit that we do, these crazy Metal Gear marathons, do please give me a follow over on my channel as well, if you haven't, because we alternate these marathons. This month we're doing it on this channel. Next month we'll be doing it on my channel, or whenever we do it next. We might take a break next month. But yeah, these are always two-man marathons, and we go back and forth between both of our channels each time we do them. So, yeah, just a bit of a plug. Cheers, Safi. Thanks for posting my link. Yeah, head on over there and drop a follow if you want to catch the next marathon. And if you just want to watch any of my other streams, I'll be doing Metal Gear stuff next month. You know, aside from marathon stuff, I'll be doing Metal Gear Acid and maybe Metal Gear Acid 2 and, you know, maybe some MGS story runs every now and then. And, yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll be playing something else that you have an interest in, too. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this fucking mission. I'm eagerly awaiting your first YouTube video. Do you follow my second YouTube channel, baby? I have a second YouTube channel for uploading streams. I think still some people don't know about that one. Yeah, but that's one of my channels is completely empty, but the other one has a load of my streams up on it.
Boss, the target is a PF logistics officer who works as a human trafficker on the side. The client wants him dead. He's currently on the run somewhere on the savannah with bodyguards.
Yeah, unfortunately on this channel, I don't have links set up to my YouTube channel, but maybe someone can post a link to my stream archive channel.
Unfortunately, we don't know what route they're taking. All we have to go on is a coded transmission.
Cheers, Safi.
sent by the PF at the Ditati abandoned village. It appears to be a workup of the target's security plans, but to decipher it, we'll need an intel file with the encryption key. This key should be at the comms facility at the Ditati abandoned village.
Yeah, if you want to catch anything from the marathon, all the marathon streams will be going up there as well.
Check your iDroid to see what the target looks like.
And shout out to one of my viewers, Kumori, who's been uploading all of the VODs.
As well as the location of the village. Find the route. Find the man.
Be careful down there, boss.
Cheers, Safi. I think I might drop a tank on this guy's head. This is another guy that like stops in one position for a good couple of minutes, I think. You probably have enough time to drop something on him. Yeah, Kumori's been really fast with the uploads as well. Like, it's always the day after I stream something, it'll be up on the YouTube channel, usually. Oh, shit. Okay, here they are. And there's the guy.
That's the target. Eliminate him, however you see fit.
I'm gonna wait for them to now. When they stop here, I think they stop for a good while. Oh, is that really gonna land on him? Oh wait, no, I thought they stopped for longer than that. I could have sworn he stopped there. Maybe it's later on. Maybe he stops later on. Okay. Maybe he's gonna land on someone else. Just a tank. No need to worry. Okay, maybe it's here. No, they're moving again.
Boss, the target's getting away.
Oh, now they're getting scared. The tank getting dropped. They didn't give a shit about that. The tank being Fulton, though. You'd think it would be the other way around. That they'd be scared of a tank actually coming in to fuck with them. Not a tank disappearing out of thin air. Nice.
Boss, the target's getting away.
Money. Possibly. Money to do. Spit it out. Speak. Speak. Spit it out.
Don't want to become one of them. One of the victims in the devil's house.
Target extracted. We'll let the client know. You gotta extract him. All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Whoa! Amazing. Mission complete. Our trafficker was very talkative. Guinea pigs. That's what became of his kidnapped victims. Says he got a good look at that factory at Zoya Badiabulu when he dropped off some fresh guinea pigs for them, along with our man without a face. His instincts told him to run like the rat he is. Said it wasn't worth the money. Figured he could be next. That's when he went to the NGO for help. He thought that in exchange for his buyer's list, they could set him up with a new identity someplace far away. He had an idea who he was up against, and he didn't want to take any chances. A true rat. But like us dogs, he knew when he smelled trouble. And something else. He said the specimens come from deep in the forest. We don't know what he meant by specimens just yet, but those guinea pig symptoms match what we've seen on the infected at Mother Base. Deep in the forest. Maybe there's the clue we need to beat this infection. Boss, the truth could be right around the corner.
It's almost Code Talker time. Hey, what's up, Phantom Cigar? How's it going? Go back to the ACC. And I think next we have another spicy extraction mission.
Boss, we finally heard from one of our missing intel team members. He says he has a solid lead on the epidemic at Mother Base. Take a look at the mission details ASAP.
Boss, the intel team's hard at work investigating the cause of that illness spreading through Mother Base. Problem is, a bunch of our agents in the field are still MIA. Progress has been slow, until now. We just got a distress call from one of them. He said he's got intel on the origin of the disease. But the PF in the area got to him before we did. There's been no further contact from him, but we know he's being held at the guard post on the western end of the mine. There's still a good chance he's alive. We can't afford to let him die. Right now, he's the only link we have to the root cause of the epidemic. Get our man back, boss.
Yeah, that's why all these intel members keep ending up MIA. Walking around fully decked out in the Diamond Dogs gear.
A member of the intel unit has gotten a lead on the epidemic that's crippling Mother Base. The problem is, our man has been captured by the PF in his operation area. He's being held at the guard post on the western end of the mine. Boss, we need you to get him out ASAP. Right now, he's only linked to the root cause of the epidemic.
No, MGS survived. This is the last game in the marathon. Oh, shit. I didn't bring in D-Horse. Oh, no, I did. Okay. I don't want to drive that lump of shit. We just forget Survive even exists. What don't you like about Survive, Keo?
That's where the target is being held.
No, drop to your knees. Thank you.
The target. He got out on his own. Boss, cover his escape, then extract him once the coast is clear.
I might get spotted here. This guy gonna come down? Ooh.
Mission complete. And the target's safe. Time to figure out what
Nice.
the hell is
That's a
behind
way
this.
faster way of doing that. It's riveting stuff, isn't it? That's top tier Phantom Pain gameplay.
Boss, the intel team member you extracted is gonna be okay. All thanks to your quick actions. He keeps muttering the same things over and over. About the pathogen, and the old man who knows how to treat it. Code Talker. He even told us where he is. This is our only lead, boss. Let's go meet this Code Talker. Boss, you need to make contact with Code Talker.
I'll probably do a Survive playthrough sometime in the next few months. I still need to play the game. Played like a couple of hours of it.
Boss, you need to make contact with Code Talker, the old man who knows what the pathogen is. We have to stop this disease that's spreading
Here we
across
go.
Mother Base. Select the mission on your iDroid.
Boss, you need to make contact with the Code Talker, the old man who's supposed to know what's behind this infection. The intel team member you extracted was able to pinpoint his location. A forest that stretches across the Angola-Zaire border. The locals call it Lufwa Valley, the Valley of the Lost. The target's in a mansion deep in this valley. A PF is deployed there, but we've also spotted an unidentified group operating in the area. If Cypher developed this pathogen, there's a good chance our target played a central role in that process. But is this their weapon to surpass Metal Gear? Will the pathogen or its cure lead to Cypher? This guy is the key to everything. Boss, make contact with Code Talker and extract him if you see fit. We can't afford to lose any more men. We have to stop this thing.
Mr. Man, have you played Survive? You better let it. No, you didn't play it? Okay.
as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convinced security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright? Make contact with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires it, extract him to Mother Base.
I really like their design. Kind of weird as well how they look like Venom. They have the eye patch with the 3 straps and the strap tail coming down the back. Wonder if there's a reason behind that. This strap hanging down here, this is supposed to symbolize a tail. Apparently, Kojima wanted Venom to have an actual tail originally. But Yoji Shinkawa refused to give him a tail. So they settled on a symbolic tail. Instead of an actual tail, you just have a little strap coming down. But yeah, those snipers, they have the same thing. They have that little belt coming down, that strap coming down for a tail. I wonder what kind of texture the tail would have been made out of. Would it be like the horn? A hard tail, unmoving tail. Piece of shrapnel up his ass. Big piece of shrapnel sticking out of his ass.
No sign of those snipers. Did they give up? Whatever. Just get to the mansion. Pronto. You're near the mansion. That's where you'll find the target Code Talker.
Those things that Sahelanthropus summons from the ground really look like the shrapnel coming out of Snake's head. You know, when Sahelanthropus whips the ground with the sword and those rocks come out from underneath the surface. At least I think. Anyway, those rocks really look like horns. They look like it looks like the exact same kind of texture and model as the shrapnel.
Zero risk security. Looks like they're protecting the target. Why don't you try interrogating them? They might know the target's exact location.
Oh, nice. They both run over.
Excellent work, boss. They don't even know you're there. Keep it up.
I've been waiting, Tilisi. Or should I say, Bedahokhale.
That's him. That's Code Talker.
Look familiar? It's infecting my men. How do we
Silence. Or death.
What do you...
It could be in here. Stay quiet. Your life depends on it. Sit. The parasite has infected your band. Those are its larvae. They enter the throat and attach themselves to the vocal cords. They mimic the host's membranes flawlessly. No one can tell the difference. Upon reaching maturity, they mate. Sustained exposure to a particular sound triggers copulation. The resulting larva then feast on the host lungs, killing it. The particular sound is words. They attack only those who speak a certain language, not just one. I cannot say which language your parasites are attuned to. But silence is the best way to keep them from laying their children. This contains an herb that they dislike. Good. That should deafen them for a while. You have bought yourself some time. Speak.
Is there a cure?
Once symptoms manifest, larvae have already infested the alveoli. At which point, nothing can be done. There is a way to halt the onset, which would prevent infection.
I need your help.
He stole the ones I sealed away, forced me to do his terrible work.
Skullface.
Even a country like America sways in his wake. I could not defy him. The fate of Diné lies in his hands. However, perhaps the Nishia led you here. If my children have upset the Rojun of the world, it falls to me to set it right.
You've secured the target, but he's too old to risk a full extraction. Put Code Talker in the chopper and return to base.
He claims they are the dream of every ruler since the dawn of time. Teach them your enemy's words, then unleash them on his lands, destroying only those who speak his tongue. He calls them his ethnic cleansers.
Ethnic cleansers? That's what Skullface is after. In Zuya, Diabolo was... Boss, he's gonna wipe every language besides English off the face of the earth.
Ironic, isn't it?
The other way around, Kaz.
And now, they take it away. It is thanks to them that man first learned to speak. But now, the hands of their clock turn back. They've been warped by the hands of man.
All right, let's get out of here. You have to wait for him to finish his monologue before you're allowed to run. Why kill off English? Because he sees it as a parasitic language that swallows up and destroys other languages, other cultures. Which is what the English language has done, in reality, historically.
Guards are acting strange, almost puppet-like. It could be the skull.
Skullface is a good guy, you see.
Damn it, they're controlling those soldiers. Be careful.
He's only trying to preserve
of the experiments.
Other cultures.
They were implanted.
He's really a great guy.
Without my knowledge, even had I known, there is nothing I could have done.
Are the MIA intel team members buried there too? Bastards. They're gonna pay for this.
Yeah, we wouldn't know anything about that, Mr. Man. Yeah, if you don't take out the snipers earlier, again, you have to deal with them here. And obviously, if you do take out the snipers, you don't have to deal with them here. And these puppets as well, of course. Nope.
Roger. Boss, stop!
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
What are you thinking? We need him alive.
This is B-Quad. On station at Gaining altitude.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss. Boss, we found the bodies of the 2 missing Intel team members in Lufwa Valley. We knew we wouldn't get them back alive, but still, it's a damn shame. Don't let their sacrifice go to waste, boss. We need to stop the epidemic at Mother Base. That old man, Code Talker, he's the only hope we've got.
Tell me how to fight it.
I hid the answer in a microbe this one carries. It turns the male parasites into females, preventing reproduction. One parasite infecting another. However, it doesn't affect only the parasite. It alters the host as well. Your infection will be contained, but you and your men will also be rendered infertile. That is the price you must pay to regain your speech.
That freak show back there. They the work of your children too?
A different strain from the vocal cord parasite, known as the one that covers. It acts as the host's skin, providing strength in exchange for nourishment. But I did not know those men were infected. They were forced to serve him, then steal my research. Have you seen one of their vehicles?
The Yellow Cake.
Captured a convoy they were escorting. Cargo, some kind of mineral.
What became of it? The metallic Archaea?
Clouds ahead!
It's them.
All right, metallic diarrhea. Let's do it. I'll try and do this with just the AA emplacements if I can.
So the vocal cord parasites that have infected Mother Base. They're ethnic cleansers designed to silence those who don't fit into Skullface's worldview. We can't allow him to have such power. Go over the mission details and get going ASAP.
Boss, you okay? There's an unusual mist in front of your chopper. It could be the same one as before. Cypher is trying to eliminate Code Talker, but we can't save the infected without him. Boss, whatever you do, bring Code Talker back alive.
Clouds ahead!
It's them.
Like you're surrounded by mist. The support chopper can't get close to your position right now.
Hurry! They are coming!
We are their quarry.
We are their quarry.
Let's do it.
So that Misty is their work. We won't be able to send
We
in another
are
chopper
their
for now.
quarry.
Boss, you need to eliminate the skulls. We cannot lose Code Talker.
Nice. Ah! Nice.
Great work, boss. I'm coming in on another chopper. Get Code Talker to the LZ and wait there.
I'm getting better at that strat. Told you the decoys are good.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Get in, boss. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you...
Skullface is no longer in Africa. The nuclear test was a success. Now they turned their knives on me.
Satellites didn't read any test. Neither did seismometers.
The detonation test took place 5 years ago in the southern Indian Ocean. The final test was the opposite, to prevent detonation.
You mean?
Skullface plans to sell nuclear weapons that he retains control of.
It's not like hawking small arms to militias.
Indeed. He plans to avoid detection by exporting minerals containing tiny amounts of uranium in the form of metallic archaea. Once on site, the metallic archaea enrich the uranium and weaponize it. Loaded onto all-terrain bipedal machines. They ensure any country, armed group, even the smallest terrorist cell, can become a nuclear power.
Bipedal. So that's why they needed Huey.
A nuke business to replace the arms business. And Skullface owns the market.
The very atmosphere of nukes, anywhere and everywhere. Deterrence on all sides.
So that's why he ran a non-detonation test.
Yes. Another metallic archaea instantly overrides the criticality generator. The fail-safe only he controls. Any such weapon can be deactivated whenever he chooses, regardless of who owns it or their intent to use it.
Nukes. Controlled by a man, not a country.
If they proliferate, conventional nukes lose all value. Political, military, and economic. The two superpowers become powerless.
The R&D and medical teams have come up with a proposal for a new suit that applies Code Talker's research. The
That was
Parasite
fast.
suit. Apparently, it can recreate some of the skull's unusual
Damn, those
abilities.
R&D boys,
But in order
alright.
to use those abilities, it needs
That's
parasites.
the R&D
If you
boys.
want to wear this suit, you're going to need to get a hold of parasites by extracting skulls.
We need to stop the epidemic at Mother Base.
About the pathogen spreading through Mother Base, what's your opinion?
Textbook symptoms of vocal cord parasite infestation. And judging from this casualty list, it is the Kikango strain. Meaning, a breed of parasite that triggers symptoms upon detecting pronunciation specific to Kikango.
So how do we keep them from becoming symptomatic?
Use this. A type of Wolbachia, introduced to a sample of the parasite. A parasitic bacteria that colonizes the parasites, turning male to female and preventing copulation. You must cultivate more.
Thanks to Code Talker, we've managed to put a stop to any new vocal cord parasite infections. We couldn't save those already symptomatic, but everyone who survived has been released from the quarantine platform. Skullface will pay for this.
Again with the truth serum?
What are those legs made of? Titanium? All the way to the femur.
Metallic archaea.
Sahelanthropus. Where is it?
What?
We have to know before his plan is complete. Sahelanthropus is the final piece.
What are you talking about?
If the Soviets break out a mobile, controllable nuclear weapon, East-West relations will be right back at the Cuban Missile Crisis.
The Cold War returns to life as countries without nuclear arsenals line up for what Skullface is selling. Nuclear weapons proliferate overnight, and on the brink of annihilation, the world maintains its balance.
But we know this is all just a shield, a ruse.
The cleansing parasites are what matter most. A WMD to eclipse even nukes, and the only one that can still be used. Skullface is the world's greatest threat, and Zero's. The pieces are in place. All that remains is to unveil Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan.
They can't activate it without me. Okay, B-Zero. Sahelanthropus is beyond the Soviet base camp, in a lab built by the Soviet philosophers. That's what you're looking for. But I have no idea how he's controlling it. It wasn't designed to accommodate a human pilot. No! No! Wait!
We got word from Afghanistan. Everyone at the Soviet base camp's dead. No sign of fighting. Parasites. Skullface's men then headed north. The target is OKB-0. That's where he'll activate Sahelanthropus. Unless we stop him, he'll go down in history a conquering victor. We can't let that happen. Wipe him out. Don't leave any trace of his existence.
I'm gonna need backup on this one.
You'll rendezvous on site.
Alright, fools, I'm gonna take a food break while you get to listen to some of these tapes. Well, I'll probably be listening to the tapes while I'm eating. Let's do it. Actually, before we do that, let me check my dashboard as well. Oh, come on. Hold on a second, guys. Oh wait, no, I'm up to date. I'm up to date. This is just a taster for the true Parasite tapes, which will come later on. This isn't the main course yet.
About the pathogen spreading through Mother Base. You've seen everything we've got on the outbreak. What's your opinion?
Textbook symptoms of vocal cord parasite infestation. And judging from this casualty list, it is the Kikongo strain, meaning a breed of parasite that triggers symptoms upon detecting pronunciation specific to Kikongo.
So our Kikongo-speaking staff are at risk?
Quite so.
He's right. All the victims do speak Kikongo.
So they can survive if they just use another language?
There is no guarantee. You're only dealing with the Kikongo strain. Other language strains may be present. You well know he was teaching them languages from all over the world.
The Devil's House. Nzoya Badiabulu.
There is no way to know how many strains he has at his disposal.
So how do we keep them from becoming symptomatic? You mentioned using microbes.
Use this. A type of Wolbachia. Introduced to a sample of the parasite.
Wolbachia?
A parasitic bacteria that colonizes the parasites, turning male to female and preventing copulation. You must cultivate more. What have you done with the infected bodies?
Cremated to stop the spread of infection, but we did keep a few for study.
Good. Take this sample, grind it to a pulp, and introduce it to the larvae now nesting in the dead. The Wolbachia will multiply rapidly within those larvae.
They're soldiers, not some petri dish.
Conventional cultivation methods will take too long. Extract the Wolbachia from those larvae and vaccinate your men. Kikongo speakers first. This is the fastest, surest way. No one is to speak a word of Kikongo until the Wolbachia are safely inside them. I will instruct your medical staff in detail on site. You have the appropriate facilities.
Yes, but
do not worry. I made a pact with your bit de Cholone on the honor of the Dene. I speak no lies.
Keep an eye on him.
Will do. Follow me. I'll take you to the medical team.
Now, we must wait for the Wolbachia to multiply in the larvae.
How is the disease transmitted? If it's carried by insects or rodents, then...
There is no intermediate host.
So...
The vocal cord parasites lay their eggs in the larynx of the host. Most hatch and migrate to the lungs, but some are transported to the mouth through ciliary movement, mixing in with saliva.
Saliva. Droplet transmission.
Sneezing, coughing. Any food or water containing infected saliva. It would spread fast.
Indeed. And when the larvae migrate to the lungs, symptoms can resemble the early stages of a cold, making it easy to infect others.
Meaning a simple conversation would be enough to pass it on.
All right, so what happens after the larvae migrate to the lungs?
It is as I said before. They mature by feeding on alveolar tissue. It is only then that noticeable symptoms appear in the host.
And by that point, it's too late. He's infected everyone else. It's one hell of a weapon you've created.
That is what Blag Ana wanted. Something that would spread easily. In truth, he's not the reason. But we will discuss that another time.
The Wolbachia have multiplied. We're preparing to extract them and begin vaccinating. But is this really the only way? Sure, it'll prevent infection, but the cost?
You would rather remove their vocal cords?
No. Tactical communication's a linchpin of what we do.
What if we were to ban the use of Kakongo?
Insufficient. First, there's no guarantee that only the Kakongo strain is here. Second, there is the matter of how the parasites lay their eggs. Before they can copulate, they must be exposed to the pronunciation of a specific language for a period of time, like a container filling with water. But the duration between when the container is full and when the copulation actually begins varies from case to case. In other words, even if the infected stop speaking as a countermeasure, it may already be too late. The only true solution is to prevent copulation through the Wolbachia, or by physically removing the affected tissue.
Do any antiparasitics work?
It sounds as though you have already tried.
Yeah. We tried every one there is, and nothing.
I have yet to find a medicine that can remove the parasites. At best, it temporarily covers their ears.
Why is that?
Because the parasites are companions to us. To remove them inevitably harms the host.
Companions?
More than you think. And this is why the human immune system cannot eliminate them.
We've inoculated the staff with Wolbachia to keep them from becoming symptomatic.
That should also contain the infection.
How did this happen in the first place?
It has to have been a Cypher spy within our ranks.
If this is so, then why the Kakongo strain? If their intent was to wipe you out.
Skullface said the remaining English parasite was close to the boss. If this latest strain was his doing, he wouldn't have tipped his hand.
It is possible someone brought eggs onto the base without knowing. Stuck to their shoes, clothing.
Now, that makes the most sense to me.
And where did the eggs come from?
You mentioned that your boss visited Nzoya Badiopulu.
Sure, but his gear's disinfected immediately upon return.
Then he was not the carrier.
And not just the boss. All staff dispatched to high-risk regions were quarantined on the flight back. When the symptoms first appeared, we checked and disinfected all equipment used up to that point. Any and all prisoners, soldiers, materials, and animals extracted during missions were also quarantined.
So, that just leaves...
I have seen children around here. Where are they from?
All over. Some were being held hostage at a mine. Then there were the troublemakers at Bwala Yamasa.
Bwala Yamasa?
Yeah.
Their clothes, their things. Did you burn them?
They're just kids. We couldn't. And besides, not one of them's shown symptoms.
The parasites don't infect prepubescent hosts. Their vocal cords are not fully developed.
Well, if infection doesn't occur in children...
It is possible they carried eggs on their clothes, and the infection spread from them.
Check the kid's stuff.
I doubt there is any trace left by now.
But if there is, some of those kids must be close to hitting puberty. How could we have missed this?
The name Bwala Yamasa got quite a reaction from you. I'm guessing the Kakongo strain was released in that village.
Cypher used that region to experiment with vocal cord parasite transmission. The Kakongo strain. The settlements around the refinery upstream of Bwala Yamasa were the proving grounds. They would infect one villager, then record transmission speed. Dangerous work. If they failed to contain the infection, it would slip into the surrounding regions.
At which point the world found out about the parasites, making them useless as a weapon. Incredible they'd risk such a thing.
The test site was densely populated too. A terrible place for such experiments. No doubt, they thought burning everything would wipe away all traces. The settlements were covered in oil anyway. Who would wonder if one day they caught fire? And so it did. They burned it all, living and dead.
Those remains.
But they miscalculated. Transmission speed was far faster than anticipated. It may have been the temperature, or hygiene standards, or perhaps the parasites reacted quickly to Kikongo. Whatever the reason, nearly all villages were swiftly infected, and the settlements reduced to mounds of corpses. Making matters worse, the dry season was ending. When it came time to burn the village, the Moneni River had swelled. Many of the bodies were waterlogged.
Meaning they didn't burn completely.
The corpses still contained viable eggs, and the larvae washed downstream. And when the people downstream drank that water,
that marked the end for Bwala Yamasa.
I learned all of this at the mansion. I warned him of the risk of eggs getting out.
And?
We are prepared for any eventuality.
I get it. Putting the oil field back online. The oil leaks, saner. They plan to pollute the river, prevent the spread of infection.
But the oil flow was stopped, and downstream the people of Masa Village started using the water again. The PF soldiers deployed at the village were locals, spoke Kikongo. They were infected, and the kids survived.
I've heard enough.
And who stopped the flow of oil?
Don't!
We did.
That confirms it. The source of the Kikongo strain infection was Masa Village. And the children brought it here. It is no one's fault. There is no blame to be cast.
The parasites, they were tested in other regions?
Their physiology requires that they be tested under varied conditions. Another test site was in Afghanistan.
So it was the parasites there.
Both the Pashto and Tajik languages are spoken in the mountains of Afghanistan, and population density is low. Ideal testing grounds for how accurately the parasites target only the specified language. It is also relatively easy to prevent the spread of infection.
And the results?
The first test, I am told, was a success. Once the Pashtun Mujahideen were infected with the Pashto strain, they were all but wiped out.
The Hamid fighters at Smasei Fort.
It was doubly successful. No Tajik Mujahideen or Soviet soldiers became symptomatic.
So the parasites proved to be effective. What about the second test?
Also supposedly a success. A Pashtun village was the target. However, the original aim was to obtain samples of the infected. In this, they failed.
And the village?
The Soviets enacted a standard scorched earth operation.
That must have been the village where Malak lived, before being held captive at La Marjate Palace.
Having had more time to think on it, the details shared with me may have been false. They are madmen who would do anything to cover up the truth.
They certainly seem to like tossing their problems in the fire.
As a boy, Skullface's life went up in flames. Perhaps that is what fuels his fixation with fire.
Your Wolbachia stopped the infection all right, but I still don't get it. How can a few bacteria change males to females? I know they're only bugs, but...
It is not such a rare thing in the natural world. Many insects and nematodes are infected with Wolbachia.
But why?
They nest in the cell cytoplasm of the host, even in the egg cells. with the result that the offspring are born infected.
Mother-to-child transmission.
However, Wolbachia cannot nest in sperm because they do not have cytoplasm. So even a successful infection of a male ends after a single generation. This means the Wolbachia must resort to maximizing the population of infected females.
Sounds like an ethnic cleansing campaign on a tiny scale.
Gender change from male to female is their survival tactic.
So more females means more Wolbachia carriers, so it can keep thriving in the following generations.
But the parasites in a human host are supposed to be a mating pair. If there's no male, there'll be no offspring at all. It's killing itself.
Slow down. This tactic is intended for environments where a single male can copulate with multiple females. Originally, the Wolbachia did not infect the vocal cord parasites. I created a mutation.
That would explain everything.
Monogamous pairs. The Wolbachia's greatest multiplying tactic, the male-to-female change, worked against itself in the monogamous parasites. Just as you said. Then, I performed repeated selection of Wolbachia strains until I achieved 100% certainty of male-to-female conversion.
Creating female-female pairs, unable to reproduce.
And you say the Wolbachia affects the host of the host, that is, us, cutting off our means to reproduce?
It is almost certain. Of course, we will not turn female. After all, mammals possess no natural gender-changing function. But some Wolbachia strains can cause cytoplasmic incompatibility in the host.
Is that some cell deformity?
Put simply, it means the altered sperm of infected males kill the female's egg on contact.
And that's happened to us?
Yes. And yet, what occurs in humans is not just simple CI. To date, there are no cases of Wolbachia affecting humans. The fact that this strain causes this effect, is it the vocal cord parasite?
Who the fuck is this guy?
Humans? I do not know enough to say for sure.
So the parasite warps the host. Reminds me of what Skullface said.
It is the way of all organisms to create their own optimal environment. Just look at you and this base. Organisms that cannot do this are doomed to extinction. The difference with parasites is that their environment is another organism. That creates a connection between life and life. Parasitism, symbiosis, or death. In this way, the host too is challenged to adapt.
About this OKB-0 Emmerich was talking about. Its location and features match the citadel in the mountains northeast of the Soviet base camp. Built during the time of Alexander the Great, it was left in ruins following one of Genghis Khan's campaigns. Its occupants changed time and again due to war, and it was expanded on more than one occasion. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of the Soviet philosophers. The Soviet army was using it as the headquarters of its Afghan invasion force. But it would seem that Skullface's connections with the philosophers gave him license to develop Sahelanthropus there. And that's what Emmerich was doing at the place, before he got the axe. But OKB is a designation the Soviets use for weapon design bureaus. There's no way they'd have one of those in Afghanistan. And in principle, the numbers that follow OKB are always integers above 1. There is no 0. Perhaps this was a secret facility of the Soviet and Chinese philosophers dating back prior to World War II. though it's more likely Skullface just picked a fake name that more or less fit the Soviets' pattern. He doesn't go there often, but he sure as hell won't miss this. They use the heliport on top of the tower for his visits. Start by heading for the heliport. Then wait for your chance to make contact with Skullface.
It seems Sahelanthropus' armor is made from depleted uranium. That offers some serious protection. The U.S. military is planning on using it for its main battle tanks, too. Maybe that's where Emmerich got the technology.
Uranium? They're using nuclear fuel for armor now?
No. What they use for nuclear fuel is uranium-235, which is extracted from natural uranium. Depleted uranium is a byproduct of that process. Sort of like the leftovers, I guess. The garbage. Uranium-235 makes up 0.72% of natural uranium, whereas depleted uranium contains only 0.2%.
What are the benefits of using it for armor?
It's a pretty short list. Uranium's a heavy metal, like lead, meaning it can hold a greater amount of kinetic energy. But it also boasts a hardness closer to tungsten. That makes it an ideal material to use for, say, armor-piercing ammunition penetrators. But it's not the best choice for armor. Its volume is less than that of ceramics, but for an equal weight, you could end up with less protection.
So why use it then?
According to Emmerich, it came down to him being unable to source ceramics technology from a manufacturer. Plus, given that it's an upright walking vehicle, he wanted to reduce the bulk of certain areas. Despite all that, depleted uranium still makes for some tough armor, and Emmerich says it's been proven in live fire tests. It stops most Soviet tank shells.
Code Talker, what are the metallic archaea?
Volcanic craters spewing sulfur. Water
You've been equipped with a
hot
dick
enough
for this
to
mission.
boil your
Be
skin
careful,
off.
it's noisy.
Ocean depths of 800 plus atmospheres. Wastelands radioactive enough to kill you where you stand. There are groups of organisms that survive despite. No. Because of living in such environments.
I've heard about them. Extremo... something.
Extremophiles. By selecting certain species, then subculturing and repeatedly modifying them, I created a metallic offspring of pure archaea. They subsist on metals rather than organic matter.
And some of them even consume uranium?
Yes. Uranium enrichment archaea metabolize only uranium-235. As a result, they produce weapons-grade enriched uranium.
How is that possible?
Consider how plants fractionate carbon isotopes when they conduct photosynthesis. Nature possesses abilities beyond our imagination.
So it was archaea that brought down your chopper?
Corrosive archaea, yes. They oxidize metals, feeding off the energy in the electrons they receive. What became of the wreckage?
We had the R&D team retrieve samples for study in airtight plastic containers, of course.
Prudent. We shall extract archaea from it in good time. They should help you fight back against Blaga Ana.
Any chance we could start now? It doesn't have to be a lot.
Hello, Cuervo.
I might just have another use for them.
If it's only a small amount you need.
That's fine. I'll get the R&D team to assist. Let's go.
South Africa was previously suspected of developing nuclear weapons. It already had a conspicuous presence at the UN because of apartheid and its armed expansionism. But when neighboring Angola and Mozambique became socialist countries in '74, South Africa felt hounded into a corner. So it accelerated its nuclear program to protect itself. 3 years later, the Soviets discovered a test facility, and 2 years after that, an American satellite observed a flash in the southern Indian Ocean. It said this was South Africa conducting a nuclear test with the help of a certain ally. Skullface used the situation in South Africa to get this ally to lend a hand. They both wanted nukes, so it was a mutually beneficial relationship. On the surface, anyway.
I figure South Africa started getting serious about nuclear weapons production in '75. In '74, the government was still able to get by with bluffing that it had a nuclear arsenal. But the year after, word spread that an independent armed group in the Caribbean was crushed by Cypher for possessing a WMD. That's right, boss. What happened to you and your men was the reason South Africa decided to push ahead with nuclear development. A force independent of any country getting its hands on a nuke. That was a threat to the existence of countries everywhere. It wasn't just South Africa. Your presence pushed a lot of countries to get nukes. The world was scared of you. You were a threat to more than just the Cold War. If nations are gears in a machine, you had the power to smash them loose and watch the whole world grind to a halt. Emmerich uses externally powered legs of his own design. It's bionics technology, a product of the U.S. military's failed attempt to develop a powered exoskeleton. All the wearer has to do is apply a little force, and the actuators continue the movement in that direction. But his legs are unique. Instead of using a hydraulic mechanism, the actuators run off metallic archaea. That increases the actuator's reaction speed and also enables him to lock and release the joints at will. The legs are a nifty little gadget, but they have two clear weaknesses. First, they're dependent on external power, maybe because he built them knowing he couldn't leave his lab. There's no internal battery. That's why they won't work if they aren't plugged in. Second, and this is more than just a weakness, the legs are directly connected to his bones. Could be to minimize signal loss and the order's output to the legs and the drive response from them. Either way, Emmerich has used bolts to attach load-bearing parts directly to his femurs, probably by mimicking surgical treatment for compound fractures and the like. But the end result is those legs and his body are fused together, and that appears to be how he's able to move them so precisely. But that also means that any shock to the legs would be delivered right to his bones by way of those bolts. The same is true if he encounters the corrosive metallic archaea. If the corrosive archaea ate into the exposed bolts, they'd reach the endoskeleton parts and eat through them too in the blink of an eye. The doctor's bones are full of holes to accommodate all the bolts. They're like sponges. If he were to lose the reinforcing parts, even the tiniest bit of force or weight would snap his bones. So when I dangled those corrosive metallic archaea in front of him, he realized straight away what would happen. Life wouldn't be worth living if he lost those legs of his. I'd bet that is what the doctor fears the most. I just helped him imagine what it would be like. Thanks to that, I got the information we needed without either of us getting hurt. You know how he is. He's probably already over the shock. The better you know your adversary, the easier it is for you to get information from them. And vice versa.
All right. How's it going, everyone? I'm back. I had some food, and I'm ready to go. It's kind of funny what they say here about his legs needing to be, like, hooked up. Considering in the very next mission, we see him walking around outside the chopper at the base. But, anyway. Yeah, Ocelot's accent is weird. I wonder if Kojima always wanted Ocelot to have like a southern accent or something to fit with his cowboy aesthetic. Or maybe Ocelot just really started to go through... Maybe he's going through a phase at the moment. Maybe he's only really started to get into watching Western movies and stuff now. You know, Snake teaches him the ways of the revolver in MGS3, but he doesn't quite, like, he doesn't entirely adopt the whole cowboy aesthetic in that game. But now he's really getting into it, and he's starting to put on the voice, he's watching movies. You know, he's just going through the phase, and then later on he starts to drop the accent, but he keeps the boots and the revolver. Maybe that can be your headcanon. Yeah, you never really see him plugged in. Like, as I think you do when you first encounter him. Like when you meet him at the Afghanistan base for the first time. I think he's plugged in there, and when Snake grabs him, I think you see him like unplug him there, don't you, as well? But whenever you see him at the Diamond Dogs base, I don't think you ever see him plugged into anything. It's just wireless everywhere else. Alright, let's do it.
Thanks to Code Talker, we've managed to put a stop to any new vocal cord parasite infections. We couldn't save those already symptomatic, but everyone who survived has been released from the quarantine platform. Skullface will pay for this. Boss, Emmerich confessed. Skullface's endgame is to activate the bipedal walking tank Sahelanthropus and deploy it into live combat in Afghanistan. That's why he moved into the Soviet research facility they call OKB-0. If his plan comes to fruition, there'll be no stopping the ripple effect worldwide. Find a way to make contact with Skullface before that happens. Then learn what you can from him and put a stop to his plan. We'll have our fun with him later. This is it, boss. Diamond Dogs is strong enough now to face him head-to-head. It won't be like 9 years ago. Make your way to OKB-0.
Okay, we'll try and do the smoke grenade strat. I wasn't having much luck with it last time. Let's see if we can do it a little bit better this time.
That's where Skullface is keeping Sahelanthropus before setting it loose in Afghanistan. There's a good chance he's got nukes, too. Boss, we need to figure out what Skullface is up to. If you make contact with him, get him to talk. The ethnic cleansing parasites, Sahelanthropus. Find out what his plans are.
Eli snuck aboard, Cor, don't you remember? I don't know how he got into the chopper. I don't know where he hid.
Be careful down there, boss.
I don't know how he evaded them. I mean, I guess he is a snake, right?
Apparently XOF unleashed the Russian parasite strain. To isolate the facility, they first spread reports of a chemical weapon leak. The infection won't spread into the surrounding regions. Still, I think they just exterminate the men who worked with them all this time. Skullface must be making his final play. Eli snuck into the cargo on board the chopper.
There it is.
Escape contempt? Who can say? We'll think of how to deal with him later. Snake,
Snuck into the cargo.
I know more than anyone about OKB.
You see him just sitting right there, though, but maybe that's after they found him.
Zero and Sahelanthropus. Boss, I've made up my mind. I want to be of use to you, not him. Let me work to pay for what I've done.
You have to be so careful with how far you go here.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point. Boss, get down. The enemy's sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Oh, fuck off. I thought I was cool there.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point. Boss, get down. The enemy's sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Now, this might not work. It has to be so precise. Go! I think it's working. It's working. It's working. I am now a driving smoke grenade. Go!
Surely they can't already have... No, never mind. You're through the second gate. Only one gate left. From here on in, you're in the enemy's headquarters. Something's wrong. But it has to be here.
Oh! Nice. No alert.
They stopped coming after you. His ride has arrived. Don't let Skullface get away. Stop him at the heliport. Boss, can you see the heliport? Skullface is right there. Make contact with him and make him talk. We have to stop him before his plan is set in motion. Skullface's chopper is there. That's where he'll be headed. Move fast. If he leaves, your chance to make contact goes up in smoke. Sahelanthropus is somewhere inside there. First of all, make contact with Skullface. Don't kill him yet. We need him to talk first.
Oh my god. Diamond Dogs has been supplying Skullface this whole time. I can't believe it.
You too have known loss. And that loss torments you still. You hope hatred might someday replace the pain. But it never goes away. It makes a man hideous, inside and out. Wouldn't you agree? We both are demons. Our humanity won't return. You, me, we've no place to run, nowhere to hide. And that is why I'll show you my demon. Follow me, big boss!
Just go along with him for now. We're ready to fight if it comes to that. That's our leverage against him, our deterrent. He doesn't want a war on his hands.
Whatever the Navajo told you, it's just one possible solution derived by Cypher. My will is different.
Follow me. This way.
They're very patient, aren't they? He doesn't have too many lines here. I think he only has one more where he'll say, "Don't you care what I have to say, big boss?" Okay, we'll just go. You can't turn around.
You don't care what I have to say, big boss?
There it is.
I've known you since your time at Langley. I've long been the other side of your coin. 1964, Soviet territory. Fox's first mission. Any mess you made, I was there to clean up. You completed your task, and admirably. The information you returned was far more than enough to fill our pockets. With it, our futures became, more or less, set in stone. And then the Major came to me with an idea. Washington doesn't know how to spend money, he said. I'd like to redirect it. His goal was an organization dedicated solely, covertly, to supporting America. Cypher. You know the rest. To him, it was mourning the loss of his friend. Or rather, an act of revenge on the world. But America, most of all. America is a country of liberty, a meeting of immigrants. Instead of simply assimilating, its citizens live alongside others. Their roots are very deep. diverse. America's never been made up of just one. But he tried to forge a single consciousness. For it, and from it. The idea that every citizen would use free will to unite behind their country. Unilateralism like that can't be entrusted to any one individual. So the Major sought a system that used information, words, to control the subconscious. Get in.
You're just gonna leave me back here by myself?
Get in. To unite America and the entire world. The Major thought this was his friend's will, but I think he never understood what she wanted. Before he ever walked or cried, even before he was born, his mother tongue was English. He doesn't know the pain of losing his own language. Not yet. He cannot understand her will. I do. I was born in a small village. I was still a child when we were raided by soldiers. Foreign soldiers. Torn from my elders, I was made to speak their language. With each new post, my masters changed, along with the words they made me speak. Words are the key. With each change, I changed too. My thoughts, personality, how I saw right and wrong. War changed me. And not only my visage. Words can kill. I was infected by words, burrowing and breeding inside me. A philosopher once said, "It is no nation in heaven, but a language." Make no mistake, our native tongue is our true fatherland. My fatherland. My truth was stolen from the land. And so was my past. All that's left is the future. And mine is revenge. On those who leech off the words of their fellow man. This is what I learned from the Major. And then it hit me. It was he who should feel my wrath. He and the code he chose as basis for control. Language codes, information codes, beamed all around us, genetic codes spanning history. By controlling the codes, Cypher Zero intends to unify. Codes implanted into our heads, sucking our minds dry as it spreads from one host to the next. A parasite upon this earth, that is what Zero is. As one born into this world, he's afflicted. I hold him responsible for killing my future. Killing all traces of my past. Killing any promise of a future. We are all but dead men forced to walk upon this earth. A world reduced to zero.
Shut up and kiss me, you fool!
To control the world. They think they can. And the mother tongue of all those codes is hate. The word became flesh. The final parasites. It knows English. An English strain of the vocal parasite. I will exterminate the English language. With this, I'll rid the world of infestation. All men will breathe free again. Reclaim their past, present, and future. This is no ethnic cleanser. It is a liberator. To free the world from Zero. Let the world be. Sans lingua franca. The world will be torn asunder. And then it shall be free. People will suffer, of course. A fantasy thing. The world will need a new common tongue. A language of nukes. My metal gears shall be the thread by which all countries are bound together in equality. No words will be needed. Every man will be forced to recognize his neighbor. People will swallow their pain. They will link lost. The world will become...
That would explain everything.
This war.
Thanks, Fox Engine.
When the world witnesses Sahelanthropus, the hands of the Doomsday Clock will roll on, regardless of Zero. Sahelanthropus will take the first giant step into a brave...
Whatever.
It is the bell with which a world trodden upon by words declares its independence.
He's just about to kiss him there at the end, but they cut.
That would explain everything.
We are here. Remember the Alamo.
This is Queequeg on station to provide cover.
Get us a line of fire.
Roger that.
We're not the only demons in this world. Like you, vengeance is all he has. It's man's thirst for revenge that drives the times. Just as you live because of me, he lives because of you. Show him!
That would explain everything.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Wait! Who is doing this? Such a lust for revenge? Who?
That would explain everything.
So I hope you enjoyed that scene, because you're going to be watching it again at the start of the next mission. It's so funny that just the scream "who" is funny by itself, but combined with the way it's shot, like the shot of him being pulled away by his men is so funny. Like, oh shit, we better get Skullface out of here. You know, we better get the commander out of here. It's not looking good. He's getting pulled away. Reaching out. I still haven't watched that scene in Japanese. I wonder what the Japanese VA sounds like during that scene. Oh man. Yeah, so it's his own arrogance that does him in the end, thinking that there's nobody who could have more revenge than him. Who could have more revenge juice than me? This couldn't be possible. Like, he feels like he's in control. He can control Mantis and Volgin because he's still, he still has the greatest source of revenge. Mantis is like a parasite that's drawn to these hosts that... Oh, wait, hold on 1 second, guys. My fucking phone is going off there. I'll continue that thought. Okay. Yeah, some people in chat there were wanting explanations for what's happening with Mantis, and that's what's happening with Mantis. There's like a little visual touch as well that gives you a hint for what's happening throughout the game. Like, if Mantis is ever using Venom Snake as a host, Mantis will have a little horn on his head. You only ever see that once, and that's at the start of the game. You know, when the whale appears at the very beginning of the game and swallows the chopper, that's coming from Venom. And that's the only time Mantis ever uses Venom as a host. He tries to again later on in the same scene, but he has no luck. You know, he comes right up to Venom, and then he just pulls his hands up in the air like, huh? No revenge, I guess. Whenever it's using Volgin as a host, his arms are burning. And when he uses Skullface as a host, he has the eye mask, I think, right? I think he has the eye mask. When he uses Liquid, you'll see that he has the beret, like the red beret tied to him. I think anyway, that's it for Liquid, I think. But yeah, Mantis is like a parasite, and he's drawn to these vengeful hosts. And I guess if someone appears who's more of a vengeful host than the other, Mantis will stop what he's doing and he'll go over to that one. I guess Liquid's desire for vengeance was so strong that he got pulled towards him. I think that's what's happening there. And Skullface can't believe it.
That would explain everything.
Why does Mantis... I don't think it's a case of wanting to or not. I don't get the sense that Mantis is really... You know, I don't get the sense that Mantis is really all that conscious in this game. Maybe until he starts interacting with Liquid, then there seems to be like some kind of relationship there. But before that, I don't know. It just seems like it's kind of hard to say because he doesn't say anything and he just kind of floats around. You see, he just kind of operates like some kind of parasitic organism without any real will. That's how he comes across to me anyway. Until you see him interact with Liquid. And there seems to be a bit more to it. Why is his name Mantis? Well, it's probably not. It's probably like John or something. Or maybe his name is Martin. I don't know. I don't know what his parents called him. Jeff Mantis. Mike Mantis. But yeah, like Mantis is basically God in this game. Has the ability to control Sahelanthropus when it shouldn't be operational. Can get Sahelanthropus to fly off the ground. Alright, let's do it.
Sahelanthropus is on the move. The instruments on the support chopper are all malfunctioning. And Eli's acting strangely for some reason. Something's not right. Boss, for now, just get away from that thing. Hurry!
I'm not sure what I want to bring with me. Grenade launcher, rocket launcher.
Got a spike on the RWR. Strange PRF. What's wrong? Control lost. Can't maintain RPM. We're settling.
Recovered control. Ascending. Hey, Snake. There's something wrong with Eli.
Here we go again. Round 2.
Wait! Who is doing this? Such a lust for revenge? units! Move in!
You've been equipped with a dingle. Be careful. It's noisy.
Cypher will rewrite the records, and I will vanish from human memory. But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system. No one can stop it now. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst onto the future! Major, I'm burning up!
That would explain everything.
Boss, get out of there!
Whatever.
Finds out about Sahelanthropus, Skullface will have won. His plans will become reality. He won't even need to use nukes. That thing's mere existence would be enough to enslave humanity to the fear of nuclear Armageddon. It would tear the world apart.
They look like horns coming out of the ground, like I was saying before. It looks just like Snake's shrapnel horn when it's fully long, you know? When he has his full devil horn. They look like those devil horns. Hi there. Hi, Sally.
You need to stop it, boss. Destroy Sahelanthropus.
All right, let's do it.
Boss, stop Sahelanthropus. Destroy that thing. I'll rally Diamond Dogs and provide backup.
Sorry, T-Horse. Ah, you bitch. Fuck. Oh, still got him. Okay.
Snake!
Let's see Skullface.
There were 3. Where's the other?
Very close to you.
Finish me. Kill me.
Do it yourself. Why don't you do it?
Mission complete, boss.
Kill me. Kill me.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Revenge!
All right, there we go. Hot take. I kind of enjoy that scene where they shoot Skullface. The weird flashbacks you get to Hospital Venom when you pull the trigger. I kind of like that. You get the sound that plays there. It's like you see a white flash, you see Hospital Venom, and then you hear this sound effect like there's something being blocked. Like, are they suggesting there that you aren't even shooting him? Like, you're just, I don't know. Part of me even wonders if you're supposed to be really shooting him there. You probably are. But yeah, but it's like, there's a disconnect. Like, you're shooting him. First of all, you have to pull the trigger there. If you don't press R2, you don't get any of that. It's all on the player. Until Miller takes over. You don't have to press anything in order for Miller to do that. Miller will take over if you just don't press anything. But yeah, it's like you're shooting him to take revenge for Big Boss, but the sound effects and visuals kind of imply that there's nothing really behind it. Like, Venom isn't really feeling this catharsis. Like, you're pulling the trigger, but it's like a mind block. There's nothing really, he's not really feeling anything from this. But then when Miller takes over and he starts shooting and it starts flashing back to old Miller, because he's the real Miller, he's like genuinely getting off on this. And then right before the last pull of the trigger, it flashes back to a face of the real Big Boss, the only time, of Ground Zero's Big Boss, right after Miller takes all his shots, and then you get this shot of classic Big Boss, but then they pull the trigger and it's just click, nothing left, which I guess is another hint that that's not really Big Boss. It's flashing back to the real Big Boss and builds up to this final pull of the trigger, but it's nothing. But yeah, it's kind of a visceral scene, I think, It's pretty brutal when Miller takes over and all his limbs are just flying all over the place.
Anyone can give up his fight by laying down arms. But the feeling of holding a gun, that we'll never forget. Like our lost limbs. The sensation lingers.
Here she comes! Here she comes!
missing hands. We stand tall on missing legs. We stride forward on the bones of our fallen. Then, and only then, are we alive. This pain is ours, and no one else's. A secret weapon we wield, out of sight. We will be stronger than ever, for our peace. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst unto the future. Those were his last words.
Kaz.
Pretentious to the end. Still, doesn't feel like this is over. And I'll never be whole again.
In the deepest night, reaching out, grasping for a fleeting memory. All the thoughts keep piercing this broken mind. I fall, but I'm still standing, motionless.
Stick around, fools. Chapter 2 up next.
Thanks, Fox Engine.
I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I won't see you end as ashes. You're all diamonds.
This man acted as accomplice to the attack on Mother Base. Why are you here? Revenge against the boss.
I'm not like you!
I think it is time you knew.
I'll go alone. Boss, what are you...
We can't afford to lose anyone else.
What if she's a spy? What if I'm a spy? Or you? Kill her! What should we do, boss? Just give the order.
You were right. He is not one of us.
Boss.
Snake?
Attention! Diamond Dogs! Even with Skullface dead, our brothers are unavenged. And the phantom pain he brought us lives on. Cypher is still out there. We know they've planted spies, parasites among us. Watch the man to your left, to your right. Assume nothing. Report everything. It's the only way to protect ourselves. From here on out. But of course. You will be my eyes. The deadliest enemy's right here in our midst. And they will get no mercy.
All right, everyone's favorite chapter.
Even
It begins.
Dead, our
It
pain
begins.
is still right with us. We need more strength. We need more men. Diamond Dogs needs to be bigger. Missions have come in too. We still have a long road ahead of us.
Big Boss is watching you. So there's a bit of a double meaning behind the poster here. You see it initially, you think it's relating to me, my character, watching my men, but if you actually look at the image here, this is the real Big Boss. This isn't Venom. Doesn't have the third strap on the eye patch. So you could say we're also being watched by, but our big boss is being watched by the real big boss.
Thank you for getting rid of the disease, boss.
My pleasure. Okay, bye. Never coming back. Unless I have to.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
So stupid how you don't play as the real big boss. I know, just like MGS2, right? Shitty ass games. First Raiden, now this guy. Jesus, what's next? He's not gonna do it a third time, is he?
Boss, you can now give the order to develop or dispose of nuclear weapons from your iDroid. With a nuclear deterrent, even if you're discovered while infiltrating a rival PF's FOB, most PFs won't dare retaliate. But you, of all people, know how dangerous it can be to have nuclear weapons. So will you add nukes to our arsenal as a deterrent? Or will you take them away from other PFs and dispose of them to help build a world that's free of nuclear weapons? I'll leave that decision up to you.
Oh boy, we're getting close. We're getting close to the Parasite tapes. Alright, I guess we'll dig into these tapes then. Or, well, if I do a mission, then we're just gonna have even more fucking tapes afterwards, so guess we'll start to dig in. I might do some voice acting for the Code Talker tapes later, yeah. I think that probably makes it a bit easier to digest.
Emmerich didn't go with depleted uranium for Sahelanthropus' armor because of its strength.
He had nukes in mind.
Exactly. It's meant to use its body as the fuel component for a nuclear weapon. Sahelanthropus uses built-in uranium enrichment Archaea to melt its own body and extract uranium-235 from the depleted uranium in its armor. Those Archaea perform the enrichment in an extremely short time. The concentration jumps by a factor of several hundred, from 0.2% to over 90%. The end result being highly enriched weapons-grade uranium. Sahelanthropus' body itself becomes a nuclear bomb. Emmerich says if it were to self-destruct, the nuclear yield would be somewhere in the region of 15 kilotons. Since you need about 50 kilograms of highly enriched uranium to trigger a nuclear reaction, that would mean Sahelanthropus contains something like 23 tons of depleted uranium.
That's not very much.
No, it isn't. That's about what you'd expect to find in a main battle tank's armor. The point is, it can be transported anywhere, even use its conventional weaponry on the battlefield, and the international community will never suspect a thing. I just received word from the R&D team and the transport team out of Afghanistan. They finished installing Sahelanthropus on the base. It's ours now.
All right. Don't let any of the staff touch that thing. Especially Emmerich.
Of course.
Wait, can you actually listen to lore tapes during the Jeep ride? I can't remember. Imagine fucking putting on some vocal cord parasite tapes. Imagine listening to Code Talker while Skullface is giving his monologue. I don't think you can you? I think they prevent you from listening to lore tapes and you just have to play music. But maybe not. Maybe you can play the regular tapes. That would be funny. Just listen to, like, Ocelot talk about the PFs or something. Current affairs in Africa. It's pretty funny that they let you play music during that sequence. Or that they let you use the tape player at all, you know?
That guy's crush on Sahelanthropus is beyond a joke. Guess he really wants to see his tech stand on its own two legs this time.
That's not gonna happen.
I know it. So you've got no plans to make it operational again?
Damn right.
Boss, I want to hear it straight from you.
Hear what?
What the hell do you want with that thing? The drive is busted. It's not like it has a nuke on board. Even if the metallic archaea could turn it into a nuclear weapon, all it can do is self-destruct. Sahelanthropus just isn't a weapon anymore. It'll draw unwanted attention without even being a deterrent.
I know.
The weapon's development strut sank 2 feet under that thing's wake. That's 1 year's drop in a single night. We've started on reinforcing the strut, but there's no guarantee it'll hold up if a storm hits.
I know that too.
Boss, why keep it?
It's a mark. Us Diamond Dogs, we don't have a country to call home. That means we have no past, nothing to prove that we lived. Every one of us threw it all away when we came here. Sahelanthropus is a symbol to show that the likes of us brought at least one crisis to its end.
A mark in history. So we can't just fade away.
It's of no practical use to us. But we still need it.
A symbol of what we've done. I'm glad I sounded you out on this. Snake, on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you.
I don't need gratitude. I need security. Keep Emmerich away from that thing.
Roger that.
You said that the nuke Skullface was trying to spread around the world were equipped with a failsafe. Something that could shut them down at will. His will.
Quite so. After all, he needed a guarantee that a buyer wouldn't simply turn the weapons back on him.
So how can they be stopped?
The criticality trigger, that is, the detonator, is a complete black box design. Any attempt to dismantle it causes it to melt in seconds, using the corroding archaea. The design ensures that no detonation is possible unless it disengages the lock.
So he had a way to disengage it remotely.
Precisely. The client simply presses a button. At that moment, the detonator begins transmission with a surveillance satellite. The satellite reports to him how the client is trying to use the nuke. If he does not object, the lock is disengaged.
But if it's a risk to him in any way...
The detonator melts down. The same is true if detonation does not occur within a preset time after the lock is disengaged. The nuke is rendered useless.
Who the hell would buy something with strings attached like that?
The client would never know until the moment they actually try to use it. Most likely, he would have explained the time delay as the detonators needing time to activate. And he only intended to sell to technologically primitive groups in the first place.
Let me guess. He'd claim it was defective and offer a replacement. Shadier than a used car salesman.
Skullface shakes your hand like a friend, using the other to control you like a puppet. This is how he works.
Code Talker, haven't seen you eat a single thing since you got here. Let me guess. Photosynthesis?
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, a long time ago, I knew someone with a similar ability.
Well, you are correct. Most of my body is covered with parasites. I supply them with water, and in return, I receive sugars they produce when exposed to light. It isn't just my skin either. The parasites also act as my eyes. They have replaced many of my internal organs as well. It is thanks to them that I live on after over a century.
How did you obtain them anyway? Through your research?
I would like to say as much, but there is more to it than that. Let me take you back 20 years. I had hit a dead end with my parasite research. Then I was approached by a foundation. They said they had a sample of an unusual strain of parasite.
Which foundation?
Apparently, they had links to ARPA. But that is all I learned. I was somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. Just being able to study it was enough for me.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Go on.
Half in doubt, I visited them to discover the body of an old man. Well, to be precise, his partial remains. A collection of parts, you could say. The man had died in an explosion.
An old man, you say?
His flesh had not decomposed. In fact, the tissue's cells were still metabolizing. The parasite had infected, or should I say assimilated with, the tissues, and was keeping them alive. I became obsessed with studying the body parts, foregoing food and even sleep. Every day was filled with new discoveries. The parasite's biology, internal anatomy, life cycle. But there was only so much I could learn through observation. And so I made a decision. To truly know the parasites, I had to live with them.
So, you implanted them inside you from the dead man's flesh?
Correct. It was quite a gamble, whether or not they would adapt to me. But fortunately, it appears I was compatible with them. Or perhaps, through my many years of research, my immune system learned to tolerate them.
Were they that body's only parasite?
Yes. However, there was a separate specimen that supplied its host with adrenaline in response to pain, and yet another that could control insects at will through secreting heterogeneous pheromones. I wanted exposure to them, to take them into me, but my wishes were denied. Their records, though, provided clues that helped advance my research. Would you care to join me? A life spent never worrying about food is a most wonderful one.
I think I'll pass. But thanks. This has been helpful.
Skullface has finally burned out. The world is rid of his existence at last.
Was he still alive?
You could say that. But you could also say he'd been dead for decades.
What's that supposed to mean?
Biologically speaking, it's hard to say how much was his life.
Side effects from the treatment?
No. The primary effect. Keeping a dying host alive as long as possible. That is the whole point. But in the end, he grew too dependent on his children. As if he had any other way to keep on living. He first underwent parasite therapy before the Soviet Union became his home. His body was horribly burned. Fire washed across his thin young frame and stole his skin and his throat, even his lungs. Only through repeated therapies could the parasites keep him alive. Most of his life became something the parasites gave to him.
And then he lost the ability to die.
That is correct. The parasites live on past the host's death, still aiding cell composition. At that stage, there is no way to extract them from the host cells. There is no way of knowing when the last cell of Skullface's body would die. The only choice was to burn the whole thing. And his children, along with it. And I am one to talk. When my life is snuffed out, I expect you to treat my body the same way. And when I burn, I will truly be one with my children for the first time. You say there were 3 English vocal parasites.
According to Skullface, yeah.
Skullface had 2 of the English strain with him. You burned both of them.
There was an oil fire. I tossed him in.
So that just leaves 1. And you tell me Skullface said he used it.
He said it was very close to me.
Very close. One of your comrades. Or someone ordered to kill you. Or he could have been speaking metaphorically.
Metaphorically?
Close to your spirit. Close to your heart. Someone who either loves you or despises you.
The second one makes a long list.
Whichever it is, act with caution. Skullface implanted someone with the English language strain. Who it is irrelevant.
Why?
I tell you what Skullface really meant. Very close to you means you will be exposed. All the infected here have been given the Wolbachia. Even if the vocal cord parasites infect them now, they cannot reproduce. But if there's a different host among us, host to the English strain.
If that were the case, we'd see the symptoms.
What about the non-English speakers?
We have plenty of those, but the staff use English as a common language.
But if that someone has not spoken English yet, and begins to speak it now,
there'd be another outbreak.
The final mating pair of the English strain must be found immediately. Skullface is gone, but his threat still remains. On this base, do you see what the final mating pair is? With him dead, those parasites are the stain he wished to leave upon the world. His thirst for vengeance. In their flesh. Think. Does anyone here bear a grudge against you? Who would target you, specifically?
The ethnic cleansers that Code Talker mentioned, they weren't Skullface's true goal. All we have is circumstantial evidence, but here's my theory. It was Cypher who started developing the vocal cord parasites as bioweapons, parasitic weapons, and Africa was the testing ground for them. As Code Talker said, their purpose is the ethnic cleansing of only those who speak a particular language. So they could do a weapon of mass destruction to eradicate specific groups, races, ethnicities, or colonies by the language they speak. Or a kind of absolute language control. Or maybe a tool for those arrogant fools to build some misguided utopia. I can see plenty of uses for them. However, in practical terms, they wouldn't be as dangerous as you'd think. Counteracting the parasites is easy, after all. Cut them out of your throat to save your life, or just don't talk. That also prevents the infection from spreading. So if the international community were to find out about them, they'd no longer be the threat they were conceived to be. In which case, their targets would be limited to minority groups as a deterrent or a terrorist tool. It's hard to imagine Cypher developing something like that as a main weapon for their arsenal. That leads me to think we've only tugged on one little thread in Cypher's grand tapestry. An obscure corner of their work, possibly forgotten altogether. In any case, things changed. When Skullface was forced to relocate to Africa and he saw that thread dangling. All the time he continued that research, he was secretly following his own agenda. The ethnic liberator parasites. is English language strain. Skullface said there were only 3 samples of the English language strain parasite, and I think we can believe him. Bringing his ethnic liberator's plan to fruition depended on creating an English version of the vocal cord parasites at all costs. But an English strain would have been useless to Cypher. Worse, it could have destroyed everything they'd built. It was the one type they couldn't allow. That means Skullface was forced to develop his English strain out of sight of Cypher's network. Naturally, he couldn't use the greenhouse facility Cypher had set up and filled with guinea pigs. Skullface must have found some secret place to create his precious few English parasites, hiding all evidence like a man cheating on his wife. Somewhere, an entirely standalone environment. And when his plan entered its final phase, he must have made the place disappear. Some little room, could be anywhere, but now nowhere at all. We'll never know where he did it, but to elude Cypher's surveillance, it couldn't have been big. I believe Skullface was telling the truth. There were only ever 3 samples of the English language strain. Why activate Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan? This is how Skullface wanted things to play out. The Soviet Union secretly develops a new type of nuclear weapon and successfully deploys it in Afghanistan. Revealing the existence of Sahelanthropus results in a return to the glory days of the Cold War. The threat it poses reignites the nuclear arms race between the world's major powers. The demand for nuclear weapons increases around the globe. What if you then introduced a nuclear weapon anyone could get their hands on? Non-nuclear nations, militant groups of all shapes and sizes, they'd all jump at the chance. Sahelanthropus was a marketing tool to sell nukes all around the world. But I think it's safe to say that plan was stamped out before it got up and running. The world's intelligence agencies never did turn up anything conclusive on it. After all, Sahelanthropus vanished before word could spread. Everything that's happened is already a fading memory, never to join the pages of history. Except for Cypher. Cypher won't forget. They'll already be working on something, quietly, beneath the surface. They'll use the pieces of data scraped together from this incident to build their own bipedal weapon. It'll take them a long time to complete it, but for now, the greed sector have found their new life's work. We'll have to be ready too.
Alright, you fucking fools. Are you still awake? You still here? Let's do a main mission.
The agent that the CIA had working for them inside OKB-0 has gone missing. We've been given the job of finding and extracting him. The target learned of XOF's plans to use vocal cord parasites and had hidden himself with the CIA's Mujahideen allies. But following Skullface's death, the Soviets retook OKB-0 and all contact with the target was lost. He may have tried to go back to OKB-0, but even Langley isn't sure what's going on. After all, they've never even learned of Skullface's plan. That's probably what they want to get out of the man once he's extracted. But we can't allow Langley to learn of the existence of the vocal cord parasites. That's why I want you to bring the target out, boss. Once we have him, we can report him dead and keep him on base. All contact with Langley is being conducted through a cutout. Our reputation should remain intact. As for the reward, it's already in the hands of the cutout. All you have to do is get the job done. Just like always.
Rena, was that comment supposed to be responding to me? My response to you? You didn't respond to me. I think you just replied to yourself, your own comment. But even handless Ocelot is not Ocelot, even when he's behaving exactly like Ocelot. I mean, fair enough, you don't have to like MGS2 Ocelot. But, yeah, MGS2 Ocelot is my favorite Ocelot. I'm only poking fun.
The agent of the CIA.
Let's do it. Like, Liquid Ocelot only shows up twice in MGS2. At the end of the tanker and at the very end of the game. The rest of Ocelot is just classic Ocelot at his absolute peak. Ocelot's interaction with Ames? You don't like Ocelot's interaction with Ames? His scene at the end of the tanker? The way he plays all of Dead Cell and Solidus and... Oh, man. MGS2 is the best cast of villains. It is just stacked with great villains. Ocelot, the Colonel AI, and Solidus. All three of them are top tier. Let me rearrange my equipment.
In my opinion. I should have specified that was my opinion.
Sorry, I didn't specify that was my opinion. Wasn't trying to state any facts about, you know, these characters. I wasn't trying to say, objectively speaking, these characters are great. You know, it's just my opinion. Hold on. I always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars. We know what you are, Colonel Ames. They knew that the president was planning to betray them, so they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right? So sick. The power plays. I always knew the KFC turned out second-rate friars.
Extract the missing CIA agent.
We know what you are, Colonel Sanders.
Parasites incident. The man headed back to OKB-0 after the Soviets recaptured it. Check the target's VI on your iDroid.
If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. What's so funny? Charades usually are humorous. I wouldn't have minded watching some more of it, but we're running a little short on time. Everything you've seen here today has been scripted. A little exercise set up by us. Exercise? Alright, I'll stop. Patrick Zimmerman, man. Such a great VA. He's barely been in anything as well, right? Like, I don't think Patrick Zimmerman has done much VA work. I could be wrong. But I feel like he hasn't really done that much. He's Chris Zimmerman's husband. Chris Zimmerman being the voice acting director for the series. And, Zimmerman is a very private guy as well. I don't think he's ever done a single interview. You'll struggle even to find pictures of him online. There's like one very brief shot of him in the making of MGS4. Ex-husband. I was actually tempted to say Bad Humans is going to come in and tell me that no, he's not actually her husband anymore. Fuck, I wish I said it now. I swear I was thinking of you, Bad Humans, when I said that. Bad Humans is going to fucking come in, swoop in here now with his fucking trivia. Hold on, let me use a checkpoint.
Boss, you need to extract the target alive. He might be able to tell us about what went on at OKB-0.
I'm kind of tempted to wait around and see what these guys do with this fool. Oh, here he is. Yeah. Do they interrogate this guy? They bring him over to Lamar Khatay Palace, don't they? And then I think they interrogate him. Can't remember the last time I heard the dialogue, though. I'm kind of tempted to wait around. But I'm not sure if I have the patience. Is there a camo system in this game? There is, yeah, but it's invisible. It doesn't show you the index, but it does make a difference.
We know where to find the target. Check your iDroid. Is that him? Take a good look at their faces so we can ID the targets.
Hi. I'm gonna die. Fuck. The smoke grenades make them go crazy. I just wanted to run around in circles to see how long I'd get away with it.
Boss, you need to extract the target alive.
Okay, well now I definitely don't have the patience to wait for them. Unless they're very close, are they? Nah, we're gonna have to wait around again. Fuck it, let's just grab them. Oh, fuck off.
Boss, you need to extract the target alive. You might be able to tell us about what went on at OKB-0. Roger. That looks like the target.
Oh, this mission. It's a classic, isn't it, this one? Extraction mission number 265. Malak Part 2, yeah.
Arriving shortly at LZ.
He has Malak, or not, he looks just like the guy who interrogates Malak, or the guy who serves as his escort.
Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Target extracted. Exfiltrate the hot zone, boss.
Gaining altitude. Departing.
Nice work. Keep it up. Mission completed. Boss, the target filled us in on what's been going on. He betrayed the Soviets, passing information to Langley, but got scared after learning XOF used the vocal cord parasites. Then came feelings of guilt that his leak sent comrades to their deaths, and fear that America might deploy such a weapon itself. But in reality, XOF and Langley don't have a collaborative relationship, and Skullface was not working for America. Still, I can't blame the man for being afraid. After laying low with the Mujahideen, he tried to cut his ties with the US and return to the Soviet military. But along the way, someone came after him, and he was forced back into hiding. Could have been remnants of XOF looking to silence him. And you know the rest. He doesn't seem to know much about the parasites, but nevertheless, it'd be too dangerous to hand him over to Langley or the Soviets. We'll keep him here as originally planned.
Ooh, that's a juicy batch of tapes. There's our first hamburger tape.
Boss, come on back to base.
Oh, this scene. You little shit. Coming back to base just for this? So you can stare at me?
In the boys' quarters. A pile of steel pipes gave way and crushed one of the kids.
Oh no.
They tell me he died instantly.
Not Ralph.
I'm sorry, boss. It's my
Anybody but Ralph.
I should have been keeping an eye on them. I'll let you know if we learn something.
Oh. Fuck. Chat. Ralph is dead. Jesus. You fucking... Ralph is dead. Shape up. Ralph is dead. What kind of operation are we running here? Pequod, get back here.
Roger.
Once they walk past a certain point, they Fulton themselves. That's what you heard there. That's what that scream was. Alright, let's see what we can do. Can't believe Ralph is gone. I have such an attachment to those kids. When Kaz apologized there and said he's sorry about Ralph, You know, I really feel it. Because I love those boys. Who? Ralph. Ralph, Captain Laserpants.
You mentioned that the man on fire was crushed under Sahelanthropus in its hangar.
Yeah. He was caught under the wheels of its transport platform.
But his body wasn't found.
What?
We searched the area the moment we arrived, but there was no trace of him.
I wasn't hallucinating.
I know. I trust you on that. That means someone must have taken the body. But when I got there, everything was still as it was. Even Skullface hadn't been touched. I can't see a reason to sneak into a place like that and drag out the biggest, heaviest guy there.
What are you getting at?
The only option left is... he got up and walked away.
That platform ran him over.
Just ran him over.
You're saying that's not enough?
I don't want to believe it, but maybe not. He shrugs off bullets, even rocket strikes. There's no reason to think that would finish him. It seems ridiculous, but I'll start gathering eyewitness accounts just in case.
If you dig up anything concrete, I want to know.
You'll be the first, if I dig anything up. But I hope to hell I don't.
No kidding.
This is yellow cake that Cypher was having the PF's transport. Before we met you, the boss recovered it from a truck crossing the savannah. Are there metallic archaea inside it?
Yes, the archaea metabolize uranium-235 to subsist. They must be stored inside yellow cake, or they cannot survive.
So those biological traces we took for impurities were actually the real cargo?
Of course they are deactivated, so they do not trigger a sudden enrichment. They are like baker's yeast. Yet, they do gradually enrich the uranium as they feed. I imagine you detected weapons-grade traces.
Yeah, we did.
And the malachite that was loaded on the truck had traces of uranium in it too. So that's the flower, huh? Skullface was gonna sell do-it-yourself nuke kits. The uranium-enriching archaea complete with the user's manual. And the ores with the uranium could be sourced by the client or provided by Cypher.
Even the trace amounts buried in common ores can be enriched to weapons-grade uranium by the metallic archaea. Proving that must have been the most important factor of the trials. That and the ability to successfully prevent detonation.
So if the amounts of uranium in the ores are low enough, they can get past any inspection. And you only need a tiny amount of the archaea to act as the yeast. No great challenge to smuggle that either. The first step towards saturating the world with nukes.
His plan. That was not my intention. My only goal in developing the metallic archaea was to save the Dene.
What made you think a tool for creating undetectable nuclear weapons would save your people?
After 70 years, the Dene reclaimed the Navajo Nation from which we were banished. We bore all the hardships of poverty. But we were proud to live off the land we called our own. But in the moment the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, everything changed.
I don't get it.
The nuclear arms race between the US and the Soviet Union began with the end of the Second World War. Suddenly, there was a massive demand for uranium. And it was our ill fortune that the ground beneath the Navajo Nation was rich with uranium ore. The Black Ana government set up mine after mine, and many of the Dene worked them, never informed of any danger. Every day, they went to work with no protection. The slag was simply piled out in the open. When rain fell, uranium traces left behind would seep out, and when the ground dried, it was blown about as dust. Land and water were contaminated, irradiated. Many of us became sick and died. That pain lives on to this day.
I had no idea.
Wanting more than anything to revive the land my forebears left to me, I was delighted upon discovering microbes that eat uranium. If they could be domesticated, I believed we could rid our land of uranium.
Were you successful?
No. The research called for funding on a colossal scale. But nobody was willing to invest with no prospect of a return.
And that's when Skullface showed up.
Correct. I can save you and your people. We share the same will. That is what he said to me. And I believed him. Black Anna forced me to abandon my uranium cleanup work and focus on nuclear weapons. And he held all the Dine hostage. Today, the uranium mines within the reservation are finally closing down. It is simply less expensive now to source uranium overseas.
New victims, different places.
But uranium is a tactical resource. To rely on a foreign country for it is a difficult decision to make. And he was in the perfect place to influence that decision.
He could have condemned your people to the mines forever.
The contamination comes not only from uranium. The fallout from the Nevada nuclear tests also settled on our lands. As if our fortune were not already bad enough. We are also downwinders. To save the Dine, I must complete my original research. The one that covers the parasite that lives on the surface of the skull's bodies is what gives them their power, similar to my children who live in my skin. I modified the parasites I isolated from the body of that old man, differentiating them with various abilities. One that can blend perfectly into its surroundings by exposing the pigments in its cells at will. Another that, by harboring multiple species of metallic archaea, can oxidize and reduce metal. Isolating the one that covers and transplanting it into an artificial medium should provide the same abilities as the skulls. But they can only subsist within a human body. Once transplanted into the medium, they will eventually die. Another thing, the weakness of the one that covers is desiccation. Their surface moisture loss is greater than ours. The reason they give off mist is to alleviate this by releasing the salts inside them as microparticles. Water vapor condenses around them, appearing as mist. But this dries out the atmosphere until they cannot even produce mist. And once their supply of water from the host runs out, the parasites are in danger. They, along with their host, enter a form of suspended animation. However, a similar effect occurs if they come into contact with a large amount of water. Rain, for instance. The one that covers will temporarily abandon other processes in his eagerness to absorb the water. Bitijolone. Make the weather your ally.
Hewitt's dug up some interesting facts about our skull-faced friend. 9 years ago, he was exiled to South Africa, stripped of political power. The upshot's that he ceased being a serious threat, in Cypher's eyes anyway. They eased up on surveillance, giving him an opening to establish his own military unit, one that answered to his will alone. Those men likely had no idea their orders were coming from Skullface. They probably didn't even know the organization was a part of Cypher at all. Anyway, It was in South Africa where he found renewed interest in parasites. And when he discovered the vocal cord parasites, he began to make his plan. Wipe the English language out of existence. Free the world, not by taking men's lives, but by taking their tongues. In his eyes, the greatest symbiotic parasite the world's ever known isn't microbial. It's linguistic. Words are what keeps civilization, our world, alive.
There was something Skullface said. America is made up of many peoples, but those peoples never mix. Quite so. One nation, home to hundreds of different ethnic groups, many of whom stick to their respective living areas, little colonies, not interacting with other groups, going out of their way to avoid one another, their land, organizations, relationships. Thus, the United States of America is no melting pot. It is more of a salad bowl. It is not made up from one people, but for its minorities to function in society, a common ground is needed. Language. Even if the country is not one. No, because it's not one, a lingua franca is necessary. English. American hegemonism was born from the illusion that English could unite diverse ethnicities. In taking in people from around the globe, America became a microcosm of it. Now the boundaries between it and the rest of the world have become blurred. However different our neighbors may be, English enables us to create symbiotic relationships with each other. If English can bring unacquainted neighbors together in America, this should hold true for the world. This salad bowl that is the world can also become one. I have spoken enough. Your men can take it from here. Will you permit me to rest? Have something to eat?
I thought you don't eat.
I can subsist without food. But there is more to the act of eating than nourishment. We receive nature's blessings and reaffirm our part in it. And in doing so, we express our gratitude.
Sorry, it's, hearing you say you don't need to eat and that you're a part of nature in the same breath. Anyway, what can we get you? Not exactly a 5-star restaurant, but the kitchen's used to serving a lot of different appetites.
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers?
Even we didn't have become Americanized. I eat them often back home.
And you just can't let them go. Well, as far as symbols of the American Empire go, hamburgers are pretty good. The victory of capitalism. Your people suffered so much at the hands of America, and you asked for hamburgers.
We have suffered more than you can know. But I do not see hamburgers as an accomplice. A single dish, providing a balanced helping of nature's blessings. Meat, grain, and vegetable. How could anyone hate such a magnificent thing?
Says the guy who can survive on photosynthesis. Balance has nothing to do with it. You just like a good burger.
That is also true. Be warned, though. I have very high standards.
Don't worry. I do too. All right then. One good old-fashioned all-American icon coming up.
I look forward to it.
Alright. Let's see. Do we have anything else to do here? Ham! Okay, I might do some Code Talker voice acting later on when we get to the history of the vocal cord parasite. Let's see, what side ops do we have to do? Actually, let's go back to base, because there are some optional scenes that you can miss if you don't go back to base manually. Steamed hams. Mmm. Yes.
Ngezaba tata na mono intangu yandi ibanda kake sawa namin.
Geke salaka tata nange mingi.
Eli lolu la mono muzo laka vekutuba.
Ukizina unge bingi laka mono. Ukizina unge bingi laka mono.
Tepe, Eli, what's the matter? Fighting will get you nowhere, Eli. Cut it out, kid. That ain't a toy. Eli.
Don't call me that! I'm not a kid. You hear me?
Enough.
Got fucking wrecked, Eli. You little bitch.
On the battlefield, they use one another's nom de guerre. But here, we insist they use their real names. Well, that hasn't sat too well with Eli. Or should I say, Unyoka ya Mbempe. He thinks his boys are letting us grown-ups walk all over him.
Nyoka ya Mpembe.
Gaining altitude.
Ellie is liquid. Ellie is liquid. Yeah. Next we're gonna have to do some side ops to unlock some more main missions. Let's keep going with the Wandering Mother Base Soldiers. We have a lot of these to do. Wally Massa will get dropped off here. We'll come in at night. We'll get to the mine clearing later, don't worry. What does Nyoka Ya Mpembe mean? I'm trying to remember. They do explain what it means earlier, don't they? Oh, it's just another name for the white mamba. It means the same thing, white devil. Yeah, monikers and nicknames are a big theme in this, like the way they introduce all the core characters at the start of each mission. Punished Venom Snake, in quotes. Benedict Kazuhira Miller. Revolver Shalashaska Ocelot. You get that tape early on where Ocelot is talking about his title of Shalashaska. And how it all stemmed from a mistranslation. Which just kind of ties into the writing of the games as well, I think, because in the tape, Ocelot talks about how the name stems from the word Sharashka. And by the time I wound up hearing it, it ended up as Shalashaska. And I think when Kojima first read the name for... When he was doing research for MGS1, he saw the name initially as a mistranslation. Where it should have said Sharashka, but it said Shalashaska. So he ended up calling him Shalashaska due to a mistranslation that he read. So it kind of it stems from a real life misinterpretation as well. I used to always think that was a mistranslation on Jeremy Blaustein's part, that he misinterpreted the Japanese text and turned Sharashka into Shalashaska, but no, apparently it's fucked up in Japanese as well. So wherever Kojima got it from initially, that's where it was mistranslated. Where are we going here? Over this way. I'm getting tired, man. 5-6 days of this shit. Getting close to the finish line. 9 hours. But he saved it. He saved the mistranslation. Well, I think he just used the mistranslation as a way to talk about misinterpretations. I don't think he really cared about fixing the translation. More so that it's kind of fit with the game's theme of language and everything. Language and misinterpretation. Now, where the fuck is this guy? I'm in the area. Wandering Mother Base. There's a little trick you can use with the cardboard box. Now, if he sees me in the box, he won't run away. He'll come running towards me. Yeah, demonic. Well, I think I might enjoy 5 a little bit more than 4. But streaming-wise, yeah, 5 is definitely more of a slog to go through than 4. 4 is a nice break in the marathon where I can kind of just chill and watch a lot of cutscenes. It kind of feels like a bit of a break anyway.
It's you, boss. Allow me to serve under you.
One of the guys
Peace.
out on a mission at the time.
See you later.
He's fallen a long way from his glory days. But will he come back to us? Bring him home, boss.
Yes, yes, yes. Do you need to show me all this shit here? Oh! Battle gear has been completed. It can be deployed with units on dispatch missions.
Emmerich's finished development on that battle gear of his. Get back to Mother Base.
All right, see you later.
Whatever.
That never gets old.
Boss, we need evidence to prove our suspicions about Emmerich. Head to the central base camp in Afghanistan and recover that AI pod. It's time we purge Diamond Dogs of that traitorous parasite once and for all.
And that's the last we see of Battle Gear. We can send it on dispatch missions though, but as I've learned today, if you send Battle Gear on dispatch missions, it performs terribly. Battle Gear is fucking shit if you send it out on dispatch missions. You know, you're better off choosing something else, sending other soldiers out. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad in the dispatch mission. That's what Bad Humans told me anyway, and you know, Bad Humans usually knows what he's talking about, so I trust him.
Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Did I tell you to go up there? What the? Oh!
Roger.
Right, I'm tired. I thought for some reason the icon wasn't appearing, but I was just on the wrong menu. I mean, I'll have to test it out for myself at some point.
Gaining altitude.
I'm so unfamiliar with the system, though, Bad Humans, that I wouldn't be able to tell a good dispatch mission from a bad dispatch mission. You know, I'm not sure what the standard is. So I'd have to see all the other ones to compare as well, you know? Yeah, so maybe when they were talking about the balancing of battle gear, maybe it's not that it was overpowered and that's why they had to cut it. Maybe it is because it was barely functional.
Boss, we need evidence to prove our suspicions about Emmerich. Head to the central base camp in Afghanistan and recover that AI pod. It's time we purge Diamond Dogs of that traitorous parasite once and for all.
Suck my balls. Ugh. Alright, let's do it. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Hey, welcome back, Scam Train. Scam Train, have you said anything in this chat other than, like, asking if people are drinking beers? I'm gonna go look at your message history. I think it might be entertaining if I do. What kind of shit have you been talking in this chat? Let me find out.
Be careful down there, boss.
Beer talk. If this will let me scroll up. I just woke up, had this playing in the background, time for another beer. Oh, I thought that was a vape. Guys, I'm back. I ran to the beer shop to get some Guinness and Heinekens. I wanted to get Corona. That's what you were just saying now.
Hello, Cuervo.
My favorite is the blueberry. I bought Guinness and then a bottle of soju. Drinking emotes. Has anybody here been awake for 3 days straight during the marathon? Hello? Is anyone drinking beer today? That was actually yesterday's. No, that was today. And then yesterday, hello? Is anyone drinking beer? More beer emotes. And above that, cigarette with coffee or beer? Question mark. I have coffee and beer. Oh, here's something that doesn't relate to drinking beer. System requirements to run this game? Question mark. KFC, anyone? Okay, there's some food talk in here. Before that, what do we have? I like shrooms, too. Okay, so you're into shrooms as well. We ordering pizza? Question mark. I like your style, Scam Train. Again, you're asking people if they've stayed up for 24 hours watching the marathon. You're really just a bit of a party animal, it seems like. and you're looking for other party animals to hang out with, I mean, that's fair enough. Seems like you're having fun, just fucking drinking and eating and watching the marathon and staying up and passing out and waking up and grabbing beers. Guys, I'm hungover. Can a beer fix a hangover? That's actually a comment here. That was a while back. Oh my god, I just vomited this morning from a night's drinking. Doesn't feel good. Puked all over my desk. Hello? I came by myself, too. Is the best way to drink wine to skull wine? Have any cold medicine? I got cigarettes. I guess that was during MGS2. I'm really glad I went to check your message history. This hasn't disappointed. Colonel, I want some KFC. You must be Ames. I want a drink. Sad face. Is this what happens to the vaccinated when the kill switch goes off? Gotta find that MILF. 18 is the magic number. Beers, cheers. I think we're almost done now. Who's drinking alcohol watching this? Japanese hentai, Craigasm. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, that did not disappoint. That didn't disappoint. Where am I going? Oh, did someone gift out a sub as well? Enjoy your free sub. Hey, what the fuck? My dashboard has completely disappeared. Oh. No. Drop. Durag Enthusiast, thank you for the 2 months. Gorlab, thank you for gifting the sub to Scam Train. Oh my god! I missed a $100 fucking donation. Jesus Christ, I haven't looked at my dashboard in like an hour. Oh, Jesus. What's up, man? Donated $100 fucking dollars. I missed out on the MGS3 donation war to make you do maths. But thank you for the entertainment for all these years. Cheers to you, the community, and the Lally Lule Lo. I really hope your Twitch name is the same as your donating name. What's up, man? Are you in the chat right now? I hope you are. Is he gone? Is What's up, man in the chat? Did he say anything? What's up, man, too? Yes. I didn't see his comment in the chat just now, and scrolling up in Twitch chat seems to be impossible. Oh, wait, no, you're tagging him, but he didn't say anything. Fuck's sake, man. There's nothing worse than missing, like, an incredibly generous donation. Fran, thank you. But yeah, it just happens. Sometimes you just forget to check. Fran, thank you for the Prime sub. Durag, thank you for the 2 months. Gorlab, thank you for gifting a sub to Scam Train. Mike with the 15 months. That is his Twitch name, at least, right? So I can send him a message. I'll send him a message later and thank him, and make sure to give him a shout out next time he appears in chat. Sky, thank you for gifting a sub to another different Sky. Aldrin with the 6, Starshade, Ethan, Payacon. I feel like I'm like hours behind thanking people. Upgrade with the $5. GW. Cheers, everyone. Yeah, that's what I said. I'll send him a DM. I'm just relieved that his donating name is the same as his Twitch name, because you can change it. You don't have to donate with your Twitch name. So yeah, now I can track him down and send him a DM, which is nice. Hey, what's up, Walls of Jericho? I do have a few beers left. I've had 3 beers now. 3 beers in 9 hours. So I'm not exactly hammered. What kind of beers? Peronis. Bottles. And I didn't want to get drunk on stream anyway. I want to pace them out. I don't like being drunk on stream. A little bit tipsy is okay, but don't really like anything beyond that. I'm drinking at work. Ooh, yeah. Fuck. I would never drink midway through the marathon, but for the last stream of the marathon, I don't mind having a couple of beers. Can I just sit here and let them come to me? From what I remember, it takes a long fucking time for these alerts to die down. I might have been faster just using checkpoint. Oh, really? How many are gonna keep coming? I should have restarted. We'd be in there by now. I know. I know. Feel that way too.
Yeah.
AAA game, by the way? That wasn't particularly bad, was it? Random soldier death face from a 2015 game. I would say it's probably better than your typical game from the time in terms of facial expressions changing upon death. The quality up close was a bit bad. I mean, like when I'm zooming right up into his face, but... Is that, would that be much worse to any other, than any other game? Any other AAA game at the time? You know, for just random soldier models. Who... Price, thank you. Look at these guys in their miniature Zeke model. And you would think that's supposed to be the medic there, Venom. Main cast of characters and one random soldier. It's us.
Who the fuck is this guy?
It's me. Here's little baby Harry Potter. Baby Huey. Who the fuck?
life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. When life ends, it gives off a final lingering aroma. Light is but a farewell gift from the dark.
Yeah, it really stands out when you see Snake here, how different he looks.
Jack, is it you? Failed deadly system activated. Missions. Kimi no Mebashi, Takiyama, Isunowa, Suzuki Kataki, Tana, Hirata, Ichiroto, Rin, Yamashita, Sasaki, Kofuka, Tokiwada, Yokinuchi. The brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Is equal to 3.2546373698888. The big brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Is equal to 3.2546373698888. Fox chases the one-eyed hound.
AI pod launch confirmed. We'll pick it up. I wonder what kind of secrets are buried in it. I'll let you know if we learn something. Got a report from the intel team. Remember how the man on fire was crushed by Sahelanthropus? Well, the Soviets recovered his body. Could he really be dead? Boss, head for Yaha Ovu's supply outpost and secure the man on fire's body. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive, this man on fire has been coming after us ever since he woke up. Well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Volgin.
Vlad, if you look, the photos do look a bit scorched. See, look. They do actually change the pictures here. Okay, let's go secure this asshole. Surprised they're not all Kaz mission files. Just intel files plastered all over the AI pod. Kaz upside down, Kaz to the left, Kaz to the right. Every picture in the game is an intel file. Someone should make a mod like that. Every poster, every photograph, every image.
Be careful down there, boss.
What's up with the horn in Snake's head? The horn inside Snake's head contains the crystallized essence of 108 foreign bodies. 108 foreign people are contained within that horn. All the people who died on the helicopter at the end of Ground Zeroes, all 108 of them. They're all inside that horn. They all live within him. You could almost say they're parasitic in a sense, and Snake is the host. Or is it the other way around? Is it symbiotic? So many of them. Jesus. Tripping balls. Who the fuck is this guy? Love the sounds here. The horns made out of bullets is a cool design. Volgin has his realization that he's been chasing the wrong man.
I barely recognize you, Colonel. Skullface used your thirst for revenge against Big Boss, did he?
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid. Roger.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Yeah, what is the cage really gonna do if he comes back to life? Based off what we saw before with him and Mantis. Bit risky. Bit risky just keeping him around, you would think. I hate how clueless Big Medic is. I feel bad for Venom, man. This poor guy turned into an absolute monster.
Boss, about Eli. No matter how many times we talk to him, he just won't listen. He sees everything in terms of victory or defeat and still won't accept that you beat him. We're gonna have to put him in his place. Again. If you don't mind, come back to Mother Base and go another round with him.
Again. Alright, let's go beat the shit out of Eli. No. Oh, wow, that was terrible, Eli. He puts up way more of a fight the first time.
Has that brat finally accepted that he lost? Hopefully now he'll be a bit more obedient. Roger.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
You know, I kind of wish we got a few more Eli challenges. It would get pretty funny, you know? Beat the shit out of Eli for the 10th time. The final battle. You have to fight him on every strut. How many Eli fights are there? Just 2.
Volgan, the GRU colonel, was burned alive with the Shagohod during Operation Snake Eater 20 years ago. Despite suffering severe burns to his entire body, he still clung to life. After you left Seleniarsk, Volgan's body was taken to a research institute in the outskirts of Moscow. But modern medicine couldn't explain why he was still alive. Not that the colonel was any ordinary man to begin with. That constant electric current he had running through his body that he could unleash at will. To be honest, I was always uncomfortable around him. Thought I might get electrocuted just by standing nearby. The institute studying him was tasked with investigating and developing human paranormal abilities. The comatose Volgan was used to further the Soviet Union's research into such abilities. But not long ago, the facility burned to the ground, and Volgan's body was never found among the rubble, even though the fire started in the room where they were keeping him. This occurred at around the same time you woke up. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive, and this man on fire who's been coming after us ever since you woke up, well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Volgan. It's not over yet. Back in '64, in Seleniarsk, you brought his plans for a utopia down in flames. That grudge is what's keeping him alive. The day the research facility holding Volgan burned down, a Soviet jumbo passenger jet happened to crash nearby, far away to the north of that hospital in Cyprus. On board the plane was a young boy who was being studied at the same facility. The plane fell to Earth from over 8,000 feet, but the boy's body was the only one not recovered. At almost exactly the same time as the crash, Volgan awoke in that facility. According to the Research Institute's documents, the gifts this boy demonstrated included psychokinesis and telepathy. To protect his mind from being inundated with other people's thoughts, he always wore a kind of gas mask. A rudimentary form of psychic insulation, apparently. We don't know where this boy is, but if Skullface is connected to him, we may cross paths with him yet. This boy is part of a new age, where nothing we understand about the world makes sense anymore. Don't let your guard down. So what were they doing at Enzoya Badia, Baloo? That facility with all the people laid out in rows?
The abandoned factory Shabani was held in.
It is precisely as you guessed. Black Anna was coding languages into the vocal cord parasites. They infected the subjects with the parasites, then made an incision in the throat to expose the vocal cords. That allowed them to play recordings of a desired language directly to the parasites.
And the parasites learn the languages that way. That's some teaching method. I just don't get how a bunch of bugs had the brain power for it.
They don't. Do not judge them by human standards. They do not learn as a function of intellect.
Then how do they do it?
What language the parasites react to is coded into their genes. You could expose the Japanese strain to English for years, and it would never learn the language and react to it. The pronunciation, rhythm, and structure are different. But what about, say, Spanish and Portuguese? Linguistically, the two are very close.
Yeah, they're both Ibero-Romance languages.
Even so, a Spanish language mating pair exposed to Portuguese will not copulate. Only when they hear Spanish. Only then. And the majority of their offspring will be the same.
So it's a literal case of a mother tongue.
But if that's so, I don't see how the different strains could be created in the first place.
Well, among the many thousands of offspring, there may be just a few that react to Portuguese.
You're talking about mutations.
Correct. Playing the tapes helps to identify the mutant strains. Those specimens are then isolated and bred with one another. From their children, specimens that react more strongly to Portuguese can again be selected and bred. Repeating this process creates a strain that reacts solely to Portuguese and never to Spanish. Mutation and selection. No different to breeding roses.
So you kept increasing the change over the generations, adapting them to languages from all over the world. Must have taken a hell of a lot of patience.
More like patience. Just how many died for this?
There's something I still don't get. In order to tell which larvae will react to Portuguese, you'd have to let them develop and then see which copulate. That means you'd need tens of thousands of guinea pigs. There's no way you could do that in a facility that small.
For normal, selective breeding methods, you would be right. But there is a more effective selection method when training the vocal cord parasites.
Go on.
It is not only when mating that the parasites listen for language. Shortly before hatching, larvae display markedly increased activity in reaction to particular language. The active eggs can be identified under a black light. So the eggs that react to Portuguese are selectively placed in the throats of subjects. So you see, narrowing down strains that react to the target language is an effective process. Though I'm sure that even so, many lost their lives to create the various strains.
Taken against their will into that dungeon.
There are two reasons for playing the tapes for the parasites. One, to isolate the eggs that respond to the target language. And two, to cause the specimens raised from the selected eggs to mate.
I get how the system works. But why do they respond to language before they even hatch? It's not like they can mate from inside an egg.
It is because the larvae learn the language before hatching.
You mentioned that what language the parasites respond to is hard-coded into their genes, and that they don't have the brain power to actually learn a language. But then you say that the larvae at Nzoia Badia Bulu were learning the languages in the egg. Your story doesn't add up.
Your country is home to a unique songbird. The Japanese bush warbler.
Sure, what of it?
What a beautiful call it has. But no bush warbler can sing it perfectly at the start. As chicks, they can barely chirp at all. They must learn from their parents and other adult birds. Only then can they sing properly and attract females. So naturally, there are individual differences in each bird's call. Though they start on the same footing, each bird is influenced by its teachers.
And the parasites are the same?
Like the birds, the parasites have a genetic predisposition towards a particular language. But while in the egg, the larvae's ears are tweaked by listening to the voice of the host. This tweaking ensures that the grown parasites will react better to the host's speech pattern.
Why would they have an ability like that?
Well, there are distinct regional differences within even the same language. Rare is the language that has no unique dialects. Yes, learning the host's speech pattern before hatching attunes the larvae to whatever twist of pronunciation it will encounter. This adaptive ability is what makes them so formidable.
I see. So a language requires selective breeding, but the parasites can learn dialects by themselves.
Of course, having the egg-stage larvae listen to the tapes in the factory was not meant to teach them. It was more important to use that trait of theirs to identify the mutated strains. As I mentioned earlier,
Is that really accurate enough to use as a weapon? You could wipe out a neighboring ethnic group by accident if their pronunciation is too close.
what you say is true. In that sense, they are imperfect as ethnic cleansers. But for his purposes, they are good enough. His objective was not to exterminate any one ethnic group, but to render the world's lingua franca, English, inert.
There's something I've been wondering. Why are you called Code Talker? During World War II, the U.S. military used the languages of different tribes, including the Navajo, as codes, right? I know the term Code Talker was used to mean people sent to the battlefield to speak in those codes. Were you one of them?
Our mother tongue was indeed used for war. But I did not go. I was already over the conscription age. However, I was made to help craft the codes that were spoken. So in a wider sense, you could call me a code talker for that. Navajo is a complex language, and virtually no one outside the U.S. speaks it. They must have thought it was the perfect language to use as a code.
Yeah, in the end, the Japanese never cracked it. The cipher is king in information warfare.
Of course, they didn't simply speak in Navajo. They created substitutions for words according to a code book, and then translated those into our language. Young Diné was sent to the front lines of the Pacific Theater as code talkers. To fight is an honor for the Diné. They were the pride of our people. But I cannot say this history brings me joy. Words are alive. When they are spoken, life is breathed into them. They become a part of the listener. Our words were transformed into lifeless ciphers and used for war. This, after the Black Ana spent generations suppressing the language.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess we shouldn't be calling you Code Talker, huh?
No, I do not mind. The reason Skullface called me Code Talker was because I also am responsible for coding language into the vocal cord parasites. I am the same as those young warriors, used for a cipher's sake. I must never forget that. The name, Code Talker, is a lesson carved into my being.
You said Skullface ordered you to weaponize the vocal cord parasites. But you also said he wasn't the reason.
And he wasn't. I was seduced by the parasites. That is a fact.
How? You mean from your curiosity as a scientist?
That I cannot deny. But there is more to it. The story goes back to the 19th century, to my earliest memory. One day, a man from the government visited our Hogan, our home. I cried as he yanked me from my mother's arms and took me away to an Indian boarding school. From that day forward, I became George. This was the name my teacher gave me. I was forced to give up my Diné name, forbidden from speaking anything but English. If we dared utter a word of filthy Navajo, the teacher made us eat a bar of soap.
Yeah, that was the U.S. government's education policy for Native Americans.
To erase our words was like erasing our people. Their education was tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Over time, the overt persecution of our language stopped. But to this day, it continues to be eaten away by the lingua franca, that is English. Many of the Diné outside the reservations can speak nothing else. And it isn't just our language. Across the world, minority languages are being destroyed by dominant languages. Many are on the verge of extinction.
Enter the vocal cord parasites.
Yes, I began thinking that minority languages needed some sort of deterrent against dominant languages. In order that their peoples and cultures would survive. It was then that I came across literature at the Foundation claiming that man acquired language thanks to a type of parasite, one that distinguishes between languages as a precursor to reproduction. If I could just resurrect it, make it more pathogenic, I would have my deterrent against English. But I failed to hide that aim from Skullface. He noticed. Yes, I wanted to retaliate against the English language, though never did I intend to actually use it as he planned. You know how the story ends. I was forced to study how to make the parasites compatible with all the world's languages. All but English.
However, he in fact secretly isolated an English strain.
I will not be held prisoner by the man's phantom. The English strain must not be allowed to exist either. A ruler's greatest wealth is not money or land. It is the number of individuals under his control. Subjects who work, consume, are there to be used as pawns in war. For a capitalist ruler, his people's power becomes his power. You are the same with your diamond dogs. You spin it with your speeches, but what you're doing is bringing as much talent as you can into your little domain. Every person another feather in your cap. Yes. Since ancient times, every civilization's ruler has had the same idea. When people unite under one will, they become stronger than the sum of their parts. And the one will is the ruler's will. And what do rulers use to bring people together? Language. In the Old Testament, it is written that only one language was spoken in Eden. A shared tongue that united all of humanity. Mankind eventually grew aware of its power and harnessed that strength to build a tower to the heavens, the mighty Tower of Babel. This angered God, who splintered the language of man, and the tower was never completed. Languages emerged, and the earth was divided as men went their separate ways. Every age is the same. A ruler's first order of business after conquering new land is to force his tongue on its people. Ancient Rome, Napoleon, and now Zero. English is wreaking havoc around the world right now. The British Empire tilled the land with war as its hoe, then began planting the seed that is English. Eventually, American capitalism became the new instrument. To play its game of wealth, you only had to abide by one rule: English. By exploiting people's desires, English has become a leash that people gladly wear around their necks, it would seem.
How's it going, everyone? I'm back. I'm back. 2 hours to go, roughly. And then I'm free. Then I get to take a couple of days off. Let me see.
research materials have been stolen from Code Talker's mansion. The materials were packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. You have to recover those containers. The pickup crew coming for those documents is none other than XOF. That's right. They're still active, even after Skullface's death. Now that he's no longer in charge, their original chain of command has been restored. Meaning if XOF gets those documents, Code Talker's research ends up in Cypher's hands. According to Code Talker, the research papers stored in that mansion account for over 50 years of study. The problem is the vocal cord parasites. If the papers documenting that research fall into Cypher's hands, they'll take another long, hard look at them. The ethnic cleansers we thought were history will become a reality. America, Zero, will have a weapon far more powerful than any nuke. Even worse, if this knowledge were to leak, the world, humanity, can't be entrusted with this kind of power. Recover the containers before the enemy extraction choppers arrive.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. Oh, please tell me I have the Fulton for this. I think I do. Cargo 2. Hold on. Yeah, we do. Nice. Okay. Okay, let's go get these fucking containers. Let me put on my woodlands. Got my decoys. Sorry, I'm getting tired here, chat. Running out of steam, running out of juice. Running out of whatever. Decoys. Let's do it. Get another beer? Yeah, I might get another beer. Might knock me out further, though. I don't know. It's hard to know if it'll knock me out more or wake me up a little bit.
Boss, Code Talker's research has been stolen. The research materials have been packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. Enemy extraction choppers will be there any minute. You have to find and retrieve those containers before they arrive. That area is being guarded by zero-risk security, and their client is XOF. If the choppers make off with the containers, that research will end up in Cypher's hands. That cannot be allowed to happen. One other thing, boss. We need a cargo-capable Fulton extraction device to recover the containers. Use your iDroid to order its development and have it dropped in.
Be careful down there, boss.
The mention of alcohol brought Scam Train back out. Did Scam Train say something in the chat there? That was funny, going through his message history.
Watch yourself.
I'm just glad that it was actually full of alcohol-related messages. Like, I wasn't expecting it to be that good. And you're playing poker? Of course you're playing poker. I like your style, Scam Train. Hey, Scam Train, you follow my channel as well, don't you? I hope you follow my channel. I want to see you over in my channel, too. I like this party boy.
Visibility in the jungle isn't great. Watch out. You could run into the enemy at any
But just don't start being a fucking parody of yourself, you know? Don't come into the channel like, hey, who's drinking? You know, don't come in with self-awareness. Just be yourself, you know? Because you know, don't be like Sperm Guy. Kilish!
The branches become one with the guards. They must know where the containers are. If you can just squeeze it out of them.
Yeah, I shouldn't have wasted 2 of them this early in the fight. No need to waste the decoys like that. Look at these fully armored guys destroyed by the decoys.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Target extraction confirmed.
Oh, to be fair, Sperm Guy stopped saying sperm after a while. Shit.
Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA. Hurry up and extract the target.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
Police knots, what? A time will come. Yeah, a lot of this is building up to Kingdom of the Flies content with the XOF connection. But, of course, we know that never comes. No. No, 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 no. Oh, you were watching the Shenmue stream, Scam Train? Nice. Those were some of my favorite streams. Love Shenmue. What? Where the who? What? Who? What? Ah. No, let's use a checkpoint. I was just gonna go for it in the alert phase. No, let's try and do it stealthily.
Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA.
Yeah, I'm sorry I don't recognize you, Scam Train. But I don't think you're all that active in chat.
Firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will
I'd feel worse if you were always active in my chat. But it's not like you're a regular chatter on my channel. I feel like you rarely show up in chat, so. Okay, we're gonna leapfrog. What's going on? Why are people posting sad faces? Oh! Oh, it just fucking triggered.
Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come.
Oh, because I forgot about Scam Train? Is that why people were posting sad faces? Oh, stop being a bunch of bitches. Jesus. Oh, I forgot about some viewer that barely ever speaks in the chat. Oh no, I don't remember all the fucking people who lurk. I can't remember the names that I never see. Fucking assholes. Oh shit, there they go. Do you know who I am? I don't give a shit who you are. Hold on. Ooh, hello. Oh!
Boss, you don't have much time. Move it.
I thought I saw the thing brushing up against his feet there. Wait, there's a pole? I can't see any pole on my end. Why can't I see the pole? All I see are bits at the top of the chat. Hold on, let me refresh my thing. I probably should have refreshed way back. That was probably solve the issue I was having with my scrolling chat not working. Ooh. Oh, I'm out of fucking decoys. Should dog be kinder to chat? 65% say yes. I doubt many of those people believe what they're saying there. You want me to be kinder to chat? No way.
Target extraction confirmed. Time to go.
What the hell? I clicked on the pole and then it disappeared again.
Boss, we got Code Talker's research materials back in one piece. The medical team has them under lock and key in the quarantine facility. The materials should help their research into the vocal cord parasites. Cypher won't be getting their hands on them now. Boss, about that AI pod you retrieved from Emmerich's research facility. Guess what we found inside? A corpse. Human. The pod maintained a low internal temperature the whole time, and very little outside air got in. That would have slowed down decomposition. Still, the remains were mostly skeletal. Estimated time of death is between 6 months and a year ago. We put the screws to Huey about it. Listen to the tape. Turns out it was the body of someone we knew very well.
Fine. Yes, Strangelove was doing AI research in that lab.
Why hide that until now?
Why? Okay, so what? I wasn't working alone. You've got to understand. You do understand, right? I didn't want to drag her into this. It's my load to bear, alone.
So you didn't create the AI intended to drive Sahelanthropus. It was Strangelove.
Skullface was never in favor of AI control. So naturally they argued. Strangelove, she got him angry and he killed her.
How? You didn't see it? So you found her inside that pod after the fact. And you just left her body to rot in there. Or perhaps you put her in there afterward.
I asked him not to take her away from me.
So she was killed by Skullface, but you asked nicely, and he put her body in the AI pod for you?
That's right.
Pathetic. You know, we have another idea. That you killed her.
What, me? I couldn't kill her.
You killed her and locked her body in the pod.
I wouldn't. Don't treat me like one of you. I can't just kill anyone whenever I feel like it. I'm a normal human being.
Oh, I see. So you just shut her inside and waited for her to die.
I would never do that.
What, you mean she killed herself?
Yes. She climbed inside that pod and shut the door. It can't be opened from the outside. It was suicide. Suicide, I said. She killed herself. She got in when I wasn't looking and suffocated. She'd often try to do things like that. By the time I realized and opened the door, she wasn't breathing. I got scared and shut the pod again. I couldn't bring myself to open it back up. That's right. Me? Kill her? What is wrong with you?
I see. Just tell me one more thing.
Haven't you gotten enough today?
Okay, I see it's a painful memory. You don't have to answer, just listen to the question. You see, we examined her remains. She had a scar on her lower abdomen, a surgical scar. It had been stitched up and had fully healed, meaning it was long before her death. She had a child, didn't she? Your child. Where's the kid?
How should I know?
So there is a child.
You're a real egotistical
never
woman.
Seen his face.
What do you take us for?
They took it all. Even my child. I didn't even know he'd been born. I lost everything.
How old would he be?
It's 4 years since then.
And you know it's a boy.
Strangelove said so.
And his name?
We called him Hal, even though I never saw his face.
The cry there is great. I think Randolph is a better crier when it's supposed to be like an insincere cry or a questionable cry, rather than a genuine one. Guys, we have reached the main course of Parasite tapes. Do you want me to do the voice acting for it? Am I gonna do the reading of this again? Ooh, it's a fucking it's a task. Yes? Okay, right. Hold on, let me just turn off the volume for the stream. Okay. So, we start off with the Ethnic Cleansing Parasite Project. Okay, let me warm up. Yes. Okay, right. The Ethnic Cleansing Parasite Project. The parasites. Yes. Language. Okay, right, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, wait, no. I have to also turn off the volume on my end. I don't want to be listening to Code Talker while I do this. Okay, hold on. I have no doubt Skullface's plan is almost complete. At that point, I will no longer be of use to him. I must leave behind this record, at least. A record of how the ancient vocal cord parasites became these abominable ethnic cleansing parasites. I believe he has two purposes for the ethnic cleansing parasites. The first, as their name suggests, is ethnic cleansing. This conflict between East and West that envelops the world will not last much longer. Once the Cold War ends and the weight of America and the Soviet Union is lifted away, the ethnic conflicts they kept suppressed will all rise to the surface. It is not difficult to imagine that the radical sides will begin cleansing their adversaries. But what if an ethnic cleansing parasite matching the language of the aggressors were to be unleashed? The aggressors would be washed off the earth. At the very least, the idea that retaliation could eradicate your people would prove a powerful deterrent. The second purpose is the Englishization of the world. To Cypher, the organization, this is probably their main use. Man thinks in words, or rather, words are man's very means of thinking. If you erase a word representing some concept, the concept itself disappears from the world. Nijone means beautiful in Navajo. But the image that comes to mind when we say Nijone differs from the Blagana's beautiful. An azure sky, a rolling landscape, lush greenery. The meaning we place in Nijone has its roots in Diné culture. If we lose the word Nijone, the images of our beautiful homeland would be washed away into oblivion along with it. Just as Orwell indicated years ago, Cypher, being based in America, is pushing Englishization for this very reason. Suppose all 5 billion people on this planet come to read, speak, and think in English. Their wills could also be streamlined under English. Cypher's control would be all the easier. Economic governance would progress in leaps and bounds. The ethnic cleansing parasites would be a great aid in accomplishing this goal. There is no need to destroy every language besides English. All they need to do is weaken other dominant languages competing with it. Russian, Chinese, Arabic. If they know they risk their lives speaking such languages, they will flock to the lingua franca, that is English. Cypher need not even focus attention on smaller languages. After all, they are already being eaten away by English. Business, education, film, commodities. English has permeated every area of global society. I can see this when I look at a young Diné. Some of them have already lost their grasp of the Navajo language. It is said that over 2,000 languages of the world are facing extinction. This very moment, cultural concepts and forms of expression are disappearing forever. The spread of electronic networks gives greater meaning to Englishization. Networks have no national borders. By basing them on a single language, they can penetrate deeper into and between people. That basic point of unity provides the ideal environment for someone who aims to control people's wills. But how does this differ from building the Tower of Babel? The ethnic cleansing parasites attempt to rob man of his words. Such irony. It was the vocal cord parasites that gave words to him in the first place. Ancient man had no language, unable to produce complex sounds due to the structure of the throat. He could communicate only through simple vocalizations and gestures. Then, the vocal cord parasites infected his larynx. Man's transition to walking upright did not gift him solely with intelligence, but also with his voice. At the time, the vocal cord parasites never harmed man. They merely took a small measure of nourishment. In fact, you could call it a symbiotic relationship. Some animal species use particular vocalization patterns to attract the female and reproduce. Songbirds, certain insects, and also the vocal cord parasites. The difference is that the parasites themselves did not produce sounds. Rather, they had their hosts, man, do it for them. Once secure on the human host's vocal patterns, vocal cords, a male vocal cord parasite caused the host to produce certain... Hold on. I didn't get it right. Yes. Once secure on the human host's vocal cords, a male vocal cord parasite caused the host to produce a sound pattern. Something like the warble of a bird. Meanwhile, females parasitizing other hosts' pharynxes need only wait. Upon hearing the sound pattern of an attractive mate, they would manipulate their hosts into making contact with the person it came from. The female traveled through its host's saliva to the other host's vocal cords, where the male was waiting and the pair copulated. We can only imagine how the female manipulated its host, but it was probably through smell. Smells travel directly to the limbic system via the olfactory cilia in the nasal cavity. Volatile compounds released by the female would stimulate the limbic system, which controls instincts, making the host feel amorous. This kind of sexual selection naturally led to competition between the male parasites. Males that had their hosts produce sounds perceived by females as more attractive succeeded in copulating and producing offspring. Evolutionary traits caused by sexual selection are curious.
That would explain everything.
The peacock's feathers, the mannequin's dance, the firefly's luminescence pattern. Even with courtship behaviors that are not advantageous to survival, those individuals that excel in them produce offspring. And it escalates with each generation. The same was true of the vocal cord parasites. Courtship vocalization rhythms and intonations became more sophisticated. And in order for man to produce such sounds, they had to alter his vocal organs. By lowering the position of the larynx and developing resonating chambers, they enabled more complex pronunciations. But that was not all. The vocal cord parasites activated a transcription factor that would later control man's language ability. A protein, due to its appearance, is called forkhead box protein, P2, or FOXP2. Activating the transcription factor led to the development of brain function capable of creating sophisticated frequency changes. This was the pinnacle of the vocal cord parasite's prosperity. However, this sophisticated pronunciation control was too useful for man to ignore. Once human sexual activity ceased to be only seasonal and having lost pigment-based sexual characteristics, Distinctive vocalizations became the most effective means for humans to attract mates as well. Combined with logic pathways hardwired into the brain or universal grammar. It was not long before advanced communication was possible. This was the birth of language. Luckily for man, it was around this time that a particular retrovirus was circulating. While not lethal, it infected not only man, but the vocal cord parasites as well. It's presumed that the virus removed part of the parasite's DNA and reverse transcribed it into man's reproductive cells. It was a vector. Among the genes it transcribed were the ones responsible for the production of language. The vocal cord parasite's vocalization genes were written into the human genome. The parasites were no longer of use to man now. Man could use his voice as he pleased, when he pleased, entering the parasite's courtship vocalizations. Having lost their opportunity to reproduce, the parasites died out, leaving behind only the transcribed genes. The vocal cord parasites were once in symbiosis with man. Its genes even became a part of this. Humans and the parasites are extremely close. As such, it will be extremely difficult for man's immune system to eliminate the vocal cord parasites. Even cutting them out will be no simple matter. Which is exactly why these ethnic cleansing parasites are such a formidable weapon. The rise of the vocal cord parasites go back approximately 300 million years to the Permian period. At that time, they were not even parasites, but predatory autotrophs. They are believed to have been the common ancestor, the Pentastomida and the Cyclops genus of copepods. However, Earth's environment underwent a violent change at the end of the Permian period. The cause is unclear, but evidence suggests that over 90% of the Earth's organisms at the time died out. The most pronounced threat to the protoparasites was the severe reproduction in oxygen concentration. The result was cladogenesis, a splitting that gave birth to a new strain that could parasitize other organisms' respiratory apparatus. This survival tactic helped lower their oxygen consumption, and inhabiting the throat kept them securely in contact with inhaled air. The best survivors were those that parasitized the reptiles that flourished at the time. Entering the Triassic period, the reptiles evolved into dinosaurs, and the protoparasites shared in their success. Dinosaurs developed respiratory organs called air sacs to adapt to the low oxygen content. These in particular helped the protoparasite thrive. But another trial awaited them. The end of the Triassic period saw another drastic change in the Earth's environment.
No shit.
For most parasites, the male and female take the same host. Many are in fact hermaphrodites. The vocal cord parasites originally were as well. But for any strain to ride out a severe environmental change, it must secure a steady pool of genetic diversity. Another split. Now the newest strain procreated with mates found in other hosts. I'm fucking sweating here. And in order to increase its encounters with those mates, the new strain utilized the voice of its host. They altered their habitat, the throat, to create vocal cords. This truly was the birth of the vocal cord parasites. The parasites developed the host's pharynx to form resonating chambers and used them to produce sophisticated mating calls. The relatively upright posture of the dinosaurs was important in this, because the crooked L-shaped pharynx was more suited to the development of resonating chambers. These developments ushered in a time of great prosperity for the parasites. But for the third time, the parasites had a major hurdle to overcome. The meteorite impact at the end of the Cretaceous period, which spelled the end of the dinosaurs. With their hosts extinct, the vocal cord parasites had no option but to find a new habitat. Birds. As genetic successors to the dinosaurs with functioning air sac apparatus already in place, birds were the perfect choice. But the parasites could not survive in birds that flew at high altitudes with thinner air. So they parasitized ground-dwelling birds and altered their respiratory system for the sake of reproduction. They gave the birds the means to reproduce sophisticated sounds. The syrinx responsible. Blah, blah, blah. This is the proof that points to activation of Fox P2 in songbirds as well as humans. The Cenozoic era began with a rise in oxygen concentration, which helped mammals to evolve and increase in size. The parasites then shifted to humans as a more effective host. Yes. Humans' bipedal upright walking meant that our throats could support larger resonating chambers. At first, vocal cord parasites entered humans using birds as their intermediate host. But eventually, they changed to conducting their entire life cycle within human hosts. What happened next is as I have already described. People took the vocalizing prowess given to them by the parasites and made it language. And once the parasites could no longer use it as their mating call, they died out. Or in other words, the parasites overcame all evolutionary hurdles except humanity. Skullface shared his opinion on this matter. He said the Ethnic Cleansers project was sure to succeed. After all, the parasites had a grudge against us humans. To think we awoke them after such a long slumber, just so they could sate their thirst for vengeance. It is terrible, unforgivable, and yet it is what I have done. Okay, I think I'm going to let Code Talker finish the last two because I am fucking boiling here. When I do this voice, I can feel my brain about to explode. I think I needed to be calmer with it and less aggressive, like less woo, jooba jooba jaba joo, jeeba 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 jee, and more jabba jabba jeeba ja, jabba jooba jeeba jeeba jee, jabba ja. Less gruffness, more breath. Because he isn't always... Code Talker is more breath than gruff. But he has that gruff element to it. But I think I was going too far in the gruffness and not enough in the softness. Occasionally I was pulling it back and doing the softness. Okay, I'm gonna let the rest of this play. I need to turn the stream back. I need to turn the stream audio back on. Hold on. But I hope you got some entertainment out of that, at least. Birds. It is terrible. Unforgivable. And yet, it is what I have done. How do I fucking... Oh, yes. It's the last two, isn't it? Yeah.
Of the vocal cord parasite's existence in literature belonging to the Foundation. It was little more than a theory. The question was, why does only Homo sapiens among all primates have highly developed language? Human versus everything else. The missing link between these was the mystery that gave rise to this theory. I was fascinated by the idea of their existence. In the Dene creation myth, the Neyo Dene, who first inhabited the world, were insect-like creatures. I came to imagine that those insect-like creatures could be humans living in symbiosis with the vocal cord parasites. But I had not the faintest idea of how I could resurrect them. That is when Skullface came to me. What he offered me was not just assistance with my metallic archaea research. He told me the vocal cord parasites really existed. And not only did they exist, they had already been brought back to life in the modern age. An ancient human cadaver, host to the parasites of the time. Cypher excavated such a cadaver from a permafrost region and isolated the DNA coding of the vocal cord parasites. Naturally, they were long dead and could not be brought back, but there was an alternate vessel they could use. A relative species of the Pentastamida discovered in China. It had adapted to live in the nasal cavity of animal hosts, but its genetic sequence showed signs of common ancestry with the vocal cord parasites. Ontogenesis, the path of an organism to maturity, is like a roadmap of the phylogenetic evolution of the entire strain. Cypher used this to effect a reverse evolution of the modern parasite and resurrect the vocal cord parasites. They interposed a developmental mechanism to the ontogenetic stage analogous to when the relative species first appeared, the point at which it split from the vocal cord parasites, forcing its evolution down the other path, the vocal cord parasite path. The larvae this produced by the vocal cord parasites, reborn. I do not know in detail how Cypher accomplished this, but clearly they have access to high-level genetic technologies. Skullface said it was the work of a genius woman scientist, and that the relative species in question was first discovered by a group once called the Philosophers. I was tasked with modifying the resurrected parasites. He charged me with two demands. First, to add lethality to these organisms that had once lived in peace with man, by unleashing the larvae's latent desire to consume nutrients from the host's lung tissue, making them eat and eat until the lungs were destroyed. Second, to have both male and female inhabit the same host and copulate then and there only when exposed to specific pronunciations continuously over an extended time. What he would do to the Dene if I failed. I had no choice. Originally, the ultimate objective of the ethnic cleansing parasite project was the identification of not only languages, but of actual cultures. Language is deeply connected to ethnicity, but many languages are employed by multiple ethnic groups, and confrontation between those ethnic groups is by no means rare. If the cleanser parasites were to be a deterrent against ethnic conflict, they had to distinguish between groups using means other than pure language. The original plan called for this to be achieved by differences in the transmission vector. Each ethnic group has different lifestyle customs and eating habits. For instance, parasites living in shallow water and taken in through the skin could be used to target rice farming groups, or parasites using cows as their intermediate host would be ineffective against cultures that abstain from eating beef. But that is a lofty goal indeed. The current parasites mainly rely on droplet transmission. It would take extensive time to alter the transmission route. I eventually learned that the Ethnic Cleansers project had been shut down. It was Skullface who put it back into operation. But despite that, he told me to forget about the transmission route and just focus on language identification. I do not know why. I understand that the Chinese philosophers who discovered the relative species of parasite originally planned to develop a phonogrammic Alexia parasite. The left temporal parietal region is home to the part of the brain that identifies the phonetic symbols of the English language. They wished to create a strain that would parasitize that region and suppress its literacy functions. The brain area responsible for identifying the logographs of Chinese, meanwhile, is in the left middle frontal gyrus, meaning that even if native speakers of Chinese were infected with the parasite, the literacy would be unaffected. Old and new, east and west, there is no limit to the delusions of those in power. But this delusion threatens to become a reality. I have to do something to stop this. There must be something I can do.
Boo! I'm way better.
Ya'at-e. You disappoint me. Have you forgotten my face?
Leave me be.
You won't respond to anyone else, so I figured it must be me you wanted to see. But now you won't even look at me.
Have I not suffered enough?
Not until you've eased my suffering first. To tell you the truth, old man, I'm in a bit of a bind. It's about your children. You know what I mean? The parasites. The ones that infect a man's throat, killing him if he speaks their language.
They must not be allowed to multiply.
You are allowed to live only in order to help me. But you don't want to, do you? So why not choose death instead? Because you want to protect the Diné and their land from me. That's your purpose, isn't it? Don't lose sight of that now. It's in your interest to cooperate. Because if you don't...
Madness.
The parasites can't detect your people's tongue. So I'll just have to resort to more heavy-handed means. I have the greatest respect for your people. I would rather avoid such a thing, but... we don't always get our way. I was born a tiny mote in a mighty tempest. And until those winds abate, all I can choose is how to act when they blow me this way or that. Tell me, Code Talker, what happens to a man infected with a pair of your parasites? Can they be removed? Can the full-blown symptoms be prevented?
It is impossible to remove the parasites alone. They have too close an affinity with humans.
Then how do you stop the symptoms from developing? All right. I was hoping for an answer now, but perhaps you just need a little more time. I'll be back soon. I've set up shop, not far from here. We'll be seeing a lot more of each other.
If you're close by, then it is almost complete.
We're in the final phases. All that's left is to see if I can actually disable a nuke, with the help of your metallic archaea. Once that's done, I won't have to return here again, and your suffering will end, as will your people's. We're almost finished, Code Talker, each in our own way.
My only regret will be not finishing you.
There's nothing stopping you. I'm only alive because you want me that way.
Ridiculous.
As you wish. My regret is this misunderstanding between us. You and I, our goal is the same. We should be working together. A symbiosis.
You do not know my mind. I simply want the Diné bloodline to endure.
Really now? You're just another mote in the store. How you react to all the slings and arrows, that's what counts. That's why you call those squirming monsters your children.
What I have done is forbidden. Forgive me, all of you.
The world should be left the way it is. You of all men should know that. Forgive me, but my schedule has changed. The time for grace and good manners has now run out.
Please. Torture will not work on me. Surely you know this.
Oh, I have no intention of getting rough with you. You haven't been beaten. Your hands aren't even tied. Just like me, you live in symbiosis with countless parasites. What wounds I might inflict, they'll patch right up. You might feel considerable pain, but I've no doubt you can withstand it.
Then what do you plan on doing?
I have a soldier standing outside. Nothing special about him, except that he always obeys. I have given him one instruction. Whenever I ring this bell, he passes on a message for me. That message is simply, go.
What is this?
After that, though, it gets complicated. The message will arrive at a room, a little bigger than this one, nothing special. Some of your people are in this room, surrounded by my men.
Enough of this.
They pick them at random. No regard for age, gender. In that, I suppose, they're different from you. Not as discriminating. They tied them up, one by one, blindfolded them. We had to maintain order, you understand?
You bastard.
Go. When they hear that, my men will pick one of your people and infect them with a parasite. Your parasite.
It won't work on my people.
True. The vocal cord parasite doesn't respond to your language. But what about English?
An English strain. It exists.
A ring of this bell, and they infect one person. If that person abandons the Navajo language, the English strain will trigger symptoms.
You monster!
So, it's quite simple. Every time I ring the bell, another of your people is infected.
Don't do this.
I don't want to do this. I'd rather not have to ring the bell, which is why I'm hoping you will talk to me.
What do you want? What else could you possibly want?
You know the answer to that. How to prevent the symptoms caused by the parasite.
You cannot control it like some slave. Forget the idea.
Forget it? Unlikely.
I will never tell you. What have you done?
You made me do that.
You black-hearted...
Settle down.
use it again?
Well, that is up to you. All you need to do is tell me what I want. How to prevent the vocal cord parasite's symptoms.
Why? Why do you need to know?
The adult soldiers at Bwale Amasa are all dead.
What?
The parasite traveled downstream.
How?
It would appear that he was involved. Another demon who woke up from 9 years of slumber. As a result, the vocal cord parasite spread through the village.
I told you this would happen.
It was an unfortunate accident. He is becoming an annoyance. He may stumble upon the truth sooner or later, but I suppose that is really of no consequence. One day, he too will pay for what he has done.
Black Anna. The real demon is you.
You know, this incident made me realize something. You are right. I should have acted with more humility. These creatures cannot be controlled. All the more reason I require a means to stop them.
There is no such way.
Oh, really?
Wait!
And who is this?
Don't
Solidus?
bring it again.
It is up to you.
My predecessor, Donald Trump.
Out with it.
That was the name the public came to know him by.
I see now. There must be more to it than that.
What?
They are in you. You use this land to breed more of my children. And not just here. No. In pursuit of your ethnic cleansers, you sifted through many language strains, finding hosts, breeding more and more. You would have been infected in the process. Infected with countless strains. Most likely your mother tongues as well. Romania, Northern Transylvania. You found that one too. Yes, the Hungarian strain that responds to the CK's dialect.
Silence!
Black Anna. It is you who shall pay.
Is this your retaliation, old man?
Let my people go and never bother them again. You heard me. What now? What? No! What are you doing?
I am not afraid. I probably have every language strain inside of me. Meaning all the world's languages are already lost to me. But that suits me fine. If need be, I myself can produce whatever strain is needed.
And that means nothing to you. If you are infected, you can never again speak your mother tongue. Otherwise you will die. As will every one of your countrymen.
A few words here and there won't trigger the symptoms. And besides, the time is not yet right to show this face in my homeland. Not until my revenge is complete. Now...
Stop!
We're out of time. I have to get going. Well...
No! Radiation. It's radiation.
Radiation, of course. So it can be used.
But how much? I do not know.
Radiation denatures their reproductive cells, preventing them from mating.
Same principle as the sterilization technique. The reproductive cells are more sensitive to radiation than the rest of the body. But I have not tested it. There's no telling what mutation could result, or how the host may be affected. Not to mention what could happen if this is done post-infection?
I don't care. This plan goes into action now. As long as it works, the details can wait. You wouldn't be lying to me, of course, old man.
I can guarantee nothing.
I owe you my life. My body has been burned on countless occasions, but it survives, thanks to your children. That is why I trust you.
Then do not repeat my mistake.
What's that?
In the West, it is said that the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. In the East, it is said the man of flesh brings spiritual power to words. The people knew back then that these creatures carry the gospel. They do not belong in our hands. They must not be touched.
How enlightening. I'll remember that. Consider this my thanks.
What are you?
Catch.
No!
Well then, I'm afraid it really is goodbye this time, Code Talker.
Huh? There is no soldier.
Huh. Now where did he run off to?
Huh?
Guess he wasn't as obedient as I thought.
There never was any soldier.
So long.
You! How dare you!
Idiot!
I hope you bought a better hamburger this time, Kazuhira.
Right. Well,
the last one was lacking in every way. The patty was too thin, the bun too dry, and the lettuce days old at best.
Hey, that was 100% all beef patty, and no shortening in the bun either.
Nature's blessings, unadulterated, in hamburger form. Is that it? But when taste falls short, so does our gratitude to nature. Making such precious blessings unpalatable is sacrilege.
I hate to admit it, but I think you're right. I should have known better than to settle for second best. That's why I had him run some more R&D, develop a new burger. In fact, one of our researchers just dropped by with the latest results. Here it is. See how you like this?
We shall see indeed. I thank you for this bounty, Mother Earth.
So, what's the verdict?
Not bad.
And?
But it does not hold a candle to what I ate back home.
Everyone's a critic. Damn it. I was sure the Kobe beef, but maybe we didn't have enough. If we had any more, we're cutting into our profits.
Profits?
We'll be taking a loss on every unit.
What are you talking about?
Huh? Oh, anyway, I'll be back with another round of product.
I will be waiting. Did you say product?
All right, let me thank some people before we continue. JC Lester with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Hitty with the 100 bits, thank you. Trice, who gifted a sub earlier to Blazing Fox. Hippie Jesus Snake with the $3. Thank you. Price, did I get your 5-pack earlier as well? Thank you. Sorry if I missed anyone. I'm always way behind on the subs, it seems. Cheers, everyone. Fuck you, Raven Paradox. Burn in hell. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my god, man. Were there any other tapes that I was supposed to do here? I don't think so. Let's keep it going. Let's do another side mission. Do we have any other main missions on the list right now? No. Let's go rescue some fucking wandering assholes. Actually, we could do some mine clearing now that we're in chapter 2. Nah. I'll leave that for DRK, I think. I keep teasing the mine clearing, I know. But yeah, it would have been nice if we had a few more audio drama type things, like what we get there with Skullface and Code Talker. You haven't missed Shining Lights, not yet.
Be careful down there, boss.
Where's Big Boss at this time? He's probably out in the club, snorting lines, going to strip clubs, just living it up, making plans for Zanzibar. Maybe hooking up with Sniper Wolf for the first time. You know, getting ready to set up his big boy army. You know, getting ready to set up the true Outer Heaven. While we're out here doing the dirty work and expanding his legend. While we're out here making his name. Making a name for him. We out here clearing mines, spreading the legend, yeah. You see those mines that got cleared in that field? I heard it was Big Boss. Big Boss? Yeah?
That's the target. I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss.
Look. It's DRK. This is what the last Phantom Pain stream did to him. 5 days of MGS. Sleep deprived. He knows he has to come back and take over again for one last stream. He knows there's one more, but he can't quite grasp it. He'll find his way here eventually. Oh shit. I think he's seen me. I think he's seen me. Come on, man. You have one more shift to go. Don't you remember? We'll get a bit closer. No, DRK isn't late. I haven't reached the 12-hour mark yet.
Boss? Is it really you? I never believed you were dead. Not for a minute.
One of the guys out on a mission at the time. He's fallen a long way from the glory days. But will he come back to us? Bring him home, boss.
Hey, Mepaz with the 63 months. And Top Ramens. Wait, Top Ramens. I didn't thank you for that 10-pack, did I? Top Ramens, thank you so much for the 10-pack. Cheers, man. The eyes. Blinded eyes. The faded crest here.
You gonna extract him?
Yes, Kaz. I am. It's one of the old boys from MSF from 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss. You gonna extract him? Fuck off, guys.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Oh no, the
Some of the
fucking
kids we've been
kids.
keeping here have escaped. We don't know why they ran off, but it may have something to do with Ralph's death.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking Ralph.
The intel teams are looking for them as we speak. I'll add information to your side ops list as it comes in. You need to locate and secure those kids. I'll try to find out what happened.
Don't remind me of Ralph. I'm still not over it. Ralph's death just tears me to pieces every time, and now I have to fucking think about it all over again. Now I have to relive the trauma.
Boss, we gave Ralph, that kid who died in the accident, a burial at sea. The man in charge of that facility has been severely punished. But ever
Ralph doesn't fucking exist, Kaz. There is no Ralph. Nobody got buried at sea. You're talking absolute fucking bullshit. There is no Ralph. So come out with the truth. Because I'm not buying this shit. I lied. I'm not feeling any trauma. I don't feel anything about Ralph. Now, how about you just tell the fucking truth about what's going on that base? What's inside those rooms? What's going on there? Why am I not allowed inside? Why can't I see anything? What are you hiding from me? Where are the kids? What have you done to them? Is there a Ralph? I don't think there is. Prove it. Let me see his ashes. Oh wait, no, you fucking... You threw his ashes out to sea.
The kids have been acting strange. It's obvious they've lost their trust in adults. I was getting reports of them ignoring the staff, or getting insolent, and even violent. And a few days later, several of the kids did a disappearing act. They snuck into choppers and shipping containers and got off base. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. These kids were born in a war zone, and forced to grow up as war fighters. If they're left alone, war is how they'll die. But I thought we showed them there are other reasons to live. I never liked having children on Mother Base. But the thought of them going back to the battlefield and picking up their old lifestyle is something I can't stomach. It makes me think of Chico, 9 years ago. We have to get those kids back. Hell, they know too much about our operation. I never expected even the kids to betray us.
Okay, let's go rescue the fucking kids. My least favorite part of the game. Like, oh my god. How is anyone supposed to give a single fuck about Ralph and the kids that just randomly disappear and this fucking burial that they like, oh boss, you know, we gave him this burial at sea. Like, shut the fuck up, man. But who did you just came out of nowhere pulling this Ralph death out of your ass? Like, I mean, like, you know, can you determine which one of the kids is Ralph? You know, later on when you see Eli... Wait, first of all, does he suggest that Ralph is one of the kids that we brought back from the mine? I can't remember if he says he's one of those kids. I think he does, right? Is Ralph the cripple? I don't think he goes into that much detail. I think he just says, oh, just one of the kids, Ralph. But later on, when they're flying off with Sahelanthropus, you see them all on the chopper, right? All the kids. So maybe you can determine which one is Ralph by looking at the kids. Or maybe in that scene, all of the kids are there. Which means Ralph is just some other guy. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, then like the children, they all end up in just random parts of Africa and Afghanistan, and Ocelot says the same fucking thing every time you rescue them. Every child we rescue making me worry like that. It's, oh god. Right, let's go rescue this first kid from Finda oil field. However the fuck he got here, who knows. Let me put on this urban outfit. At least they don't go, he's coming too. Are you gonna rescue him? Maybe they do. I can't remember. Maybe Miller also says that after Ocelot's line. Probably not, though. Can you check after the mission if there's a new hamburger tape? I just played the newest hamburger tape.
Be careful down there, boss.
But yeah, I mean, I check after most missions if there's a new tape. So you know, we'll play the next hamburger tape when it appears.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed.
Oh.
Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Kaz is secretly making burgers out of the kids. I like that theory. I didn't see that theory. Yeah, fucking Kaz turned Ralph into a fucking hamburger and shoved it up Code Talker's ass. That's what happened to Ralph. Boss, I'm so sorry, but the boy Ralph, he died. I really hate to bring this news to you, but okay, I know it's sad that one of these kids died, but you know, that kid Ralph, it just happened, and you know, we spread his ashes out to sea. Fucking Ralph, give me a break. Making me worry like that. Shut up.
Boss, get down. That's an enemy gunship. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Whoa! Hey! Alright. Was that... Wait, what the fuck? Is this... It's not mission failed? What's going on here? Oh! I thought that was my body lying on the ground. But of course. But of course. I can't move. I can't move. I think...
Boss, you killed a child. I'm aborting this mission.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Okay, right. Let's do that again. Oh, fuck.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Yeah, you can talk, Kaz. Not only have you killed a child, you ground him up afterwards and stuck him in a burger. Okay, nice. Let's get this guy out of here. See you later. Put your seatbelt on, okay? Ralph 2, or whatever your name is.
Just like weapons and items, you can use your iDroid to have vehicles you've extracted airdropped in. You can also let boss get down. That's an enemy gunship.
Okay, let's go rescue Ralph 3.
Snake, you remember the White Mamba? Of course, he's been going by Eli since we brought him on base. He was the leader of the child soldier unit we took out of that village and into our protection. Well, according to the kids you brought back here, all the escapees were especially close to Eli. There's reason to suspect he's behind all 6 escapes. We've already detained.
I think you're right, Mr. Man. I think that's what happened.
Yeah. I'll be questioning him shortly.
Wait. You'll be?
Ocelot.
You're incapable of taking an impartial stance with those kids. Question them all you want. It'll get you nowhere.
Ocelot, you get too many kicks from your art of interrogation.
It's not a matter of art. It's about quick, minimal strokes of psychological warfare. That's what gets the answers. And it's the best way to keep both questioner and subject safe. The risks only increase the more an interrogation drags on. At that point, it causes as much pain to the inflictor as the inflicted.
Like I said, too many kicks.
What I'm trying to tell you is we need quick results. Otherwise, it'll be too little, too late.
I know that.
And besides, I know this subject. I won't go overboard with a kid.
Forget it. You're not needed. Snake, we'll want to question the other kids too. Be sure to bring them all back.
Okay, to Code Talker's mansion this time. It's pretty fun going guns blazing in this place. If you wanna suck my asshole. Wham, wham, wham. All right, let's do it. Oh, I landed that. Nice. Put that away.
Be careful down there, boss.
I wish there was more stuff with the choppers in this game. Like more helicopter set pieces. I know people tend to dislike rail shooter sequences and stuff like that, like the bike chases in the series. But I really like the chopper mission in Ground Zeroes, the mission to rescue Kojima. I feel like that's a really good rail shooter type sequence. Just the way the enemies are placed, the challenge of it on hard mode, and how on the ball you have to be to do it well. The little nuances to it, like if you don't do well, more guards will appear later on, meaning that it'll take longer. Like just little things like that. Being able to knock the guy out of the plane from long range. And just, it has a really it has a real vibe to it as well. It's, you know, it has a real epic tone to it. I'm sure a lot of people dislike that mission just because, you know, I think a lot of people dislike those types of missions, rail shooters and stuff like that. But yeah, I was expecting more stuff with choppers in this. Like you get your gun that you can use, but it's only really used for that like very scripted sequence with Sahelanthropus. I'm not even sure if you have to shoot Sahelanthropus with it to get past that. But yeah, it would have been cool to have more chopper stuff, chopper set. You know, like going toe to toe with another chopper. Flying all over the map. Like going all over Afghanistan, like chopper chase sequences and like, you know, who knows what they could have done. Again, whenever I start thinking about all these big expansive things that they could have done, I'm reminded that the game also had to be released on PS3 and 360. I always wonder how much they had to tone the game down because of that. In terms of like the mission design and how much they were able to, you know, the level of detail.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Who wants some? Fuck.
Snake, talk to me.
I really like gunning through this place.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Child-sized recovery device. You'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need
it. That is pretty sick, though, isn't it? Oh!
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, we'll be able to extract those kids. Set the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
I'm about to get blown up. I thought I heard a grenade. I like how far the bodies go flying. It's very satisfying. No need to worry, DRK. I'm actually having fun doing this. Okay. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm making me worry like that. Go, 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 go. Damn. That's a little bit explicit, isn't it?
Boss, you killed a child. I'm aborting this mission.
Oh, fuck.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed.
How are you alive? Oh.
Those kids. Set the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
That really does feel good, I have to say. Oh, okay, this time I'm gonna do it. This time I'm gonna do it.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
If I fail it this time, I'm gonna... just do the same thing again.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed.
Okay, this is it. This is it.
Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids.
Woo! Jesus! Fucking dead already. What the hell? Five subs if you fail. That's I'm not used to comments like that. DRK is gonna think I'm trying to fuck him over now if I actually succeed. Okay, where's the 5 subs?
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake?
Fuck that guy, first chat message. It was kind of a funny message though. Usually it's, you know, 5 subs if you can do this, you know.
If we don't bring them back, They'll just end up getting killed. Boss, develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device. You'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your android if you need it.
Woo! Okay. Shining fucking lights through the walls. Right, grab this kid.
A whole lot of trouble they put us through. Making me worry like that.
Shut up, Ocelot. Fucking go! Okay. Hey, we did it. And do I have some people to thank? Is there a bit of a sub-train going on here? Let me check. Luco, thank you for the 13. I'm waiting for this fucking dashboard to reload. Why is it being so slow? Mechanical Mammoth, thank you for the 5-pack. Luco, thank you for the 13. Evil Kuja, thank you for the 100 bits. Gorlab, thank you for gifting a sub to Hugo Gamer. Dr. Junjun, thank you for the 5-pack. Ito, thank you. Or I always call you Ito until I realize your name is I to the C to the E. Thank you. Ice. Safi, thank you. AJ, a Penese man. Dixon with the gifts. Thrasher with the 10-pack. Fluffy. Ruminator. Geek. Top Ramens. Jesus Christ. Fluffy Bunny with the 5-pack. Cheers, everyone. Glad you're having a good time. Glad you're enjoying the marathon. We're almost over. We're almost done, but not quite. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for being here. It's been a lot of fun.
Snake, about the escaped children. Eli confessed. The way he tells it, they wanted to go back to the battlefield. Don't rob them of their freedom, he said. If you bring them all back, there will be consequences. Next to be asking for our surrender.
Consequences? What consequences?
No idea. That's all I have for now.
You're too attached to those kids. Stop protecting Eli.
Listen to yourself.
Let me question him.
and we'll get some real answers.
Not necessary. I'll report as and when.
Hold on one sec, guys. Do we have the next main mission to do now as well? Extraordinary. Let me... I guess I'll go rescue another fucking kid. From the ruins. Yeah, let's drop in. Let's bring this.
I'm afraid.
Gorlab, thank you for gifting a sub to Geek. Jean Ranji Soka, however I pronounce that. Thank you for the 5-pack. Did I thank your gifted sub to Baze, Gorlab? Fluffy Bunny. I'm struggling to keep track of all the different packs. But yeah, cheers everyone. Oh, you ready to take over, DRK? Yeah, I sent you the message. I didn't wait around to see the response. Okay, you're good to take over. I guess I'll finish this mission and then we'll then I'll switch over. I'll do this last one. But yeah, this will be my last session of the marathon. There's not much to go. There's a little bit left, but yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed my sessions during the marathon. And we'll be back soon with another one, I'm sure. We might.
If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to
continue that thought.
those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Yeah, we might take a bit of a break next month. I'm not really sure what we're gonna do yet, but maybe we'll do a shorter marathon, maybe like a 3-day or something. I was even thinking maybe we just take the month off entirely and then get back to doing more 5-day marathons afterwards. But yeah, either way, I'm sure we'll be back soon with another big marathon. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, if you're new to what we do here, and this is your first time experiencing what we do here, make sure to give me a follow over on my channel, because these are 2-man marathons. As you probably know, we've been switching streamers. It's been myself and DRK who've been doing the marathon. We've been switching back and forth, but we also switch back and forth between channels. This is DRK's channel, but every time we do a marathon, we alternate. So the next time we do one of these things, it's going to be over on my channel. So feel free to give me a follow over there if you're new. Maybe someone in chat could post a link.
Whole lot of trouble they put us through. Making me worry like that.
I'm making me worry like that. Yeah, fuck this bear. I'm just getting out of here. Hey, cheers, Vanilla. Thank you. Yeah, Vanilla just posted the link there. And I'll just post it there myself as well. Feel free to give me a follow over there if you want to catch our next marathon. Oh, nice. I did remember to bring in the vehicle. Okay. Get him out of here. Hey V7, I'm glad you like the Silent Hill and Elden Ring playthroughs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to Silent Hill soon, I think. It's been a while. Alright, guys. Yeah, we're gonna switch streamers. Let me upload this save. God, I'm struggling to think here. Yeah, guys, I'm going to play some tunes for a few minutes while we transfer saves. And DRK will be back to continue the rest of MGS5, to finish off MGS5. And again, yeah, thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks for watching. I hope you had fun watching the marathon. And if you're new here, welcome. I hope you had a good time. Thanks for all the support, all the donations, all the subs, all the resubs, all the bits, everything, all the generosity, all the new follows. It's always a lot of fun doing this. It's very exhausting. It's very draining at times. You're hoping that it'll come to an end soon. When you're like balls deep into the marathon after like 3 or 4 days. You know, it has its ebbs and flows, but it's always, in the grand scheme of things, it's always a really good time. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. Yeah, bear with me just for a couple of minutes while I transfer the save over to DRK, and I'll come back just to sign off right before I drop the stream. I'll be right back. All right, guys. We're ready to switch. We're ready to switch. That MGS2 soundtrack, though. God tier. Yeah, don't go anywhere. The stream is going to go down for like 10 or 20 seconds. DRK, I'll be back up, picking up where I left off to finish off the marathon, to finish off MGS5. And yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon. I'm sure I'll be back on my own channel in the next few days doing some Metal Gear Acid or some shit. Might take a couple of days off before I come back, or who knows, maybe I'll be back sooner than later. We'll see. But yeah, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching, enjoying the marathon, and I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. DRK will be back up with some more MGS5. Till next time, peace. Have a good one.